September 2025 is not easing you in, it's ambushing you. 2 eclipses, 2 planets combust, 4 planetary transits, 6 planets retrograde, and a sky full of multiple ultimatums. You can be sure that this month will not let you hide. What unfolds now shapes the rest of your year. In this video, I'll break down exactly how it impacts each rising sign, so stay with me, because what you hear might just change how you move through September. It begins not with a whisper, but with a blaze. As September opens, you are not being offered a reset, you are not being handed a clean slate. What you are walking into is a reveal, a tearing back of curtains that you did not even realize were drawn. This is not a month of gentle beginnings. This is a month of ambush, of reckoning, of revelations that strike like lightning in the middle of the night. 2 eclipses, a combust Mercury running too close to the Sun, Uranus turning retrograde, Saturn and Neptune digging deep in Pisces, Venus shifting signs, Mars shifting roles. The sky is not presenting you with a soft invitation. It is presenting you with ultimatums. September asks you to face what is real in your habits, your relationships, your work, your body, your heart, and it will not let you look away. On September 7th, and again on September 21st, the heavens cut through the noise. If you remember nothing else, remember this. These are not just dates on a calendar. These are thresholds. They bend the rest of your month. They bend the rest of your year. And what you choose, what you surrender, and what you dare to see will shape the life you walk into next. September is not waiting for your permission. It is already moving. The question is whether you will move with it or be crushed beneath its weight. From the 3rd day of the month until the very end, Mercury is combust. Imagine your mind as a car driving too close to a floodlight. Everything is visible, but the glare is harsh, disorienting, and searing. Thoughts are sharp, but if you rush them, they burn. Words come fast, but if you throw them unfiltered, they cut deeper than you intend. Technology stutters, schedules fracture. Small print hides traps. Save versions, write drafts. Put space between what you feel and what you send. Mercury in Leo begins this combust run, staring across the sky at Rahu in Aquarius. Rahu, the North Node, the devourer of patterns, the pull into futures that feel like fate. Aquarius, the sign of networks, crowds, collectives, the larger human field. This means your voice, your words, your messages carry fast and far. The microphone is turned up too high. The signal is loud, but the feedback is louder. Lower the input. Speak simply. If you roar, you will scorch yourself. If you speak clear, you will be heard without distortion. September will test you on this again and again. Do not confuse attention with impact. Do not confuse noise with meaning. Then comes September 6th. Uranus, the sky's breaker of systems, the shock that cracks open what is brittle, turns retrograde in Taurus. This is not the jolt of sudden lightning. This is the electrician quietly opening the walls to examine the wiring of your life. Taurus is the realm of the basics: money, food, body rhythms, sleep, the steady scaffolding of existence. When Uranus turns inward, the shocks move from outside events into the interior. The revolution is not in the street. It is in your kitchen, in your bedroom, in the silent habits that either sustain or sabotage you. You may wake up one morning and feel compelled to move the bed you sleep in. You may purge the foods that poison your body. You may cut out the app that robs you of focus. None of it is random. These are not whims. This is your system demanding a safer current. And behind it all, Saturn and Neptune both retrograde in Pisces, pulling the project manager and the dream director inward. Structure and compassion retreat behind the curtain. Together with Uranus, they form a hidden workshop where the rewiring begins. Your life is being rebuilt from the ground up, quietly, insistently. The tension you feel between freedom and routine is not an obstacle. It is the map. Ask yourself, what one small upgrade, done daily, could make October feel lighter? That is Uranus speaking through you. That is the revolution turned inward. And then the first bell tolls. September 7th into the 8th, the lunar eclipse cuts across the sky. Lunar eclipses strip masks. They do not invent new crises. They do not fabricate events. They expose what has been festering, what has been lingering, what you have pretended not to notice. The moon stands with Rahu in Aquarius, facing the sun in Leo. This is the raw collision of self versus group, personal voice versus collective expectation, who you are versus who the world thinks you are. Because Mercury is combust in Leo at the same time, your words, your identity, your performance of self are pulled directly into the glare. You cannot hide. You post something small, and it lands harder than you dreamed. A group chat reveals its fault lines. A friend's reaction speaks louder than their words. A community you once relied on suddenly feels alien, like a costume that no longer fits. Do not fight the mirror. Do not argue with the reflection. Choose one role you will no longer play. The peacemaker who swallows their own needs. The jokester who hides pain behind laughter. The expert who never admits they need help. Retire the part. Do not announce it. Do not negotiate it. Simply stop. The eclipse has revealed the truth. Let the truth stand. The sky does not pause for your processing. As the eclipse hits, other alignments flare. The sun in Leo faces the moon and Rahu in Aquarius, so your core collides with the collective. Mercury faces Rahu, so your language collides with the future. Mars in Virgo presses across to Saturn and Neptune in Pisces, so action collides with accountability and compassion. Venus in Cancer opposes Pluto retrograde in Capricorn, so attachment collides with power. These are not abstract lines. They are living confrontations. Can you act quickly while staying gentle? Can you love someone while telling them the truth? Can you remain part of a group without losing your own voice? You can, but not by accident. September demands conscious choices. Write them down. Decide them before the storm hits. One clean sentence for your boundary. One simple line for your timing. One refusal to explain your healing to people who have not earned it. The eclipse strips away illusions. What remains is raw truth. Use it. September 13th brings another flash. The Sun and Mercury meet in the same degree, a conjunction known as Cazimi. This is clarity born from combustion, a brief instant when the glare focuses instead of blinds. Ideas strike like lightning. Messages land with force. The moon is in Taurus around this time, its most stable ground, offering calm to hold the fire. Catch the thought. Do not blast it. Record it in a voice note. Then walk, wash, fold, breathe. Come back and listen to your own voice. The idea remains, but the edge softens. What could have been a weapon becomes a blueprint. That is how you handle Mercury Combust with wisdom. On the same day, Mars enters Libra. Before in Virgo, Mars cut like a scalpel, fixing, triaging, moving fast. In Libra, Mars becomes a mediator, a negotiator, a strategist for balance. Conflict does not vanish, but the fight changes shape. Instead of aiming to win, aim to reshape. Mars in Libra keeps pressing Pluto in Capricorn and Uranus in Taurus, demanding new rules, new contracts, new habits. Turn complaints into proposals. Replace impossible deadlines with workable timelines. Refuse terms that burn you out. Do not shout down the system. Redraw it. September 15th is a hinge. Venus enters Leo. Mercury enters Virgo. Heart and mind shift seats at the table. Venus in Leo is brave, bold, radiant, willing to declare love, willing to create loudly. But across the sky, Rahu in Aquarius waits, amplifying the volume, turning every gesture into spectacle. Do not mistake attention for intimacy. Do not mistake applause for meaning. Instead, prove your love or your art in private. Cult for one, write for yourself. Sing without an audience. When no one is watching, your heart is real. Keep it real. Meanwhile, Mercury enters Virgo, its exalted throne. Here, Mercury is sharp, clear, organized, quick, but still combust, still blazing. Ideas can still scorch if shouted. Saturn and Neptune retrograde in Pisces stand across the sky, demanding clarity and compassion combined. This is where cruel jokes must be cut, drama excised, precision married to kindness. Be exact and be humane at once. You will be shocked how much smoother life runs when you do. On September 17th, the Sun follows Mercury into Virgo. The spotlight shifts from stage to workshop, from "look at me" to "here is how it gets done." Saturn and Neptune glare from Pisces, asking whether leadership can serve instead of shine. You may face the choice between looking good and doing good. Choose doing good. You may be asked to carry something heavy. Break it into smaller pieces. The moon moves through Cancer, stirring memory, nostalgia, sudden surges of old fear. Do not answer with old habits. Practice the kind no, short, warm, clear. No apology loops, no speeches. Then finish something small. Virgo craves completion. Completion builds trust in yourself. Completion calms the nervous system. Write down 3 small repairs. Choose one. Do it. Progress is medicine. Pause here and notice the emotional weather. The moon governs mood, and mood is the lens through which all of this passes. Around September 12th to 14th, when the moon is in Taurus, feelings stabilize. Food tastes better. Touch grounds you. Simple joys anchor you. Use this time to lock in routines that hold through the chaos. Choose a bedtime and keep it. Fill a water bottle you love and use it. Write yourself reminders. These small anchors will save you in the storm. Around September 20th to 23rd, the moon sits too close to the sun, combust, heading toward the solar eclipse. The mind feels cloudy, words misfire, reactions flare. Distance from yourself creeps in. This is not failure, it is glare. Lower the brightness, cut inputs, make fewer decisions. Deliver drafts, not finals. Ask for time to revise. From September 26th to 28th, the moon moves through Scorpio, its fall, and emotions plunge deep. Do not diagnose yourself in the depths. Do not spiral into stories. Use baths, walks, stretches, journals. Let feelings move through the body. They will pass. And watch September 10th, 19th, 29th. The moon shifts from water signs to fire signs. Emotion to action in one leap. Great for breakthroughs. Dangerous for rash mistakes. On these days, tie your shoes before you run. Choose one move, not 10. Speak one truth, not 20. Then comes the breaker box. September 21st into the 22nd. The solar eclipse detonates in Virgo. The sun, moon, and Mercury stand together, combust, facing Saturn and Neptune retrograde in Pisces. If the lunar eclipse ripped away a mask, the solar eclipse installs a system. It does not ask for drama. It asks for practice. It does not reward declarations. It rewards rules you can keep on your worst day. Mercury combust means clarity is simple, but harsh if overtalked. Saturn retrograde whispers quiet responsibility. Neptune retrograde hardens compassion into something real. What should you do? Delete one task that belongs to the old you. Write one rule you will keep even when exhausted. Set one boundary for your time. That is all. No fireworks, no grand speeches, new defaults. Clear, repeatable, reliable. That is the true magic of this eclipse. The solar eclipse falls in the moon's combustion window, so patience will be thin and minds glassy. Adjust before you break. Protect your sleep. Reduce decisions. Keep your phone away from your bed. If people push, do not fight for the last word. Ask for pause. Reschedule. Venus in Leo still faces Rahu in Aquarius, so love and art are loud. Temptation for grand public vows runs high. Resist it. Prove love in private. Create in secret. Acts louder than speeches. Meanwhile, Mars in Libra still presses Pluto in Capricorn and Uranus in Taurus. This is contract season. Do not waste breath fighting bad deals. Write good ones. Do not collapse under old habits. Change the setup. Move the trigger. Alter the room. You are not weak for needing a smoother path. You are wise for building one. Between eclipses and the month's end, aspects keep shaping daily life. Early September, Sun and Mercury in Leo face Rahu. Identity and words pulled into the crowd. Remember, clear, not loud. September 3rd, the Moon faces Jupiter. Hope meets wisdom. September 5th, Mars squares Jupiter. Action and growth wrestle. Do not sprint, steer. September 6th, Uranus retrogrades. Saturn nods from across the sky. Make the revolution gentle. September 7th and 8th, the lunar eclipse tears the mask. September 13th, Sun and Mercury fuse. Mars shifts. Clarity and negotiation reshape the landscape. September 15th, Venus and Mercury change signs. Courage meets clarity. Heart and mind align. September 17th, Sun joins Mercury in Virgo. Leadership becomes service. September 21st and 22nd, the solar eclipse engraves new rules. September 30th, Mercury clears combustion, crosses the ecliptic. The static drops. Finalize. Speak clean. Send the message. Less said, more landed. This month reaches into every human arena. Communication burns hot under Mercury Combust. In Leo, words crave spotlight. Face Rahu, risk confusing clout with meaning. The fix is boring and life-saving. Drafts, notes, backups, clarity. In Virgo, words sharpen but risk coldness. The fix, kind precision. You can be exact without cruelty. If you lead, lead with agreements, not moods. Do not mistake silence for consent. Ask questions. Confirm. Action and boundaries shift with Mars. In Virgo, you are the fixer, sharp, intense, solving quickly. In Libra, you become negotiator, mediator, builder of fairness. Mars across Pluto and Uranus means you cannot cling to "we always do it this way." Old rules crack. Old routines collapse. Do not fight for dominance. Fight for better processes. Say no cleanly. No apologies, no over-explaining, no guilt spirals. Just one steady sentence. Love and creativity fluctuate with Venus. In Cancer, early in the month, attachments clash with Pluto retrograde in Capricorn. Family patterns, control, fear resurface. Do not barter your boundaries to soothe your fear. Hold your center. Speak your truth once. After the 15th, Venus in Leo faces Rahu in Aquarius. Sudden eyes, sudden rooms, sudden invitations. Do not get drunk on 5 minutes of fame. Instead, notice who sees you fully. That is where warmth flies. That is where you belong. Work and purpose bend under the sun in Virgo. Leadership is no longer stage performance. Leadership is service, clarity, humility. Saturn and Neptune across the sky demand that you blend structure with compassion. Break big goals into daily completions. Build trust with small, consistent acts. Fix the calendar. Ship the work in pieces. Momentum is medicine. Health and body demand rewiring under Uranus retrograde in Taurus. Change the environment, not just the willpower. Charge your phone away from your bed. Shift workouts by minutes. Adjust routines so they fit. Saturn retrograde in Pisces rewards rituals of closure, boundaries around rest, windows of silence. Awe heals. Sky, trees, water. Look often. Let ancient beauty steady modern stress. the moon adds its hidden tides. In Taurus, ground yourself. In Scorpio, release pressure. During combustion, reduce decisions. On water-to-fire shifts, act small, not reckless. Rahu in Aquarius pulls you to the future, networks, collective movements. Ketu in Leo releases old crowns, old titles, old labels. Do not cling to past performances. Build present practices. Walk the key dates like scenes in a prophecy. September 3rd, Mercury Combust. Draft, don't declare. September 6th, Uranus Retrograde. Rewire routines. September 7th, 8th, Lunar Eclipse. Remove the mask. September 13th, Sun, Mercury, Cazimi, Mars into Libra. Insight and fair deals. September 15th, Venus in Leo, Mercury in Virgo. Brave heart, clear mind. September 17th, Sun into Virgo. Service as leadership. September 21st, 22nd, Solar Eclipse. New defaults. September 26th to 28th, Moon in Scorpio. Intensity, release pressure. September 30th, Mercury clears combustion. Finalize, send, land. The human side of this is stark. People around you will change in front of you. Friends who joked may fall silent. Coworkers who seemed passive may harden into steel. Some you trusted may step back. Others you ignored may step forward. This is not chaos for chaos's sake. The eclipses rearrange the cast so the story can move. Do not cling to old roles. Do not mourn old illusions. Notice instead, who breathes life into you? Who drains you? Thank the former, bound the latter. This is clarity, not loss. A few rules can carry you through. Speak simply. Decide slowly. Rest deliberately. Promise less. Keep everything you promise. Finish something small each day. Move your body. Go outside. When in doubt, write one honest sentence and stop. These are not slogans. They are survival. Jupiter moves through Gemini all month, teaching growth through small exchanges, short notes, simple talks. Ask better questions. Listen longer. Learn by doing, not just thinking. The moon mirrors Jupiter early and late, reminding you that growth hides in the ordinary. Money and material life bend under Uranus retrograde in Taurus, Pluto retrograde in Capricorn, and Mars in Libra. If a deal traps you, renegotiate. If a job drains you, draw lines. If a habit burns cash, replace it without shame. Change apps, change routes, change timing. Rearrange the furniture of your life so the room works. This is not glamour. This is survival. Picture the final week of September. The solar eclipse has passed. You deleted one task. You wrote one rule. You set one boundary. You did not do it perfectly, but you did it. The moon plunged through Scorpio and you endured. Now, Mercury clears combustion. The static lifts. You reread the message you have drafted all month. You cut the noise. You send the simple truth. The reply returns clear, respectful, aligned. In that moment, you feel the quiet click. That is the sound of a life lining up. Not drama, not performance, alignment. That is what September wanted. The month as a whole is merciless in its honesty. The lunar eclipse shows you what to stop. The solar eclipse shows you what to keep. Mercury Combust teaches you to cool your words. Uranus retrograde teaches you to change your setup. Mars in Libra teaches you to negotiate fair terms. Venus in Leo teaches you to be brave without applause. The Sun in Virgo teaches you to lead by serving. The Moon teaches you when to steady and when to release. And when September is done, you will not feel reset. You will feel revealed. You will enter October carrying fewer lies and more breath. The power will not be loud. It will be quiet. It will live in your chest like a steady flame. September does not close. September detonates into October. And if you are still listening, thank you. If this spoke to you, if it clarified something, if it steadied you for what is coming, I invite you to subscribe for more. Your support keeps this work alive, and your presence here means more than you know. Share your thoughts, share your experience, and remember, you are not walking through this month alone. Until next time, take care, stay awake, and subscribe if you want more of these insights as we move forward. It starts with heat, Aries. Not the kind that warms your hands, the kind that melts the lock off a door you've been too busy to open. September doesn't come to flatter you, to smooth your hair and tell you you're doing great. It comes to move you, to pry you out of lanes you've outgrown and throw a flare into rooms you've kept dim on purpose. For Aries rising, this month doesn't just shift the mood, it rearranges the whole map. Creativity and community trade places. Daily work and deep rest collide like weather fronts. Commitments and contracts get rewritten at the table you thought was already set. Money and self-worth stop whispering and start speaking in the voice you've been saving for emergencies. 2 eclipses mark the thresholds. Mercury runs combust from September 3rd to September 30th. Riding so close to the sun, your mind glows white-hot. Your ruler Mars changes signs and decides to negotiate instead of swing. And beneath all of it, slow planets lean hard on your foundations so that the changes you make this time don't slip, they set. If you need one promise from this month, hold it in your palm like a coal. You will see exactly what's happening, what it means for you specifically, and what to do on the days that bend the rest of your year. If you listen, you won't have to shout. If you move, you won't have to run. September is already walking toward you. Step first. From the first week, Mercury Combust becomes the hum under everything. Picture your mind as an engine redlining under stadium lights. Every detail visible, every emotion magnified, glare everywhere. In the first half of that run, Mercury roars through Leo, your 5th house, the chamber of creation, romance, risk, and the unapologetic child who makes and shows and doesn't ask permission. The temptation is classic Aries meets Leo. Announce, post, promise. Throw your whole chest at the future. You will feel the mic, the headline, the spotlight, the fast climb of attention. And the chart pulls the rope tight between your 5th and your 11th. Sun and combust Mercury and Leo staring down Rahu and Aquarius. The 11th house of networks, friends, audience, the long runway of your next self. Your voice meets the crowd. Your spark meets the field. That is the gift and the trap. You could reach more people in a week than you did all summer. You could also overshare or overpromise in a way that echoes. The cure is powerfully unglamorous and exactly right for fire signs who want results. Draft, don't declare. Say less, mean it more. Use the heat to refine your message instead of scorching the room. Ask yourself, hand on heart, if this wakes 1,000 phones by morning, am I proud of how I said it? If the answer is no, save it. Glare turns truth brittle when you rush. Patience doesn't dim your flame. It focuses it into something that cuts clean. Then the ground shakes under quiet feet. September 6th, Uranus turns retrograde in Taurus, your 2nd house of money, food, body rhythms. The voice you use when you name your worth. This is the backstage electrician opening the walls to expose the wires. No thunderclap, no dramatic crash, just the hush of decisions that will outlast your mood. You stop calling a broken habit fine. You shift a payment, cut a drain, move your phone out of your bedroom like you're escorting a heckler out of the theater of your sleep. You realize the app that eats your focus is not a quirk. It's a leak. You replace it. You realize the snack that spikes your blood, then drops your soul is not a treat. It's a tax. You choose food that loves you back. And while you rewire, Saturn and Neptune retrograde in Pisces work the 12th house like patient surgeons. Structure and spirit turned inward. Restoration that doesn't perform for anyone. Together, this trio becomes your private workshop. The money system that doesn't make you hold your breath. the bedtime that keeps its promises, the self-talk that stops turning your chest into a courtroom. You don't strong-arm this. You change the setup and let your future do the heavy lifting. Then the sky throws the first blade. September 7th into the 8th, the lunar eclipse hits the axis that divides mirrors from rooms. Sun and combust Mercury in your 5th, facing the moon with Rahu in your 11th. Lunar eclipses don't invent drama. They strip costumes. The performance ends. The voice remains. This is where you find out which scenes, friendships, platforms, and circles are scaffolds for your next voice and which are traps that keep you playing a part you no longer fit. A friend's reaction will sting and tell the truth under the sting. A group's vibe will suddenly smell like an old jacket that no longer carries you through weather. An idea will hit like a bolt and your palms will itch to pitch it to 10 people before it has bones. Don't. Protect the spark until it can hold its own weight. The sun in Leo stands eye to eye with Rahu in Aquarius. Your self-image meets your future field. Combust Mercury faces Rahu too. Your words meet fate's magnet. You are seen and you are heard, but the echo can distort. Don't argue with the mirror, Aries. Just stop playing one role that keeps you small. Retire the comedian who dodges truth with jokes. Lay down the golden child who must be perfect or silent. Let the helper ask for help. No speech, no exit interview. Just stop. Watch how fast the world rearranges when you remove your own mask. All the while, Mars works a quieter war. In Virgo, lodged in your 6th house of labor, health, and maintenance, he keeps taking shots across the sky at Saturn and Neptune retrograde in your 12th, asking if you can act without abandoning your rest, serve without treading your sanctuary. This is the axis that teaches heroes to put down the sword long enough to sleep, so they don't swing at shadows. If you find yourself up at 2 a.m., solving someone else's problem with adrenaline and spite, Saturn in your 12th will tab the bill and slide it across the table. If you numb through the day and call it courage, Neptune will wash the color out of your victories. The answer isn't dramatic, it's adult. Choose one routine you keep even when everything tilts. 3 stretches, 10 minutes walking, a bedtime that actually holds. Write one sentence that saves your life when panic knocks. I'll help tomorrow morning. Say it with warmth. Guard it with your bones. Then the light concentrates. September 13th, the Sun and Mercury meet at the same degree, Cazimi, turning that harsh combust glare into a pinpoint of revelation. The idea that lands is 5th house bright, creative, romantic, stage-worthy, heart-true. The moon is in Taurus near that moment, strong in your 2nd house. Money and worth feel steady enough to hold the download without flinching. Capture it. Voice note it. Do something patient with your hands for 20 minutes. Come back. Listen to your own voice from the other side of your breath. The heat will be gone, the shape will remain, and you'll know exactly how to share it without cutting yourself open to prove it's real. Hours later, your ruler, Mars, enters Libra, and everything about the month for you tilts toward the table. Libra is your 7th house, the place where you face the other, partner or opponent, client or collaborator, the person whose decisions tangle with yours. Mars here doesn't throw plates. Mars drafts terms. He stares down Pluto retrograde in Capricorn in your 10th house of career and authority. He keeps a hand on the dimmer switch connected to Uranus retrograde in Taurus in your 2nd house, and he says the sentence that changes rooms. Here's what makes this fair. You do not need the last word. You need better agreements. A clean scope. A price that respects the work and the body that does it. A time window that protects the nervous system that must live inside the deal. This isn't softness, it's strategy. Fire pointed through a lens will cut steel. 2 days later, the sky hands you a double-edged gift. September 15th, Venus strides into Leo, back into your 5th house. and Mercury settles into Virgo, deep in your 6th. Your heart gets brave, your mind gets exact. Venus in the 5th wants to love out loud, to make, to dare, to wear color you forgot you owned. Across the way, Rahu in the 11th turns the volume up in every room you enter. Be seen, yes, but do not confuse being watched with being known. Prove love in private. Prove art in practice. Cook for the person who actually tastes. Write the page no one will read but you. Sing without the camera. Meanwhile, exalted Mercury in your 6th faces Saturn and Neptune in the 12th and teaches the finest lesson a combust month can offer: clarity with mercy. Remove the bite from your emails. Replace sarcasm with a sentence that moves the work. Use agreements, not moods. Recap. Ask the missing question. Cut drama words. It will feel annoyingly simple. It will save entire afternoons of repair. On September 17th, the Sun joins Mercury in Virgo, and the light moves from spotlight to workshop. This is where Aries proves what leadership really is: finished tasks that free a team, a calendar that does not lie, a boundary that protects a morning, a small act that prevents a fire. Across the sky, Saturn and Neptune retrograde in your 12th ask 2 questions on loop. Are you doing what is right or what looks right? Are you resting or just hiding with your screen? Answer with a ritual you can keep when you're tired: a nightly close-the-day move, a shared calendar that removes 10 texts, a 1-sentence kind no, then do 1 small repair you can finish today. Virgo worships completion. So does your nervous system, and because your mood is the lens your life shines through, watch the moon like tide charts. Around the 12th to 14th, when the moon glows strong in Taurus, your 2nd house, everything stabilizes. Money talks, practical decisions, the simple pleasure of being in your body without turning it into a project. Use that window to set habits that carry you through the glare of the solar eclipse. Around the 20th to 23rd, the moon runs too close to the sun, combust, and your thoughts can feel glassy, your patience shorter than you admit. That lights up your 6th house, the place of tasks and errands and 1,000 tiny cuts. Lower inputs, make fewer decisions, deliver drafts, and buy yourself a day to sharpen them. Around the 26th to 28th, the moon descends through Scorpio, your 8th house, where intimacy, fear, and transformation share a single room. Intensity will try to write a permanent story in your head after midnight. Don't sign it. Put your hands in warm water. Walk, stretch, let feeling pass like weather through a strong frame. Watch the 3 knot days, September 10th, 19th, 29th, when water flips to fire. Emotion wants action. That can be a gift. It can also be a mess. On those days, tie your shoes before you sprint. 1 move, not 10. 1 sentence, not a monologue. Then the breaker box flips. September 21st into the 22nd. The solar eclipse lands in Virgo, dead center in your 6th house, facing Saturn and Neptune retrograde in Pisces in your 12th. If the lunar eclipse stripped a role, this eclipse installs a system. It takes your brilliant speeches about goals and grinds them into rules you can keep on your worst day. This is the moment the hero learns that courage isn't loud, it's consistent. You do not need a vow, you need defaults. Delete 1 task that belongs to your old life. Write 1 rule you will keep even when you're spent. Set 1 boundary for your time that you'll defend even if no one else wants you to. With Mercury still combust in your 6th, the truth arrives bright and simple. Don't overshare it. With Saturn retrograde in your 12th, responsibility speaks softly. Hear it. With Neptune retrograde there too, compassion takes a spine. Hold it. Keep the day quiet. Reduce decisions the way you dim a room to calm a child. If someone pushes for the last word, let them keep it. You'll keep your life. While that eclipse engraves new defaults, Venus in Leo keeps facing Rahu in Aquarius, and love and art stay loud. This is where you practice the difference between clout and warmth until it's muscle memory. Does your breath deepen around them? Does your jaw unclench when you're making this thing? That is how your body says yes. Mars in Libra keeps working Pluto in Capricorn and Uranus in Taurus like a craftsman with two stubborn materials. Career power and money systems will try to drag you back into old battles for dominance. Don't take the bait. Write the terms. Put it in writing. Here's the timeline that protects quality. Here's the scope that matches the price. You don't need to win the argument. You need to win tomorrow. The weeks between eclipses and the final day keep handing you scenes. Early on, Sun and combust Mercury in Leo face Rahu in Aquarius again. Identity and voice pulled into the crowd one more time. Clear, not loud. September 3rd, Moon and Jupiter face each other, and your ninth third axis lights up with questions, learning, travel, skills. Take one step toward the horizon that keeps whispering. September 5th, action and growth elbow each other. If you feel rushed, steer, don't speed. September 6th, Uranus Retrograde in your second bows towards Saturn in your 12th. Revolution that lets you sleep is still revolution. September 13th, Cazimi insight becomes a blueprint you can fund. September 15th, Braveheart Venus meets the future's pull. If I've land on you, stay yourself. September 17th, leadership equals service. September 21st to 22nd, the system installs. September 30th, Mercury clears combustion and crosses the ecliptic. The static falls away. The line goes clean. The moon in Sagittarius greets Jupiter in Gemini. Belief and skill shake hands. That's the day to sign, send, and then go outside like someone whose body finally trusts their calendar. Let this stop being theory. See it in your hands. On September 5th, you feel the itch to blast a thread about your big vision. You open a doc instead and write the three-line promise at its core. You walk, you return, you share the strict truth and skip the heat. It lands. On September 13th, a deal that's been grinding your teeth comes back to the table. You breathe. You say, here are terms that make this fair and sustainable. You propose, not posture. You accept half the win and a 2-week review. You sleep. On September 15th, your heart is loud and your mind precise. You don't declare a lifetime on Instagram. You plan 3 dates that fit real lives and order groceries that love both bodies. You keep both promises. On September 21st, the glare is high. You lower inputs, do one task well, and write a rule on a card you can see at midnight. No messages after 7. You keep it, even when your chest begs for one last hit of urgency. On September 30th, you send the thing you've been sanding down all month. The reply is clean. The click you feel in your sternum is not adrenaline. It's alignment. People will reveal themselves around you, as if the month turned all the lights on at once. The friend who keeps it light may go quiet. The colleague who hid behind the group may step forward with spine. A partnership might end, not with a slam, but with a chair pushed back and a nod. Another might begin in the gap it leaves. Don't chase, don't gloat, don't script the future while the cast is changing. The eclipses rearrange the roles so the story can move. Your job is to notice who shares oxygen with you and who steals it. Your body will tell you which is which. Shoulders down, breath deep, stay. Jaw tight, eyes scanning every sentence for danger, step back. That is not cruelty. That is loyalty to the life you're actually building. Carry a handful of rules through the month like flint. Speak simply. Decide slowly. Rest like it's part of the work, because it is. Promise less. Keep everything you promise. Put your phone to sleep in another room. Drink water before you speak. Finish one small thing every day. When rage rises, write one honest sentence and read it tomorrow. When panic hums, move your body. or let the sky take your eyes for 5 minutes. This isn't motivational fluff. It's how you keep the engine clean while the sky runs hot. Fate and choice braid tight in September. Rahu in Aquarius keeps tugging you toward rooms you haven't entered yet and audiences you haven't met. Ketu in Leo keeps helping you peel off an old crown, a title that bought you entry once but weighs you down now. You don't need to burn the past to walk into the future. You just need to stop rehearsing a part that isn't yours. The lunar eclipse shows you the costume to drop. The solar eclipse gives you the rehearsal schedule you'll actually keep. Mars in Libra proves that strength doesn't have to shout to hold a room. Venus in Leo reminds you that love is braver and quieter than applause. The Sun and Mercury in Virgo teach you that leadership is useful before it's shiny, that clarity is kindness before it's clever. The Moon teaches you when to anchor and when to let the tide move through you without calling it your name. And when September is done, the proof won't be a medal pinned to your chest. It will be the feeling on the 30th, when the static lifts and the message lands, when the terms are fair and your bed is yours again, when your own breath sounds like a promise you finally kept. That is not a reset. That is a reveal. You will walk into October with fewer lies on your back and more air in your lungs, and because you are Aries, you'll do what only you can do. You'll make the first move again, this time in a way your future can live inside. September doesn't end for you, Aries. It detonates into October. If this found you at the right moment, if you felt the click in your bones while you listened, subscribe and stay with me. There's more coming, and I want you in the room when it lands. Like, share, and tell me where the month is touching your life. Your presence here matters. It starts with a tremor you can feel in your bones, Taurus. The kind that doesn't knock pictures off the wall so much as it shifts the foundation a half inch, and suddenly the whole house stands differently. September is not here to keep you comfortable. It is here to move the ground under your feet in ways your body understands before your mind does. To redraw your calendar with a pen that doesn't run. To make you choose structure over performance and truth over optics. For Taurus rising, the month reaches into your core concerns with surgical accuracy. Home and family, career and reputation, daily work and health, creative spark and joy, money and self-worth, and the partnerships that either water you or wring you out. 2 eclipses split the month into a before and after. Mercury runs combust for almost the entire stretch, turning thoughts bright and volatile. Uranus in Taurus, inside your very name, turns retrograde and tells the revolution to move from the street to your ribcage. Venus, your ruler, changes rooms and turns the volume up on what your heart really wants. If you only keep a few markers in front of you, keep these. The lunar eclipse on September 7th to 8th pulls the lever across your home-career axis. The Sun-Mercury Cazimi on September 13th sparks a clean insight that belongs to your private life. Mars enters your work and health zone that same day and picks up a stack of negotiations. Venus crosses your threshold on September 15th and warms your home from the inside. Mercury moves into your creative 5th on the 15th and stays hot. The Sun follows on the 17th and puts a spotlight on joy and children and the art only you can make. And the solar eclipse on September 21st to 22nd rewrites your daily story with rules you can actually keep. If you listen, you will not have to hurry. If you move when the sky moves, you won't be dragged. September is already stepping toward you. Meet it at the door. From September 3rd to September 30, Mercury is combust, so close to the Sun that the mind runs hot, the tongue runs faster than the heart, and small sparks can light dry fields. You'll feel it in 2 different rooms as Mercury changes signs mid-month. From the 3rd to the 14th, combust Mercury crosses Leo, your 4th house, home, family, property, roots, the private world that refuels you when the public world forgets your name. Words at home carry heat. Decisions about living spaces feel urgent. Conversations that should have been gentle come out with edges. At the same time, the sun is there too, and both look straight across at Rahu, the north node in Aquarius, your 10th house of career and public standing. Private choices echo in public halls. Family talk vibrates through your work voice. Something you say at the dinner table changes your posture in the meeting. Something decided in the office shifts the weather in your kitchen. This is not a reason to hide. It's a reason to go slow. Draft family messages and sleep on them. If you're negotiating a move, a rent, a repair, a roommate boundary, put it in writing and shave the heat off your tone. When you speak at work, let your future self read the email first and ask, if this is forwarded to the wrong person, am I still proud? Early September is not a good time to let a burst of emotion steer the car. It's a perfect time to let clarity do it. On September 15th, Mercury slides into Virgo and the entire sensation shifts. Still combust, yes, but now exalted, precise, quick without being sloppy, devoted to order that breathes. Virgo is your 5th house, creativity, children, romance, self-expression, the joy that keeps you alive even when the world confuses production with worth. Here the heat is a power source when you aim it. Ideas arrive like birds you could almost catch with your hands. You can write, design, rehearse, outline, pitch with unusual focus, but you must pace your mouth and your thumbs. Across the sky sits Saturn and Neptune retrograde in Pisces, your 11th house of friends, teams, communities, and the long-view future. Every creative or romantic move you make after the 15th faces a twin demand: responsibility to your wider circle and compassion enough to carry ambiguity. Speak clearly and kindly. Promise only what your calendar can hold without bruising your sleep. Show the bones. Agree the next step. Keep it short. If you're dating, say what you want in plain language. If you're co-creating, name the roles, the deadlines, and what you'll do when life inevitably happens. Combust Mercury will tempt you to over-explain. Don't. One paragraph, one ask, one date, one deliverable. Now the jolt that marks this month as yours. On September 6th, Uranus turns retrograde in Taurus. Your 1st house, your body, your face, your name, the way you enter a room, and how the room enters you. When Uranus is direct, surprises hit from the outside. When Uranus turns retrograde, the surprise is that you're the one holding the lever. This is not random chaos. This is structural honesty. You stand in the frame of your life and say, without apology, this part of me is true. This part is not, and this part needs an update. Think of habits as wiring. If the circuit keeps tripping, you don't push harder. You rewire. That's the assignment. Change small things that control big things. The hour you wake and what greets you. The first 10 minutes of your workday. Where your phone sleeps. What food counts as kindness. Which apps get to touch your nervous system. Which shoes you put on when you need to walk off a mood. Expect months of private upgrades to your routines and your self-image. Saturn and Neptune, retrograde in your 11th, will back you if you pick reality over performance, patience over applause. If a group expects the old you out of habit, that's their story. Your job is to be candid about who you are becoming and set daily systems that match it. Then the blade of light, September 7th into the 8th, the lunar eclipse splits your 4th-10th axis. Sun and combust Mercury and Leo in your home zone, facing the moon with Rahu, in Aquarius in your career zone. In normal language, the spotlight cuts between private base and public role. You may feel pressure to choose. You may be called out to a stage you weren't planning on. A family truth might ring loud enough to change your next move at work. Because Mercury is combust in that very room, words and documents matter. Be spare with public statements. Keep family matters in the family. If a missing boundary has been haunting the house or the office, this is the night it stops hiding. Do not rush into a fix-everything frenzy at 2 a.m. Choose one promise to your home life you will keep no matter what title you carry, and one professional boundary you will keep no matter how loud the applause gets. Wednesday dinner is ours. Phone off. No emails after 8 p.m. The guest room is for guests, not work overflow. If scope expands, budget expands. The eclipse pulls masks off. Believe what you see. If a client, boss, or platform reveals values that scrape your bones the wrong way, write it down and act accordingly. If a family pattern repeats that chokes your breath, set a new rule that gives you back your air. You're not choosing home or career. You're choosing a structure in which both can breathe, and neither has to steal oxygen from the other. 5 days later, September 13th, two moments snap the timeline. First, the Sun and Mercury meet. Cazimi, the mind and the light crossing wires and turning on a bulb you can't unsee. For you, this flashes in the 4th house. Kitchen table clarity. The move, the repair, the renovation plan, the boundary with family, the schedule that needs a quiet room built into it. Suddenly, the answer is simple. Capture it. One note, one voice memo. Don't litigate it to death. Name it. Then, the same day, Mars enters Libra, your 6th house of work, health, daily routines, and service. This is a pivot you will feel in your heart rate. Mars pours energy into the part of your chart that controls stress and sustainability. Directed well, you overhaul processes, clear queues, renegotiate workloads, and reclaim your time. Directed poorly, you snipe, rush, and get nicked by sharp corners. Keep it measured. Here's what I can commit to by Friday. Here's what needs a new timeline. If scope changes, budget changes. I can help within these hours. Mars will square Pluto retrograde in Capricorn in your 9th house of belief and long-range truth, and it will keep grazing Uranus retrograde in your 1st house. Your daily choices at work will press on your worldview and your identity. If a task asks you to act against your values, you'll feel grit on your teeth. Don't swallow it. Adjust the agreement or walk. Guard your body in motion. Mars with Uranus is accident-prone when rushed. Slow your feet on wet floors. Choose shoes that love your ankles. Breathe before you lift. September 15th brings a double warm current. Venus, your ruler, walks into Leo, your 4th house, and lights your hearth. Home wants to become power source, not storage unit for what's left of you after you give everyone else your day. You'll feel the urge to make beauty that you live inside. Fresh sheets, warm light, music in the kitchen, a meal whose smell is a memory you get to keep. The same day, Mercury slides into Virgo, your 5th house. Still combust, but now razor clean. The brain wants to play and make and speak love in ways that feel true. Still. Across from this, Saturn and Neptune retrograde in Pisces ask you not to forget your people and your long-view responsibilities, while Rahu in Aquarius keeps tugging your public role forward. The tension is obvious. The world wants a piece of you right when your inner life wants you back. Choose warmth over optics. Make home the power station that charges every performance. And if you're creating or dating, enact at least one act of craft or love that no one sees. It keeps you honest and paradoxically makes your public work better. September 17th, the Sun steps into Virgo and joins Mercury in your 5th. The spotlight swings from house to heart, from walls to voice, from roof to flame. Children, if you have them, projects that feel alive in your hands, stages that don't require a ticket, rooms where your joy is allowed to be as unpractical as it is necessary. Across the sky, Saturn and Neptune retrograde in Pisces keep asking whether what you're making serves the future and honors your circle. This is not a month to chase applause. This is a month to commit to work that holds up when the room is empty. Then the second blade. September 21st into the 22nd, the solar eclipse lands in Virgo with the Sun, Moon, and Mercury shoulder to shoulder in your 5th, facing Saturn and Neptune retrograde in your 11th. If the lunar eclipse was the reveal, this one is the install. It doesn't care about your speeches, it cares about your defaults. If you parent, this can be a rhythm with your children that both of you can actually live inside. If you create, this can be a schedule and a standard that protect your craft from your calendar. If you've been performing a part that keeps earning you attention but bankrupts your joy, this is where you stop. The move is simple and it will feel almost embarrassingly small. That's how you know it's right. Delete one fun task that secretly drains the delight out of you. Choose one rule for your creative life you will keep even on your worst day. Set one boundary around your time with kids or your time with your heart that makes you reliable to yourself. No phone the first hour I write. 1 hour of play without screens after dinner. Fridays are for drafts, not meetings. No speeches. Defaults. Virgo loves a default. So does Taurus. Let this eclipse install them. All month, the moon handles your mood like tide. When the moon moves through Taurus around September 12th, 14, you steady. Money talks settle. Self-worth stops needing a witness. Food turns back into fuel. Touch grounds you. The next right habit is obvious. Use that window to set at least one practical habit you will not abandon when the light gets harsh. Prep what future you will thank you for. Label the jars. Put the key in the bowl you'll actually use. Clear one corner you see every morning. When the moon runs through Scorpio around September 26th to 28th, the emotional barometer drops heavy in the relationship zone. Don't write a permanent story after 10 p.m. Don't do the State of the Union at 11. Put your hands in warm water, step on grass, breathe into your back, sleep, and say the one true sentence in the morning when the edges are softer, but the truth has not moved. From September 20th to 23rd, the moon is combust, too close to the sun for clean signals, and your 5th, 6th houses glow with glare. Lower inputs, make fewer choices. If you must present, deliver a draft and buy yourself a day. Watch the not days, September 10th, 19th, 29th, when water flips to fire and feelings want to become action in one step. Tie your shoes first. One action, one sentence, not 10. Jupiter moves quietly but helpfully through Gemini, lighting your 2nd house of money and voice and worth. Less a trumpet, more a steady bass note. On September 30th, when the moon in Sagittarius faces Jupiter in Gemini across the sky, and Mercury has finally cleared combustion, shared resources and your own earnings line up clean. If you need to sign, send, or speak in a way that touches both your money and your values, that day has a click to it. Early in the month, Venus in Cancer in your 3rd faces Pluto retrograde in Capricorn in your 9th and asks for truth in speech, not performance in prose. If a message feels manipulative in your mouth, it's wrong, no matter how pretty it sounds. After the 15th, Venus in Leo faces Rahu in Aquarius. Home warmth versus public optics. Choose warmth. Watch how your public life improves when your home is honest. Mars in Libra will keep testing your agreements against Pluto's big truths and Uranus's sharp edges. You will be tempted to hustle because the calendar screams, resist. Agreements over adrenaline. Written scope, fair timelines, rates that match reality. Boundaries that start with I can rather than I can't. If someone tries to yank you into their fire, lower your voice and move toward facts. If you feel your blood spike, walk around the block and let your feet say what your mouth shouldn't. Now see it in scenes so it sticks. It's September 3rd. You're halfway through a text about a boundary at home and your thumbs outrun your heart. You stop. Save as draft. In the morning, you say the same thing in half the words and none of the shrapnel. It lands. September 6. You move her phone to another room at night and set a dull little autosave that would bore a gambler. 4 weeks later, you're rested and your account isn't bleeding. September 7th to 8th, the lunar eclipse pulls on your home career rope. The inbox lights up while dinner is on the stove. You pause and choose one promise to home and one to work you will not break. You keep them, and the month tilts toward sanity. September 13th, Cazimi in your 4th gives you the missing piece to a house decision. You voice note it and do not argue with anyone about it until the sun is on a different wall. Mars into Libra turns a simmering work thing into a negotiation. You say, here are 2 options that keep this sustainable, and your body floods with relief. September 15th, Venus brings warmth to your floorboards and Mercury brings precision to your art. You put flowers where your eyes land first thing. You outline the project and stop at a good stopping point. September 17th, you pick 3 tiny fixes for your joy. You finish one. The day feels different because it is. September 21st to 22nd, the solar eclipse. You do not perform transformation, you install it. 1 drain deleted, 1 rule chosen, 1 boundary set. You tape the card where you'll see it when you're tired. September 26th to 28th. Feelings get big in Scorpio. You do not sign your name to midnight stories. You sleep and say the true thing kindly tomorrow. September 30th. Mercury is clear. The moon and Jupiter nod. You send and sign and shut the laptop, and your bed holds you like it was waiting. People will shift in the doorway of this month. Rahu in Aquarius tugs your career forward, offering rooms you haven't stood in yet. Ketu in Leo helps you lay down a family script or a private story about how home must look that isn't yours to carry anymore. Some will cheer your new boundaries. Some will pout because the old access is gone. Believe the behavior. If a friend insists on the older version of you, that doesn't make them wicked. It makes them incompatible with the distance you're traveling. If a mentor shows up quietly with practical help, take it. If a boss reveals a value that crosses your line, stop taking notes and start taking steps. Venus in Leo softens family rooms. Use it to host the ones who feed you. Mars in Libra sharpens workrooms. Use it to turn complaints into terms. Saturn in Pisces points to the groups that can hold you. Choose substance over noise. Neptune in Pisces reminds you to leave room for wonder. Water, music, sky, because awe relaxes the muscle nothing else can reach. Money and body are the Taurus core, and September respects that. Jupiter supports your voice when you price fairly and speak simply. Uranus Retrograde in Taurus invites you to rewire how you treat your body and your value without declaring war on yourself. The strongest money move is boring and unbreakable. 1 autosave, 1 rate that matches scope, 1 no to free labor, unless it's truly a gift you choose to give. The best body move is gentler still. Guard sleep like revenue, eat in ways that calm the nervous system, stretch before you lift, walk more than you doom scroll, choose the chair that doesn't hurt you, because pain is a tax disguised as furniture. On Moon and Taurus days, do the money talks and set the habits. On Moon and Scorpio days, let the body lead. Less input, more care, no verdicts at midnight. By the last day of the month, you'll hear it. The static drops. Mercury steps out of the sun's scorch and your words stop sizzling and start landing. The moon and Jupiter face each other, and the numbers and the feelings shake hands. The conversation you've been postponing becomes clean. The note you wrote mid-month becomes a thing you can hold. The home decision that kept circling lands like a key in a lock. The work boundary you set on the 13th turns into respect you didn't have to beg for. Nothing flashy happened inside you, and everything changed. Your rules got kinder and firmer. Your schedule began to resemble your values. Your body received more of what it needed. Your voice sounded like you again. That's the Taurus win. Quiet, strong, real. So hear this without sugar. September isn't asking you to impersonate another sign. It's asking you to be Taurus without the static, steady, loyal to what's real, unwilling to sell your peace for a headline. The lunar eclipse shows you exactly where your public stance and private life need a cleaner border. The solar eclipse writes a new script for your joy and the dailiness that protects it. Mercury's heat makes your words bright if you cool your tone and cut the extra. Uranus retrograde in your sign lets you change from the inside without a war with yourself. Venus warms your base. Mars teaches you to work smarter and ask for fair terms. Saturn keeps you honest about the communities you serve. Neptune keeps you soft enough to remain human in a month that rewards steel. And you, patient, grounded, stubborn in the best way, turn all of that sky into choices you can live with. When the calendar turns, you won't feel reset. You'll feel revealed. The life that fits will have more room to breathe. And if you're still here with me at the end of this reckoning, if the click you felt was as real as it sounded, subscribe and stay close. Like the video, share your September in the comments, and bring your steady presence back for the next chapter. September doesn't end, Taurus. It detonates into October. It begins with a breath you don't realize you've been holding, Gemini. And then the month puts a hand on your sternum and says, in or out, choose. September is not casual air. It is a pressure front. The sky is not offering you decorum. It is offering you decisions. You are a wind sign with a quick mind and a hungry heart. And the cosmos has decided to feed you real food this time. No glitter, no garnish, just the meat of message and meaning, the spine of home and work, the wiring behind the walls of your daily life. This is not a sizzle reel. This is the documentary cut. Edges visible, sound crisp, color true. The first pull is unmistakable. Words, commutes, siblings, neighbors, errands, the short circuits of your days where messages travel and promises either stand or snap. Then the light pivots to the base camp, home, family, roots, your private room and the way you rest. And through every scene, your ruling planet Mercury runs combust, blazing so close to the sun that thought and heat are the same temperature. Reach blindly and you'll burn your fingers. Aim and you'll weld steel. I will not flatter you with evasions. I'll tell you what is happening, what it means for a Gemini rising, and what to do on the dates that bend the rest of your month. We'll treat eclipses as the thresholds they are, without pretending the days between are filler. Ready? Step in before September steps on you. From September 3rd to September 30th, Mercury is combust. Hear that like a siren you can use. Your ruler flies into the floodlight. The mind is bright, and the mind is hot at once. The first half of that run, from the 3rd through the 14th, Mercury tears through Leo in your 3rd house. Communication, short trips, agreements, siblings, neighbors, the everyday scaffolding of a life that runs. This part of the month crackles. People text before they think. DMs become decisions. A short call blooms into a long labyrinth that never needed to exist. Tone counts double. Speed lies. Clarity pays. Slow your send. Draft more than you deliver. If a thread gets spicy, walk it out of the app and into a voice or face-to-face where humanity returns. Write down what you're agreeing to. Let me confirm in writing becomes your spell against chaos. Each time you choose clean over quick, you take a piece of September's power and put it in your pocket. Then on September 15th, Mercury slides into Virgo, still combust but exalted, sharp, practical, unafraid of order. For you, that is the 4th house. Home, family, property, roots. The interior room where your breath resets to true. The heat shifts from say to set. This is where you clean a room and the noise in your head reduces by half. This is where you edit a lease and your spine relaxes. This is where you write one house rule and mornings stop ambushing you. Across the ceiling of that room sits your 10th house, where Saturn retrograde and Neptune retrograde in Pisces stare you down from the career balcony. Responsibility and compassion, reality and dream, the project manager and the poet, both present. Every domestic decision after mid-month looks straight at your public duty. Router placement becomes energy protection. Phone off at 9 becomes a contribution to the work you claim matters. That's not trivial. That's the physics of a life that actually functions. Then a breaker snaps inside the walls you can't see. September 6th, Uranus turns retrograde in Taurus, your 12th house. The backstage of the chart. The sleep chamber. The hidden lab. The private grief and the secret project. The room where the surface world cannot hear you think. When Uranus is direct, surprise bangs on the door. When Uranus turns retrograde, surprise wakes up inside you and stands at the foot of your bed. You will feel it like an honest sentence you can't unhear. I cannot keep treating rest like spare change. I need mornings that begin with me. This habit is costing more than it pays. That is not a mood. That is your nervous system filing a formal request. Think of Uranus retrograde as an electrician who upgrades wiring while the lights stay on. Life continues, and quietly, the system stops throwing sparks where there should be none. Start simple and ruthless. No phones in bed. Buy a clock with hands. A wind down that begins at the same time whether you feel like it or not. 10 minutes of breath before you touch the world's noise. None of this is dramatic, and all of it is revolutionary. Mars will raise your emotional temperature later. Uranus will make quick moves look sexy. Give your body a safer grid now. In September becomes a training ground instead of a gauntlet. The first threshold arrives one beat later, September 7th into the 8th. The lunar eclipse slices through your 3rd, 9th house axis. Sun and combust Mercury travel together in Leo in your 3rd. Your message, your errands, your agreements, and face the moon with Rahu in Aquarius in your 9th. Beliefs, publishing, broadcasting, higher learning, travel, mentors, the big logic under everything. This is the night your message meets your meaning, with the lights on. If you've been talking one way and living another, you will feel the split like a draft in a sealed room. If you've been learning a truth that could help others, the moment arrives to share it with simple force. If you've been arguing to win, the hollow aftertaste will be loud. Eclipses rip masks off. They don't ask for permission. You might see a teacher's true colors. You might realize a platform you've been faithful to is a room that doesn't deserve your voice. You might cancel a long drive that only existed to impress the mirror. Or you might book a trip that your soul has already packed for. Remember the combust rule. Write, don't rush. Let the eclipse carry away dead weight. An argument style that punishes connection. A channel that eats your time. A commute that eats your spirit. A belief that keeps your head high and your life small. You don't have to torch the forest to plant one tree. Unsubscribe from the machine that owns your attention. Turn off notifications. Close 9 tabs and keep one book you will actually finish. If you're publishing, say the clean thing instead of stacking big words to hide a small point. That's your genius when you trust it. Plain language that lands like a hand on a shoulder. 5 days later, the sky gifts you a scalpel. September 13th, Sun and Mercury fuse, Cazimi, in Leo, again in your 3rd house. Your ruler steps into the heart of the sun and comes out with a single precise truth. This is clarity about your message, your schedule, the vehicle that carries you, the route you take, the sibling or cousin you need to handle differently, the time of day your voice is honest. You might say, family chat, Sundays only. Or my commute will become a class, one podcast, no doom. Or I record at dawn because that's when my brain tells the truth. Write it down. Voice memo it. Stick it on the laptop with tape that does not yield. Cazimi light is a flash. Captured, it powers months. And on the same day, Mars enters Libra and lights your fifth house. Creativity, love, children, performance, risk, joy that requires courage. The planet of cut and move does not ask if you're ready. It hands you a match and points at the woodpile labeled, "I've been meaning to." Make something. Play louder. Flirt like a person whose time has value. Show up for your kids with all your attention and none of your martyrdom. Draw the clean line Mars loves. I'm making from 9 to 10. Feedback after draft 1. This is my hour with the kids. The phone is a ghost. This is what I want. What do you want? Passion will press into money because Mars forms tense angles with Pluto retrograde in Capricorn in your 8th house of shared resources and deep emotion. If the art triggers a budget talk, funding, splits, childcare, breathe and move to numbers. And because Mars hums a live wire with Uranus retrograde in your 12th, understand this with your bones. When the heart is high and the art is bright, sleep becomes law. Guard it, or you'll spray sentences you'll have to mop up later. September 15th delivers a twin turn that warms and sharpens the month. Venus leaves Cancer and walks into Leo, your 3rd house, putting honey in your voice and warmth in your neighborhood. Communication becomes a place you want to live, not just a tool you use to survive. This is a perfect moment to mend a sibling rift, unknot a local misunderstanding, curate your feed into something that doesn't raise your pulse, or launch a small series that delights you instead of feeding the algorithm. The same day Mercury, still combust but now exalted, slides into Virgo, your 4th house. The mind wants drawers that close, bills that pay themselves, a router where the signal behaves, a chore chart that gently removes 10 micro-arguments a week, a guest calendar that doesn't steal your peace, a move plan that respects your body, a quiet corner that exists every day, not just on Sundays. Opposite that, Saturn retrograde and Neptune retrograde in Pisces hold your 10th house, and they insist that every home choice answer a career question with kindness and realism. Do not build a house around a job to impress a title you won't remember in 10 years. Build a house that protects the worker who shows up to what matters. Slide the desk away from the bed. Put the work phone in a basket at 7. A tiny morning routine that belongs to you before the world claims you. A house rule like no work talk at dinner or 1 silent hour after sunset can rescue a human being from becoming a brand. If you share space, choose one rule together that lowers noise for everyone. You are not just rearranging objects. You are declaring priorities. Bodies relax when priorities are honest. On September 17th, the Sun joins Mercury in Virgo and floods your 4th house with light. The spotlight moves off performance and onto foundation. This is where you bring your full attention to the base. Fix what breaks, repair what's tense. Choose to move if moving is what the truth requires. Turn a corner into peace and keep it that way. Long-running issues with elders, landlords, roommates, repairs. This is the window where clarity and competence hold hands. Saturn retrograde in your 10th will test the plan because it wants to keep you employed and sane. Neptune retrograde will seep compassion into the cracks because hardness is not sturdiness. Catch yourself if you use home to dodge career decisions or work to dodge home feelings. Smile. Return to the center. The point is not conquest. The point is a life you can carry. And the second threshold, louder than the first, because it installs what the first revealed. September 21st into the 22nd, the solar eclipse lands in Virgo with Sun, Moon, and Mercury shoulder to shoulder in your 4th, opposing Saturn retrograde and Neptune retrograde in Pisces in your 10th. If the lunar eclipse showed where words and beliefs must align, this one writes the policy manual for your base. No pageantry. Defaults. Delete one house task that never helped. Busy work that kept you agitated instead of supported. Choose one rule for your home that remains true even on your worst day. Set one boundary for when work is allowed into your private space. No laptop in the bedroom. Phones charge in the kitchen. Sunday mornings are slow and sacred. Dinner is screen-free. If a move is on your horizon, this eclipse can hand you either the green light or the map. If you are caring for family, it can show you a rhythm that sustains you instead of hollowing you. Saturn will ask if the plan still works in 6 months. Answer with structure. Neptune will ask if humanity survives your schedule. Answer with kindness. Install both. Watch the moon the way sailors watch tide. Around September 12 to 14, the moon exalts in Taurus, your 12th house. Sleep and healing get their best-case scenario. Book the bodywork. Cancel the maybe. Let the planet keep spinning without your hands for a few hours. Dreams may arrive with high-resolution images. Write the ones that repeat 3 times and release the rest. Around September 26 to 28, the moon moves through Scorpio, its low point, and for you, that is the 6th house of work, health, stress, and errands. Expect the fuse to be shorter, the patience thinner, the temptation to assign meaning to every ping strong. Do not schedule the heavy meeting if you can avoid it. Pack snacks, drink water, do the simple work well. Leave the fight where it can't start. From September 20th to 23rd, the moon travels too close to the sun, combust, and feelings blur right across your 4th, 10th axis. That window overlays the solar eclipse. Drop inputs, decline provocations. If someone demands a decision, give a draft and say you'll confirm after the 23rd. And 3 not days, September 10th, 19, 29, when water flips to fire and moods become actions in one breath. The 10th drags your gaze from career duties to the wider network. The 19th flips money into message. The 29th turns stress into relationship choices. Tie your shoes before you sprint. 1 sentence, 1 move, not 10. Your ruler's choreography with others draws clean lessons. Early September, combust Mercury in Leo opposes Rahu in Aquarius during the eclipse window. Your daily message faces your larger meaning. That's the chat with a sibling or colleague that surfaces a worldview fault line. That's the draft for your platform that demands, does this align with what you believe? Say fewer words with more truth inside them. Mid to late month, Mercury in Virgo opposes Saturn retrograde and Neptune retrograde in Pisces. Home edits face career reality and mercy. You receive the reality check that saves you from a heroic failure and the reminder that machines don't make miracles, people do. On the 17th, Mercury faces Saturn most exactly. Boundaries are the love language of your future. On the 21st, the Sun in Virgo faces Saturn just before the eclipse. Responsibility is a backbone, not a punishment. Venus runs a 2-act play. In early September, Venus in Cancer opposes Pluto retrograde in Capricorn and insists that your values and your shared deals be honest. No glamorous numbers, just real ones. After the 15th, Venus in Leo grows loud and graceful in your 3rd and opposes Rahu in Aquarius. Charming local talk meets big future plans. Resist broadcasting every move to feed an algorithm. Share what matters to serve the people who matter. Mars in Libra, meanwhile, keeps sparring with Pluto retrograde in your 8th and humming with Uranus retrograde in your 12th. Translation: passion bumps into money, and joy requires sleep to stay kind. Install 2 rules. If scope changes, budget changes. If your body says enough, that is the end of the sentence. Walk the month as if it were a string of scenes you can rehearse. September 3, combust begins. You feel the reflex to answer everything at once, as if speed is a virtue. You don't. You adopt, draft at night, send in the morning. 3 small fires never start. September 6, Uranus Retrograde whispers at the edge of sleep. Your thumb reaches for the timeline. You put the phone on the dresser, like a piece of fruit you're saving for someone you love. You breathe 5 minutes. It feels silly and saves your week. September 7 to 8. Lunar Eclipse. You nearly post a take that would win a minute and cost a month. You don't. You ask, what's the point of saying this? A teacher reveals something you needed to see. A travel plan clarifies. Either step toward it with purpose or free the time. September 13. Cazimi. You're washing dishes, driving, or standing at a window, and the rule drops in. The way I treat my morning is the way my life goes. 1 page, 1 walk, 1 meal, 1 hour without screens. You tape it where your eyes go first. Same day, Mars into Libra. You start a streak that feels like oxygen. A riff a day, a sketch a day, a love note a day, a story at lunch. You set a boundary around it. It lights the dark corners. September 15th. Venus into Leo. Mercury into Virgo. You call a sibling and it doesn't spiral. You move a chair to the good light and evenings change mood. You write the landlord or list what a home project truly costs. 1 room becomes a hug. September 17. Sun joins Mercury. Mercury meets Saturn. A boss, client, landlord, or parent pushes. Old you writes a novel. New you writes 3 bullets. 1 date, 1 boundary. Your chest loosens. September 20th to 23rd. Moon combust. Fog, feelings, loud rooms. You shrink your list to humane. You are gentle on purpose. You put the contract in drafts and revisit when the sky cools. September 21st to 22nd. Solar eclipse. You do not perform transformation, you install it. 1 drain deleted, 1 rule chosen, 1 boundary written down and followed. The ripple reaches further than your door. September 26th to 28th. Moon in Scorpio. Stress wants to name itself destiny. You refuse the midnight narrative. Fuel, walk, sleep, simple tasks. September 30th. The moon faces Jupiter. Mercury clears the sun. You send the note you have sanded to truth. You get a clean answer. You close the laptop, put your phone to bed, and meet October with a body that isn't bracing. People rearrange around you because eclipses redeal the cast. Rahu in Aquarius pulls you toward horizon work, publishing, teaching, travel, mentors who demand your best. Ketu in Leo helps you drop the performance of talking, because you can, and invites you to speak because it helps. Some followers will miss the old chatter. Let them. The ones who matter want the clarity you're finally willing to give. Venus in Leo makes it easier to be kind without being careless. Use it to be the bridge if the toll isn't your piece. Mars in Libra gives your joy a spine. Be bold in love and craft, but draw lines you can keep. Saturn in Pisces keeps you from drifting into fantasy at work by handing you a ruler and saying, measure. Neptune in Pisces stops you from turning into a machine by reminding you that work done without heart collapses under applause. Pluto retrograde in Capricorn holds a lantern over shared finances and deep promises. If you owe, make a plan. If you're owed, ask cleanly. If your gut says the deal is wrong, the deal is wrong. Money and body are quiet levers with loud results. Jupiter rides through Gemini all month. That's expansion for your name, your presence, your physical confidence, the way the world reads your face when you walk in. When you speak calmly and price fairly, doors open that wallets and resumes never could. Circle the last day of the month when the moon in Sagittarius faces Jupiter in Gemini and Mercury has cooled. Shared resource conversations and personal earnings line up clean. It's a good day to set rates, confirm payment plans, clean subscriptions, and sign what you mean. Early September with Venus still in Cancer is good for 1 financial upgrade that doesn't need applause. Auto transfer to savings, subscription deletion, rate card update, boundary on free labor unless it's a gift you choose. After Venus moves into Leo, invest in tools that make your message clean. Mic, light, notebook, tires that don't fail you, so long as you're not buying to anesthetize feelings. Your body asks for steadiness more than novelty. Guard sleep like revenue. Eat like someone you love. Stretch before you lift. Look up when you walk. Drink water before the meeting. Boring is power when the sky is loud. Love and joy return to their rightful sizes. If partnered, the first half of the month invites you to listen twice, speak once, then say the single true thing. The second half asks you to warm the home and simplify affection. Phones in drawers, eyes on each other, shared chores that lower resentment, small rituals that outlive mood. If single, Mars in Libra hands you courage that doesn't need performance. Flirt where your craft grows and your heart isn't taxed. If you have children, Mars gives energy to show up. The eclipses give systems that keep showing up when you're tired. A little structure, a lot of presence, a refusal to aim for perfect. This is how love becomes durable. Work and service become less romance, more engineering. Agreements over adrenaline, scopes in writing, timelines with air. I can, language that guides others to the truth without drama. When Saturn raises an eyebrow, you already know. Simplify, specify, deliver. When Neptune softens the room, stay kind and keep the plan. When the lunar eclipse turns your inbox into a siren, remember that your nervous system is not a public utility. When the solar eclipse makes your living room feel like mission control, don't turn the whole house into a cubicle. Draw lines. Guard the base. Your work improves the moment your life becomes livable. Pause where it matters. After the lunar eclipse, ask, what am I saying to look smart that I could say to be useful? Choose useful and watch the world lean in. On the 13th, ask, what single rule would make my mornings quiet? Write it and keep it for 7 days. Watch your evenings thank you. On the 21st to 22nd, ask, what small home system would make my work smoother? Install it. On the 26th to 28th, ask, am I tired or am I done? If tired, rest. If done, stop without apology. That one habit will change your calendar more than a dozen hacks. By now, you can feel it, the shape under the noise. The month is not complicated, it is demanding. Fewer tabs, fewer late-night threads, fewer maybe-later piles. More rules that keep you honest when you're tired. More joy you actually live, instead of promising. More respect for the energy that makes your voice worth hearing. The lunar eclipse aligns your words with your beliefs. The solar eclipse installs the home system that lets your life match your values. Mercury's heat tempts you to speak to keep up. You'll speak to create change. Uranus Retrograde invites you to rewire rest, so brilliance doesn't burn the house down. Venus gives your voice grace and your bass a heartbeat. Mars lends courage to your art and your love. Saturn protects your career from your impulses. Neptune protects your soul from your schedule. Pluto keeps money and vows honest. Jupiter in your own sign crowns you with a simple law. When clarity and kindness move together, rooms open that never noticed you before. End it how you began, with a breath you choose on purpose. It's the last day of September. The machine noise in your head is lower. The inbox still sings, but you're no longer living inside its mouth. Your home feels like a base, not a storage unit for exhausted versions of you. Your message is a service now, not a performance. The people who matter are closer because you told the truth and made time. The people who loved your old chaos have drifted to rooms where chaos is still currency. You walk into October with a mind that fires clean and a schedule that doesn't steal your sleep. That isn't luck. That's what happens when a Gemini stops scattering and starts aligning. And if this found you in the moment you needed it, if something in your chest just clicked into place, stay with me. Subscribe for more like this so it reaches the ones who need it. And tell me how September touched your life. The story doesn't end here. You know that. September doesn't end. Gemini, it detonates into October. It starts like a hand on the doorknob of your life. Cancer, not gentle, not cruel, just decisive. September doesn't come to chat. It comes to move furniture. And because you are the sign of home, family, safety, and emotional truth, you feel the scrape across the floorboards and the shift inside your chest from the first week. This is not a soft reset. It's a reveal. 2 eclipses set the month on rails. The first drags money, trust, and shared binds into raw daylight. The second rewrites your daily rhythm and the way your voice lives in your home and in the world. All month, Mercury runs combust, hot and bright, forcing clarity in how you ask, answer, plan, and pace. Uranus turns retrograde and the surprise flips inward, rewiring your social world, your goals, and the way you let the crowd touch your nervous system. Mars fires up your base camp and asks for bolder boundaries where you sleep and eat and heal. Venus slips into your money house and sweetens your voice, your value, your asks. The Sun joins Mercury in your house of everyday systems and dares you to make life simpler, kinder, and more honest in practice, not just in prayer. If you remember nothing else, remember this shape. The first half pulls your attention to income, values, speech, and the tender mathematics of mine, yours, ours. The second half turns the wheel to communication, daily systems, nearby connections, and peace inside your 4 walls. Keep your center soft and your edges real, and you'll turn a month with teeth into a month of upgrades you can live inside. From September 3rd to September 30, Mercury is combust. That means mind and mouth run bright and hot at the same time. Because Mercury rules your 3rd house, communication, and your 12th, rest and release, and because it spends the first half of the run in Leo, your 2nd house of money, speech, and values, and the second half in Virgo, your 3rd house of messages, neighbors, siblings, routes, and routines, you'll feel 2 distinct waves. Wave 1. September 3rd to 14. Watch your tone around money and watch your money around your tone. Pricing, invoices, family budgets. What are we even doing with this subscription? The moment you ask for your rate without apology, these conversations glow neon and carry heat. Draft before you deliver. Sleep before you decide. If your words sharpen, leave the room and come back with your breath attached. Wave 2. September 15th onward, clean your schedule, write better lists, simplify routes, create quieter paths for your mind to walk, batch errands, put the paper pile in one basket, give the family chat office hours, plug the leaks that make simple days feel like storms. The truth of this month is not glamorous. The way you talk about money with the people you love, the way you ask for what you're worth, and the small rules you set for your day are the levers that either melt you down or make you durable. September 6th, Uranus turns retrograde in Taurus, your 11th house of friends, groups, networks, social media, referrals, and the horizon of your long-term goals. When Uranus is direct, the shatha rhymes from the outside. When it turns retrograde, the switch flips inside you. You feel a quiet, exact urge to step back from noise and ask, who actually supports my growth? Which goals did I adopt because they photographed well, but never fit my soul? Think of Uranus retrograde as the electrician with a headlamp upgrading the wiring behind your social walls while the lights stay on. You keep living. Your circuits get safer. You clean your feeds. Your shoulders drop. You put time limits on the apps that turn your heart into a siren. You thank a group you've outgrown and go. No speech required, just taps and an honest yes to your nervous system. This also touches money, sourced through networks and referrals. If one revenue stream is braided to people who drain you or platforms that pay an engagement instead of respect, September shows you the receipt. Shift your effort toward rooms that pay with fairness, not just followers. Be the friend you want to keep. Be honest about the rooms that keep you small. Then the sky cuts across your ledger. September 7th through 8th, the lunar eclipse lights your 2nd and 8th axis. Sun and combust Mercury in Leo blaze through your second house. Income, values, voice, family resources. Facing the moon with Rahu in Aquarius in your 8th, shared finances, debts and taxes, intimacy, the truths we whisper until they choke us. In real life, this sounds like money talks get real. Secrets won't stay put. Promises need proof. And your values require a voice that matches your actions. If you've dodged a budget talk with a partner or family, this window drags it into the open. If you've been carrying too much of the shared load, bills, emotional labor, logistical weight, the eclipse holds up a mirror and says, rebalance. If you've stayed quiet to avoid conflict about money or worth, the eclipse asks, at what cost? Your move is small and seismic. Say one true sentence about money or values and put one number on paper. Your rate, your limit, your boundary, your budget. If you're negotiating loans, alimony, inheritances, shared expenses, insurance, subscriptions, document everything and move slower than your emotions. Combust Mercury can make truth sound like a weapon if you rush. Rahu in the 8th pulls you toward transformations born from honest exchange. Choose structure over shortcuts, transparency over theater. If the old fear of not enough pops up, meet it with math and a plan you can keep. 5 days later, the light narrows to a clean beam. September 13th, the Sun and Mercury meet at the same degree in Leo, Cazimi, in your second house. Your mind sits in the Sun's heart and hands you an unambiguous sentence about money, value, and voice. It might be, we don't spend on things that make us anxious, or I raise my rate by X, or I won't joke about myself to make other people comfortable, or groceries this day, bills that day, or here's my emergency fund and exactly how I feed it. It can also be the mercy you owe your own worth. I don't discount my labor to be liked, or I won't let my tone punish the people I love when finances scare me. Write it where your eyes land. Tape it to a cabinet. Cazimi is quick lightning. The rule it delivers works for months if you anchor it. That same day, Mars enters Libra and sets your 4th house on fire, in the best way. Home, family, property, base camp. Mars brings heat, courage, and the need for edges that hold. At home, this looks like finishing the repair, starting the project, deciding the move plan, buying tools you'll actually use, and laying down house rules that quiet the noise. No work in bed. Shoes off at the door. 1 silent hour after dinner. Let anger become action, not shrapnel. Mars in your 4th also presses on old pressure points because Pluto retrograde is in your 7th. Partnerships and contracts. If you're renovating, moving, co-owning, or negotiating, the deeper talks you didn't have time for, walk in and sit down. Let them be honest and solution-shaped. If an old story about home and safety stirs, treat yourself like you treat your people. Firm with the plan, gentle with the heart. You are allowed a peaceful home, and you are allowed to protect it. September 15th, the emotional weather tilts in your favor. Venus moves into Leo, your 2nd house of money and voice, and Mercury slides into Virgo, your 3rd house of messages, neighbors, siblings, short trips, skills, and schedules. Venus sweetens the conversations that used to snag. Use it to ask for your rate with calm shoulders, to have the "what do we value as a family" talk without turning it into a courtroom, to upgrade one tool that makes your work smoother, and to practice speaking to yourself like someone you love. Meanwhile, Mercury, still combust but exalted and surgical, wants systems, not slogans. This is the moment to build the everyday rails your life can glide on. Checklists, calendar blocks. We text during these hours. We shop this day and take this route. One admin task after breakfast, one after lunch. School forms and receipts live in this basket. 20-minute kitchen reset before bed. Across the sky sits Saturn retrograde and Neptune retrograde in Pisces in your 9th. Belief, publishing, long travel, mentors, the big thesis of why you're here. So every tiny system you install becomes runway for the big plane later. You're not being fussy, you're removing turbulence. If you teach, write, consult, or broadcast, tighten your process, outline short, edit once, ship on a cadence your body can keep. On September 17th, the Sun joins Mercury in Virgo and throws full light on your third house. Now you can see how your messages and habits either protect your peace or pickpocket it. You might draw a kind boundary with a neighbor who texts at midnight. You might build a co-parenting schedule that ends the weekly fire drills. You might choose one skill, writing, design, code, language, instrument, to touch daily for 3 months. As the Sun in Virgo faces Saturn retrograde in Pisces, your calendar is asked to prove your beliefs. If you say you value rest, where is it blocked in the week? If you say you value honesty, why do your emails hedge what your mouth would say? If you say you value family, where are the unbreakable blocks? This is not a guilt parade. It is a clean audit. Do my days reflect my priorities? Adjust now, and the structure will hold you through fall. September 21st, 22nd, the second eclipse installs what the first revealed. Solar eclipse in Virgo, Sun, Moon, Mercury shoulder to shoulder in your third house, facing Saturn retrograde and Neptune retrograde in Pisces in your ninth. If the lunar eclipse stripped a money story that kept you small, this one bolts in a communication system and a daily rhythm you can keep even on your worst day. No speeches, defaults. Do 3 simple disobedient things. Delete 1, helpful. Task that never helps, the one that eats hours and gives nothing back. Write 1 rule you'll keep even when you're exhausted. No work calls after 8. No gossip in the family chat. No driving while texting. And set 1 boundary for your attention. 1 hour offline after dinner. No phone in the kids' room. 20 minutes alone on my feet every day. Because this eclipse faces Saturn and Neptune, your systems will be tested for realism and infused with compassion. Don't jam your family into a rigid schedule that breaks by Friday. Create a rhythm you can carry for months. And give your spirit a chair at the table. Read 1 page of something you love. Say a simple prayer or intention if that matters to you. Sit with your breath for 5 counts. Your life is not a factory. It's a home. Build like you mean it. You live by the moon, so here are the windows that matter. The moon's combustion window, September 20th to 23rd, overlaps the solar eclipse and blurs feelings for everyone. Lower inputs. Keep the schedule light. Don't expect clean reads. Delay big heart decisions until after the 23rd. When the moon moves through Taurus around the 12th to 14th, it's exalted and your 11th house lights up. Friends, groups, gains. Perfect days to reconnect with those who lift you, to ask for help, to review goals, to feel hope again. When the moon moves through Scorpio around the 26th, 28th, it's traditionally low and for you hits the 5th house. Kids, romance, art, play. Keep plans simple. Don't turn a small comment into a big verdict. Protect play from pressure. Watch 3 karmic knots when the moon jumps water to fire and mood flips fast. Around the 10th, Pisces to Aries, big ideas to career action. Don't promise beyond your body. Around the 19th, Cancer to Leo. Identity to money. Don't buy feelings a throne. Around the 29th, Scorpio to Sagittarius. Love, children to work, health. Hydrate and simplify. Across all windows, follow the body. Hungry, eat. Tired, sleep. Spinning, touch what's real. Cold water, warm mug, bare feet. Gentleness is not weakness. It is medicine. Early September, Venus still in Cancer makes you magnetic and sensitive at once. It faces Pluto retrograde in Capricorn across your 7th house and asks for truth in how you pair and how you contract. If love is strong, honesty deepens it. If a business deal is fuzzy, clarity saves it. This can be the week you look someone you love in the eye and say, I need this to feel safe, or we can't keep skating past this. And because Venus is on your side, the talk can be warm and real. On the 15th, Venus into Leo blesses your money and voice. Don't overspend to self-soothe. Use the sweetness to create value, ask with grace, and receive without apology. Mars in Libra, from the 13th, powers home projects and protective instincts. Channel heat into hammers, emails, lists, meals, rearranged rooms, and rules, not into sarcasm. When Mars presses on Pluto later, the tension between home and partnership spikes. Don't crown a winner. Build a better plan. We clean Saturday morning so date night is free. We budget this line so the project doesn't drown us. We swap bedtime duties so both of us sleep. Saturn retrograde and Neptune retrograde in Pisces keep asking you to marry belief to behavior. If you value family dinners, schedule them. If you value health, put shoes by the door. If you value honesty, stop telling white lies that buy short peace and seed long resentment. Work and money hum all month. The lunar eclipse forces honest numbers and fair exchanges. The Sun-Mercury Cazimi hands you one clear money rule. Write it and follow it. Venus in Leo, as long as you don't spend to numb, helps attract fair clients and kinder terms. Mercury and the Sun in Virgo push you to tighten process, short emails, clear scopes, realistic timelines, office hours that have an off switch. The solar eclipse installs a daily default. No laptops in bed. 1 admin hour after lunch, not at midnight. Errands batched on Tuesday. Finish one thing at a time. Jupiter spends the month in Gemini in your 12th house of rest and behind-the-scenes grace. That's quiet luck. Sleep aids your career more than ambition. Therapy, coaching, spiritual practice refill batteries no hustle can replace. On September 30th, with the moon in Sagittarius facing Jupiter in Gemini and Mercury finally clear of the sun, you get a fair-minded day for tidy agreements with collaborators and for closing one leak. An old subscription, a useless fee. You don't need a windfall. You need fewer holes in the bucket. That's how Cancer builds safety. Home deserves its own altar in this story. Mars in Libra turns you into the decisive one under your roof. Use that power to create peace, not theater. Oil the hinge, label the bin, fix the light. Set the ritual that tells your nervous system, we're safe here. A candle at dinner. Music while you prep. A short walk at dusk. 5 minutes of silence on the couch before bed. If you're managing elders, landlords, realtors, contractors, ask for what you need and bring paperwork. When the solar eclipse hits your schedule and speech, try the rule no criticism after 9 p.m. and watch evenings soften. If you have kids, Mars can make rooms loud. It's not personal, it's physics. Channel it. Race up the stairs, living room dance, timer for cleanup. During the moon's combustion window, 20 to 23, lower expectations across the board. That's not the weekend to solve a decade-old family pattern. That's soup and sleep and smaller stakes. If love is new, keep it simple. If love is long, keep it honest. If love is heavy, don't punish yourself for needing. Soft and strong can share the same chest. Walk the month as scenes you can actually live. The 3rd, Mercury's heat flips on. You feel your mind race around money and speech. You slow your send and save 3 arguments. The 6th, a private switch clicks. You're done letting noise set your pulse. You clean your feed, cap your apps, and your shoulders lower an inch. The 7/8, money and trust hit the table. You say one true sentence, write one number, breathe, and don't let panic drive. The 13th, in the middle of a shower, a drive, a meal, the Sun and Mercury hand you a rule about value and tone. You write it and keep it. Later, Mars crosses your threshold, and you pick up a tool and do one small thing at home that makes you proud. The 15th, Venus adds grace to asks. Mercury adds order to days. You place 2 blocks on your calendar where peace is non-negotiable. The 17th, the Sun joins Mercury. Structure feels like kindness. A boss or mentor pushes. You answer with 3 points and a boundary. The 20th to 23rd, the Moon hides behind the Sun. You lower inputs and slow choices. The 21st to 22nd, the Solar Eclipse writes a new daily rule set. You delete 1 drain, set 1 iron boundary, install 1 gentle practice. No speech, system. The 26th to 28th, the Moon dips low. You keep plans simple. You feed body and mind. The 30th, you send the honest message and then rest. Let the work land. Pluto retrograde in your 7th keeps truth close to the surface in relationships and contracts. If the bond is sound, September helps you set terms that heal. If the agreement is fair, September helps you write it. If something's off, you'll feel it faster, especially early when Venus in Cancer faces Pluto across the table. Don't go hunting for trouble. Refuse to pretend when your body says no. Remember, a boundary is not a wall. It's a door with a lock. The right people have the key. The wrong ones bounce and leave. Mars in your 4th can make you fierce. Use that power to protect peace, not to referee fights you don't need. When in doubt, walk before you talk. The person you love is not the problem. The problem is the problem. Team up against that. If you want a mantra plan that fits in your pocket, here it is. September 3 to 14. Speak gently around money and treat yourself kindly when numbers get loud. September 15 onward, make your home, schedule, and messages simple and clear. September 7 to 8, tell the truth about shared resources and values. September 13, write 1 money rule and 1 tone rule. September 15, use charm to ask for what you're worth. Use order to protect your peace. September 17, turn beliefs into calendar blocks. September 20 through 23, slow and soft. September 21st to 22nd, install new defaults. September 26 to 28, lower the bar and be kind. September 30th, close a loop and rest. Follow this, and the month won't just pass. You'll feel the difference in your body and in your home. You care deeply, and you carry more than your share because you're wired to protect and nourish. September asks you to keep nurturing, but with better edges and fewer leaks. The lunar eclipse pulls tired money stories and trust patterns into the open so you can fix them. The Sun-Mercury Cazimi hands you a rule that stabilizes months. Mars gives you courage to fortify your base and speak cleanly at home. Venus adds sweetness to money and voice, so the talks that used to scare you turn into agreements that steady you. Mercury and the Sun in Virgo show you that little systems make big peace. Saturn retrograde keeps you honest about your larger path. Neptune retrograde keeps you kind. Uranus retrograde helps you rewire your social life, so friends and goals actually help you rest and grow. Pluto retrograde keeps agreements honest. Jupiter in Gemini whispers that sleep and behind-the-scenes support are not luxuries, they're power sources. Do this, and you'll end September with a haul that's clear, bills labeled, a softer tone at home, a cleaner message outside it, closer trust with the right people, and distance from those who fed on your worry. You didn't force it. You chose simple rules and kinder moves and repeated them when you were tired. That is real power for a Cancer ascendant. Picture the last day of the month. The lamp you like is on, the sink is empty, the phone sleeps in another room, the inbox is closed, your chest is quiet. The people who matter know where you are because you told them the truth and put it on the calendar. The life you're building can hold work and love and peace at the same time. That's the point. September doesn't end for you. It detonates into October, and because you did the work, that blast doesn't crack your home. It blows out the old walls that kept your joy small. If this spoke to your heart and steadied your hands, subscribe for more. Like this so it finds the ones who need it, and tell me in the comments where September touched your life. We're not done, but you're ready. It starts like a blade of light at the edge of a curtain, Leo. Thin, bright, impossible to ignore, and then the whole drape rips. September is not whispering at you. It's putting your name on the marquee and changing the act on stage. Because you carry the sun as your ruler, you'll feel this month as a spotlight that slides from your face to your voice, from your relationships to your money, from the noise in your inbox to the truth in your bones. This is not a reset, it's a reveal. 2 eclipses carve the month into before and after. On September 7th into the 8th, a lunar eclipse stretches across your me versus we line and drags the truth of partnership into full light. Then, on September 21st into the 22nd, a solar eclipse lands on your money and values axis and installs new rules you'll actually live by. Around those peaks, Mercury is combust from the 3rd till 30th, so mind and mouth run bright and hot. Genius and slippage live a breath apart. Uranus turns retrograde on the 6th, at the top of your chart, and rewires your career path from the inside out. You're still open for business, but the electrician is in the back room changing the mains. Mars shifts into Libra on the 13th and gives your voice a spine. Venus enters your sign on the 15th and makes you magnetic enough to bend rooms without raising your voice. That same day, Mercury moves into Virgo and joins the money conversation with a red pencil. On the 17th, the sun itself steps into your money house and moves the focus from image to value, from costume to core. If you remember nothing else, remember this shape. The first half tests identity and agreements. The second half rewrites how you earn, spend, and speak. And between the two, your daily systems get rebuilt, so your life stops running on adrenaline and starts running on truth. Let's lay the ground you stand on, because the floor is hot and it helps to know why. Mercury combust from September 3rd to September 30th means the mind is floodlit and the tongue is a live wire. For a Leo ascendant, Mercury rules your 2nd house, money, values, voice, and your 12th house, rest, retreat, the private room where your edges soften. It travels through Leo 1st and Virgo 2nd, so you'll ride 2 distinct waves. Wave 1, September 3rd to 14th, runs right through your identity, tone, self-talk, and the way you speak in intimate rooms. You'll feel extra present, extra quick, extra sure, and that's exactly where slips happen. Draft before you deliver. Sleep before you decide. If your tone sharpens, leave the room and come back with your breath attached. Wave 2, September 15th, 30th, hits your money and voice zone. Now the heat gets useful if you let it. Tighten spending, clean subscriptions, price fairly, ask cleanly, write short agreements, build a weekly money check-in you can keep when you're tired. Combust Mercury delivers brilliant insights and also quick cuts. One beat of patience lets you carry the gold without the scorch. On September 6th, Uranus turns retrograde in Taurus at the top of your chart. The 10th house of career, reputation, bosses, platforms, the way your name collects meaning in public rooms. When Uranus is direct, shocks come from headlines and higher-ups. When it turns retrograde, the shock happens inside you. Imagine the back door of your life propped open and an electrician stepping in with a headlamp. Wires you've ignored get replaced while the storefront stays open. You'll feel a quiet but exact pull to update a role, a title, a "this is what I do" that used to be true and now fits like a suit you can't raise your arms in. You might edit your bio to sound like your real voice. You might dress your brand down to its bones and find out it stands taller. You might pitch work you actually want instead of the work you know how to win. None of that requires arson. It requires honesty and one bolder ask. If the question, "What will they think?" starts pacing in your head, escort it to the door with the better question, "What do I think, and can I stand to live with that answer?" That's the voice you share a bed with when applause stops. Then, the month fires the first flare you can't look away from. On September 7th into the 8th, the lunar eclipse splits the sky along your first 7th house axis. The Sun and Mercury combust stand with you in Leo. The Moon with Rahu faces you from Aquarius in your 7th house of partners, contracts, open opponents, the person across the table who can bless you or test you, or both. The mask tears here. If a relationship, romantic, business, creative has been wobbling, this is the night it asks for new terms. If you've been shrinking to keep the peace, this is where your voice comes back and the room hears it. If you've been insisting on your way because it's safer than negotiating, this eclipse asks you to ask instead of command. What to do is simple and hard and worth it. Say one honest sentence about what you need without diagnosing the other person's character, and ask for one clear, measurable change. Let's put money talks on the calendar once a week. I need one day of silence at home to feel human. Let's write roles for this project so we stop tripping the same wire. Sarcasm makes me armor up. Can we just use direct words? Rahu in your partnership zone will tempt you toward quick fixes and sharp edges. Resist theater. Choose agreements. Remember that Mercury is combust on your face. Your words are powerful and hot. Talk like someone you'll still want to be when the glow cools tomorrow. One more layer, because you're Leo. Ketu sits in your sign this season. You're shedding a costume you wore so well, people thought it was skin. The eclipse helps you drop the pose and keep the core. Who you are stays. The mask goes. 5 days later, the sky gives you a scalpel and a mirror. On September 13th, the Sun and Mercury meet at the same degree in Leo. Cazimi is the old word. In the heart of the Sun is the meaning. Your mind sits inside your light for a moment, and clarity doesn't shout, it clicks. Write what rises. For a Leo ascendant, it often sounds like, "I'm done performing, I'm ready to be real." Or, "I lead by example, not volume." Or, "This is my rate, this is my line, this I decline." Or, "I will not cut myself down to make other people comfortable." Or, "Strong choices, soft landings." Anchor it on paper where your eyes go every day, because Cazimi insight is quick lightning. If you catch it, it powers months. Later that same day, Mars enters Libra and charges your 3rd house. Voice, skills, siblings, neighbors, short trips, the daily circuits where messages move and agreements either hold or snap. Mars gives words a backbone. This is gorgeous for pitches, presentations, learning a tool, cleaning your inbox, setting neighborly boundaries without venom, adjusting school routes, and saying what you mean with less lacquer and more truth. There's a warning you can handle. Mars can turn words into weapons if you're hungry, underslept, or backed against your own pride. Keep water and snacks within reach. If your jaw tightens, walk before you talk. Mars in Libra also throws sparks to Pluto retrograde in Capricorn, your 6th house of work and health, and keeps humming with Uranus retrograde Taurus up in your 10th. Translation: emails and calls this month aren't small. One clean message can change a workflow and nudge a public path. Edit once before you send. Be as brave as you are kind. 2 days later, the room softens and sweetens. On September 15th, Venus enters Leo, your sign, and Mercury enters Virgo, your 2nd house of money, voice, and values. Venus in your sign returns you to your natural setting. Warm, unmistakable, magnetism without the strain. You glow, and if you meet people with presence instead of performance, the ones who matter come closer. It's also the moment to love your own reflection without turning it into theater. Wear what your body says yes to. Move because it feels like aliveness, not because a camera is watching. Now the other half of the day. Mercury slides into Virgo, still combust, but sharper than a brand new blade. Your money and speech get an audit that doesn't care how loud your confidence is. It cares how consistent your decisions are. Clean subscriptions. Price fairly. Stop late-night spending that soothes and then stings. Put scopes in routing. Install the weekly money check-in you said you were going to start 6 months ago. Across the sky, Saturn retrograde and Neptune retrograde sit in Pisces in your 8th house of shared resources, taxes, debts, inheritances, intimacy, and trust. Every clean choice you make with your own earning and spending reduces pressure in the deep knot of hours. This is where the month pivots from image to value, from how you look to what you stand on. Relief feels like that, gravity that finally works in your favor. If you sell, teach, consult, coach, write, or pitch, Mercury in Virgo rewards simple scripts. Short, true, respectful beats flashy all month. On September 17th, the Sun leaves your sign and joins Mercury in Virgo. The light moves from your face to your ledger. This is the day your calendar needs to show proof of your values. If you say you value savings, set the transfer and let it run, whether you feel heroic or not. If you say you value honesty, stop undercutting your own rates to be liked. If you say you value time, cut the meetings that pretend to matter while stealing your life. Because Sun and Mercury in Virgo look across the sky to Saturn retrograde and Neptune retrograde in Pisces. Reality and compassion meet in your money house. Responsibility asks for structure. Empathy asks for softness. You honor both with rules small enough to keep. No work calls after 8. Bills on Fridays with tea. 2 breaths before I answer money questions. We don't joke away serious topics. I don't spend to fix a feeling. These aren't punishments. They're rails. Rails keep trains on track when weather turns. Then the second peak drops, and it's a system install you'll feel in your bones. On September 21st into the 22nd, the solar eclipse lands in Virgo with Sun, Moon, and Mercury shoulder to shoulder in your 2nd house, staring down Saturn retrograde and Neptune retrograde in Pisces in your 8th. If the lunar eclipse dragged partnership truth into the open, this one writes policy for your money and your voice. What I earn, what I keep, what I give, what I refuse to pay with my peace. Do 3 specific things and let the rest breathe. Delete 1 money habit that gives you nothing. The doom shopping click. The I'll pick up the whole bill so I don't have to negotiate. The I'll pretend this rate is fine because the room is watching. Write 1 rule you'll keep for the rest of the year. Automatic savings on the 1st. No work purchases after 10. Every project has a scope in writing on 1 page. Choose 1 boundary that protects your attention. No financial talks in bed. No phone for the first 30 minutes of the day. Money emails after lunch, not before. Saturn across the way insists this be realistic. Neptune across the way insists this be humane. Choose simple and repeatable over big and perfect. Say your worth like a number, and live your value like a life. Other people take their cue from how you treat yourself. You'll feel the moon's tides in your chest, so here are the windows that matter. The moon's combustion window from about September 20th to the 23rd overlaps the solar eclipse. Feelings blur. People misread. Lower inputs. Fewer screens. Fewer decisions. Save big promises for after the 23rd, unless the building is actually on fire. Earlier, when the moon moves through Taurus around the 12th to 14th, it hits the top of your chart and lifts your public mood. These are clean days for interviews, launches, speaking, or simply owning the room without trying to. Later, when the moon moves through Scorpio around the 26th to 28th, it sinks to your home and heart zone. Plans should be soft, bedtime earlier, family showdowns postponed. 3 quick karmic knots flip the vibe fast when water turns to fire. Around the 10th, Pisces to Aries, you go from deep feelings to big vision. Don't overpromise. Make 1 plan you can keep. Around the 19th, Cancer to Leo. You shift from quiet reflection to full presence. Decide how you want to show up before the day starts. Around the 29th, Scorpio to Sagittarius. You pivot from home feelings to creative play. Pick fun over drama and give yourself a night off. Through all of it, treat your body like your favorite person. Food, water, sun on your skin, movement that feels like yes. It sounds basic because it works. Identity first, because it's you. The month opens with the Sun in Leo and Mercury Combust nearby. You're undeniable, and your sentences have teeth. Use this light to choose a cleaner story about yourself. Leader without the mask. Generous without the performance. Use this heat to burn one habit that acts like help but empties you. False modesty that invites disrespect. Over-explaining your value. Taking extra tasks to be adored by people who don't carry you when you fall. The lunar eclipse on the 7th to 8th shows you exactly who meets you at your full height and who needs you smaller to keep an old script alive. Choose yourself without making them a villain. If the relationship can stretch, it will. If it can't, clarity frees two people at once. The Cazimi on the 13th hands you the headline of your next chapter. Write it down first. Say it out loud second, after Mars moves into Libra and gives your voice a backbone. On the 15th, Venus in your sign smooths edges and attracts the right people. If you're available, let dating be simple and sincere. If you're committed, let a small, real gesture beat a grand staged one. If you lead a team, praise in public and coach in private. On the 17th, the Sun in Virgo moves the spotlight from your face to your values. Prove who you are by what you repeat daily, not by the size of your announcement. Money and work get the second spotlight because the second half of September belongs to them. Early on, rate and budget talks can carry more voltage than they need. Do not let a hot moment write a long contract. The eclipse on the 7th and 8th is about us. But money arguments often wear respect issues like a mask. Name the truth beneath the numbers. On the 13th, clarity lands and you know exactly which expense to cut or which offer to raise. On the 15th, Mercury in Virgo turns the lights on under your finances. Leaks glow neon. Cancel one subscription. Renegotiate one fee. Make one simple sheet. Set one auto transfer. On the 17th, the Sun adds leadership to your plan, and you feel clean living within your values. The solar eclipse on the 21st to 22nd installs a new normal. Remember the triad. Delete one dead habit. Write one rule. Choose one boundary. By month's end, a loop closes, and your chest breathes like a room with open windows. Work-wise, Mars in your message zone is the perfect engine for admin sprints, platform learning, inbox archaeology, and one direct talk to your team that saves you 12 smaller talks later. Pluto retrograde in your 6th house is the reminder that routines are power disguised as boredom. Sleep earlier. Put real lunch on the calendar. Treat training like a meeting you'd never miss. Uranus retrograde in your 10th hums in the background. Consider a rebrand, a course, a niche, or quietly building a pillar you'll reveal later. The point is alignment, not spectacle. Home and family matter more to you than the world assumes about Leo. This month asks you to make base camp calmer because every other success runs through that door. Mars in Libra can make siblings or neighbors louder, and it gives you the spine to set polite lines. We text before we drop by. We keep noise down after 10. We split the car fairly. If you're coordinating a family schedule, the Virgo wave after the 15th is gold for writing a simple, repeating plan and stopping the Wednesday scramble. If a house fix has been leaching energy, this is a month to start and finish one repair that makes mornings easier. If you share money with family, the solar eclipse will ask for a cleaner split. Don't perform the conversation. Write the rule, follow it, and let the feelings catch up. When the moon dips low on the 26th to 28th, make the house a soft place. Food, film, early night, no heavy talks. You'll be stunned how many arguments disappear when bodies are rested. Relationships deserve their own clean paragraph because September drags me and we out under stadium lights. If you're single, the mirror moment is here. What do you want that nourishes you, not what photographs well? Venus in your sign brings in eyes. Choose the ones that see through the costume. If you're partnered, early month flushes out a pattern you both know by heart. One person fixes everything to dodge conflict. One person micromanages calendar and cash to feel safe. Both of you compete when you're scared. The eclipse asks for upgraded agreements, short, simple, kind. Mars in your third can make fights fast if hunger, alcohol, or overwhelm are steering. Notice your jaw. Take a 10-minute walk. Come back to the table as two people versus one problem. Love isn't a talent show, it's a practice. This month makes the practice cleaner. A word about ego, in its healthy form because you're Leo and the sun is yours. You are allowed to love being seen. That part of you isn't the enemy. The trick in September is sourcing the light from your center, rather than from applause. Show up as the leader, whose power is calm, whose confidence is quiet, whose charm is listening. When Venus moves into your sign on the 15th, test this in real rooms. Speak less. Look people in the eyes, and watch how much more truth they hand you. You don't need to perform warmth when you are warmth. Truth is the only thing worth building on now. Walk the month as scenes you can live so your body knows where to step. September 3rd arrives and Mercury's heat flips on in your sign. You smile, breathe, and holster the one-liners that would win the room and bruise someone you love. September 6th arrives and an inner whisper says, "Update the way I work," or "It's time to change how the world sees me." You take one small action that honors it. A written bio, a message to a mentor, a sketch of a pitch. September 7th into the 8th arrives, and the lunar eclipse brings the real talk with a partner, or the private decision about what partnership must mean going forward. You speak from needs, not blame, and the room gets lighter. September 13th arrives, and a clear sentence about your next chapter lands. You write it. Later Mars moves, and your voice gets a backbone. You send 3 messages you've avoided for months, and each one makes the week simpler. September 15th arrives, and the world softens around your face, while Mercury hardens the edges of your money plan. You change one habit, and it sticks because it's small and honest. September 17th arrives, and the sun doubles down on your new system. Someone pushes back. You answer with clarity, not volume. September 20th to 23rd arrives, and the moon hides in the sun's glare. You lower inputs, deny baits, and go to bed early. September 21st into the 22nd arrives, and the solar eclipse writes your new defaults. You delete, you write, you choose. The last week arrives. With the moon low, you keep plans soft and mercy high. September 30th arrives, and you close a loop on one bill, one conversation, one task that's rattled in the drawer of your mind. You exhale. You did the month right. A few short hooks at the exact hinges because sometimes the sentence matters more than the sermon. After the lunar eclipse, ask, "What's the one honest need I've kept quiet in this relationship?" Say it once, clearly, and ask for one change. On the 13th, ask, "If I stopped performing, what would I choose next?" Take one step that day. On the 21st, 22nd, ask, "Which money habit keeps me small?" Delete it. Write one rule you'll keep. Set one boundary that protects your peace. On the 26th through the 28th, ask, "Am I taking this personally because I'm tired?" If yes, rest first, decide second. If you want a pocket plan for every morning, here it is, and it will hold. Speak slower than your feelings and faster than your fear. If it's money, put it in writing. If it's love, name the need, not the blame. If it's work, do the boring thing that builds freedom later. If it's image, choose comfort over costume. If your jaw is tight, drink water, eat something, and walk around the block. If you're overwhelmed, lower inputs and stand in sunlight. If you don't know what to do, choose the kind act that still respects your time. And if you forget everything, remember, you are Leo. You don't have to shout to be the sun. Here's the quiet magic September hides in plain sight. The more you install simple, repeatable systems after the 15th, the calmer your nervous system gets. The more honest your words after the 7th, the closer your people move. The more you set down old costumes after the 13th, the more your career opens because rooms finally see you. The more you guard your attention around the 21st, 22nd, the more money choices stop tasting like fear and start tasting like freedom. The more you rest in the moon's fog window, the fewer apologies you ever have to make. None of this asks you to become someone else. It asks you to stop pretending to be someone you never were. Carry one line for each planet so you don't forget who's coaching you. The sun starts with you and ends with your values. Be seen early, be consistent later. Mercury is combust. Draft first, then deliver. Venus returns you to your warmth. Use charm to build trust, not to dodge truth. Mars puts a spine in your sentences. Be direct and kind. Uranus Retrograde at the top asks for quiet updates. Choose alignment over applause. Saturn Retrograde across your money house asks for adult choices, structure without shame. Neptune Retrograde there asks for mercy, soft edges around hard rules. Rahu in partnerships pulls toward edgy dynamics. Pick agreements over thrills. Ketu in Leo helps you drop the mask and keep the core. Lead from center, not costume. Pluto Retrograde in your work and health zone asks for clean routines. What you repeat is who you become. By the last day of the month, if you've honored even half of this, you'll feel it under your skin and see it on your calendar. A tie that felt like tug of war now feels like a clear lane or a clear exit signed with respect. Money talks that used to spiral now look like numbers you can shape. A schedule that stole your mornings now hands them back. A voice that used to chase rooms now tells the truth and lets rooms chase it. A public path that fed your image now feeds your soul. A home that absorbed everyone's stress now protects your peace. None of it is perfect. None of it needs to be. It's alive. It's yours. If this rang true and steadied your chest, stay with me. Subscribe for more. Tap like so this reaches the Leos who need it, and drop a note telling me where September drew its line across your life. The story doesn't close at the edge of this month. September for a Leo ascendant doesn't end. It detonates into October. And because you chose clarity over noise, the blast doesn't knock you down. It clears your path, and the road you see when the dust settles looks exactly like the future you've finally been brave enough to name. It's not a gentle month for you, Virgo. It's a summons. September writes your name in the sky and then dares you to speak it without flinching. This isn't a reset. It's a reveal. The curtain doesn't drift open. It's yanked. The air is charged, the floorboards hum, and the old ways you've kept running with duct tape and grit finally tell the truth. They can't carry you where you're going next. So I'm going to talk straight and keep this useful. You'll hear dates that matter, moves that hold, and sentences to say when your mouth wants to apologize instead of choose. Your ruler Mercury is combust from September 3rd to September 30. Mind bright, tongue hot, insights blazing, patience thin. 2 eclipses cut a trench through the month. A lunar eclipse on September 7th, 8th, across your daily health and your deep rest. Then a solar eclipse on September 21st, 22nd, right on your head and heart in Virgo, facing Saturn retrograde and Neptune retrograde in Pisces across your relationship line. Uranus turns retrograde on September 6th and quietly rewires your beliefs from the inside. Mars on the 13th moves to your money and voice and gives your words a spine. Venus on the 15th slips into your private room with softness you've been pretending you don't need. The Sun steps into Virgo on the 17th and throws the lights on. Rahu tugs at your routines. Ketu drains the secret backstage where you hide your overwhelm. Jupiter keeps the career ladder sturdy if you climb it one honest rung at a time. By the last day of September, if you walk this like I say, the volume in your head drops, your schedule breathes, and your body finally believes you when you say, "I've got you." Start where the month bites. Mercury Combust. September 3rd to 30th is the runway of hot thought and quick tongue. And because Mercury is you, your breath, your logic, your nervous system, you'll feel it like caffeine with a conscience. From the 3rd to the 14th, Mercury is combust in Leo, the hidden room behind your ribcage. That's where old tapes try to replay, where you plan 12 steps ahead at midnight, where you compose perfect emails in your head while you're pretending to relax. Don't hit send from there. Draft and leave it. Journal instead of texting. Walk instead of debating. Sleep before decisions. The insights that arrive are true. The timing your anxiety wants is not. This first wave is the audit of your inner talk. Are you narrating your life like a trial or a vow? If your tone to yourself would make you end a friendship, change it. The second wave begins on the 15th, when combust Mercury enters Virgo, your sign. The heat comes to your mouth, calendar, budget, inbox. This is razor-clean energy if you aim it. You can redesign a routine, cut a leak, write a rule, tell the truth. It's also where snark flies easiest and cuts deepest, so you hold one rule like a lit match, clear and kind at the same time. Short sentences, no performance, no self-flagellation disguised as honesty. You are not a machine. You are a person who runs on rhythm. Then September 6 hits like a quiet click behind the wall. Uranus turns retrograde in Taurus. This is your 9th house. Beliefs, teaching, learning, travel, visas, publishing, law, the map that tells your day why it matters. When Uranus is direct, the surprise is outside you. Headlines, flight changes, rules rewritten. Retrograde, the switch flips in your chest. You stop saving quotes and start installing one principle. You stop grazing courses and finish one. You stop parroting a borrowed creed because it looked good, and you write the sentence that actually guides your morning. Think of an electrician in your breaker box relabeling messy circuits while your lights stay on. You don't need to torch your plan. You need to stop obeying a should that was never yours. A teacher you trust reappears. A path you thought you missed becomes a path you build by walking. This hums for months. September is simply where the label on the switch stops lying. Now the first siren. September 7th into the 8th, a lunar eclipse rips through the axis you live on daily. Aquarius in your 6th house. Workflows, health, habits, pets, errands, the unglamorous lifelines. Facing Leo in your 12th. Sleep, rest, solitude, secrets, spiritual oxygen. Rahu pulls at your daily system. Ketu drains the private room if you won't pick rest on purpose. The eclipse doesn't invent chaos, it exposes it. If your sleep has been thin, your body throws up a flare. If your calendar looks like a dare, your energy makes you pay. If a small crutch has been eating whole days, late night scroll, extra coffee, skipping meals, saying yes at 10 p.m., the bill arrives. Don't negotiate with the mirror. Do 3 simple things, and let that be enough. Delete one habit that fails you every time. Install one habit that gives your brain a floor. Tell one person who shares your day what you're changing, so you don't fight your own house to get healthy. That's it. Not a manifesto. A switch. If a task at work produces nothing but anxiety, kill it or simplify it until it earns its keep. If you lead people, you protect attention like it's currency. Rahu makes busy look sexy. You will choose boring over brilliant and watch your life loosen. 5 days later, September 13th, the sky gives you a clean sentence and expects you to write it down. Sun conjunct Mercury, Cazimi, in Leo. The heart of the sun holds your mind for a moment, and clarity doesn't thunder. It lands like a click. You're in the shower, the car, the walk, the nap, and a rule arrives that sounds exactly like you. My inbox is not my boss. I leave work at a set time and go home to my real life. I don't joke at my own expense. I take 20 minutes alone before big talks. I speak to myself like I speak to someone I love. Write it. Put it where your eyes remember when your old reflex forgets. That evening, Mars moves into Libra, your second house of money, values, voice. Your words get a spine. Your price stops wobbling. Your no finds its feet. Mars is heat, and in Libra, it wants fairness. You'll want to negotiate, correct, set terms. Do it clean. Numbers in writing, scope in writing, timelines in writing. Mars will square Pluto retrograde in Capricorn, your fifth house of creativity, romance, children, play, and keep a live wire with Uranus retrograde in Taurus, your ninth. One brave conversation can change a creative deal, a parenting rhythm, a love dynamic, a plan to study or travel. Don't go to war, go to facts. Don't punish with silence. Say the thing once, clearly, and let silence do the rest. Soft medicine. A walk without a podcast. A bath without guilt. Music without multitasking. Prayer without proving. A nap that counts. Love becomes truer when it doesn't have to be seen. If you're partnered, let tenderness live behind a closed door. If you're single, kindness to your own nervous system is the magnet you've been trying to compensate with performance. The same day, combust Mercury enters Virgo and your voice gets exact. You see where time leaks. You catch money drips. You can say the truth with surgical calm. Mercury rules your body's rhythm too. This is the week to schedule checkups, lock bedtime windows, set repeat meals, and build a day template your tired self can follow. Across the sky sits Saturn retrograde and Neptune retrograde in Pisces, your seventh house of partnerships. Every small system you install eases friction between you and the person across the table. The fight you keep having is 60% logistics. Solve that. Keep compassion high while you write the rules. Boundaries are doors with locks, not walls with barbed wire. The right people will carry a key. The wrong people will bounce off and call you difficult. Let them. 2 days later, September 17th, the sun walks into Virgo and the lights snap on. It's your season. You stand straighter, speak clearer. Notice you don't have to raise your voice for the room to listen. Sun and Mercury in your sign look across to Saturn retrograde and Neptune retrograde in Pisces and ask you to do what you do best. Choose the reality that holds and deliver it with a kind tone. You're writing the household defaults and the relationship agreements like a grown soul who understands weather. Availability hours, chore splits, money talk rules, phone at dinner rules, travel planning rules, repair after a fight rules. Short, real, gentle. You don't need a gavel. You need a pencil and a backbone. Your body, meanwhile, wants recovery in the schedule like a meeting. Put it there. Call it maintenance. Refuse to apologize for needing fuel. And then the second peak, your peak, arrives. September 21st into the 22nd. The solar eclipse lands in Virgo, with Sun, Moon, and Mercury shoulder to shoulder in your first house, facing Saturn retrograde and Neptune retrograde in Pisces in your seventh. This is the identity reboot you didn't get by willpower, and the partnership test you can pass with grace. The lunar peak showed you a habit to drop. The solar peak installs a new default for who you are when you're not fixing. 3 moves, simple and strong. Delete one identity script that keeps you tired. The fixer who solves to be loved. The perfectionist who shuts up to stay safe. The apologizer who softens every true sentence with an apology wrapper. Write one rule that steadies you on worse days. I do less with more presence. I say no without a slideshow of reasons. I take 20 minutes alone before big talks. When my body says stop, I stop. Choose one boundary that protects we. From Poison. We don't fight in bed. Money is Friday at 6, not midnight. No silent treatment, cool-off timers only. Sunday planning for the week. Saturn insists on realism. Neptune insists on mercy. You'll honor both. Your clothes shift to what you actually live in. Your voice sounds like your values. You don't explain yourself to be believed. You live the rule, and people adapt. It's not a speech. It's a switch you keep flicked on. Because your ruler is the moon's tide in your chest more than you admit, watch the water. The lunar eclipse on the 7th to 8th is a gut check. Plan lighter mornings and early nights. From the 12th to the 14th, the moon moves through Taurus, where it's exalted. Your 9th house lifts. Teaching, publishing, applications, bookings, interviews, big picture choices feel blessed. On the 20th to 23rd, the moon's combustion window overlaps the solar eclipse. Feelings blur. Reads go wrong. People speak from fog. Lower inputs. Fewer screens. Fewer decisions. No debates to wring clarity from mist. On the 26th through the 28th, the moon slides through Scorpio and the mood dips. This hits your 3rd house of messages, siblings, neighbors. Keep texts short. Avoid midnight essays. Walk off the edge before you type. And tie 3 fast knots when water turns to fire. The 10th, Pisces to Aries. From relationship feelings to private courage. Don't promise a hero move you can't live. The 19th, Cancer to Leo. From friends to solitude, choose rest over FOMO. The 29th, Scorpio to Sagittarius. From talk to home, choose comfort over drama. Across all of it, your medicine is boring. Food, water, sunlight, 10-minute walks, bed on purpose. Your genius rides those rails. Money, work, voice. This is where September stops being mystical and starts paying rent. Mars in Libra from the 13th puts heat in your 2nd house. You're done discounting your expertise to be liked. You're done saying whatever works and then seething. You're done with invisible scope creep. What works now? Exact numbers, clear scopes, real timelines. Here's what this costs. Here's the timeline that delivers quality. If scope changes, budget changes. Clean tone, spine intact. Pluto retrograde in Capricorn is remaking your 5th house, your joy engine. Art, romance, play, children, risk. Mars squares it and says bring money honesty to what you love and bring love to what you earn. Price the project you've been giving away. Put your play in the calendar like work. Let dating be brave and simple. Uranus retrograde in Taurus keeps tying your beliefs to your career. Study and travel decisions want to match your values now. If a platform milks you for content and dries you out, step back and build where your work lasts longer than a day's feed. Mercury in your sign after the 15th is a financial editor with a red pen. End one subscription. Set one auto transfer. Build one 3-column budget. Needs, nice-to-haves, long-term, and let it run. On the solar eclipse, your money and time reform by changing you. Calm people say numbers without shaking. Say it. Stop. Let the silence work for you. Career and public image get Jupiter's quiet lift in Gemini all month at the top of your chart. It's not fireworks. It's a staircase that doesn't wobble. Bosses notice when you show your work, not your panic. Mentors say your name in rooms you can't see. An opportunity you filed under missed circles back. If you're job hunting or asking for a raise, use the windows where the light loves you. The 12th to 14th, moon exalted. The 17th, 20th, sun in your sign, Mercury sharp. Right after the solar eclipse, when your rules are fresh. Keep messaging short and specific. Uranus retrograde in the 9th may turn travel or licensing into a revision path. Don't spiral. Gather documents. On September 30th, Mercury clears combustion and crosses the ecliptic. Your message stops sizzling and starts landing. Close a loop that day. Send the final invoice. Publish the piece, submit the application, cancel the dangling thing you've outgrown. Relationships. Let's tell the truth without melodrama. Saturn retrograde and Neptune retrograde in Pisces sit opposite you all month, asking for grown-up love with kind edges. The solar eclipse speaks to them. Translation: partnership isn't a guessing game now. It's two adults writing a simple agreement they can keep. If you're partnered, the first half of September is for removing gravel from your shoes, chores, money, calendar, bedtime noise, phone boundaries. This small thing hurts daily. Can we change it like this? Offer something in return. The lunar eclipse lifts a loop you're both sick of. Rescuing, rushing, repeating. The 13th gives you the words. The 15th gives you the softness. The 17th gives you the courage. The 21st and 22nd locks in new us by making a new you. If you're single, answer honestly. Are you making yourself small to feel safe? So picky no one real can reach you? Or so busy you can't hear a heart knock? Pick one change for 2 weeks. Rahu in your daily zone will try to drag you into fast, edgy connections that feel like movie trailers. Saturn and Neptune ask for quiet screening. What are we doing here? Ask early. If the answer is fog, that's your answer. If the answer is clear, commit to the plan that respects your time. Home and inner life hold the fuse box. The 26th to 28th moon dip is not a character flaw, it's weather. Don't choose those nights to solve family patterns. Choose soup, softness, and sleep. Mars in your second can make sibling and neighbor issues sharper if you let hunger and pride steer. Keep it polite and written. The sun in your sign lets you lead by example at home without pronouncing yourself captain. You go to bed earlier. The house follows. You set quiet hours. Everyone breathes. You write a Sunday night plan. Wednesday stops being a fire drill. Ask for help like it's normal, because it is. Claim time alone like maintenance, because it is. Venus in your private room after the 15th is secret medicine. Therapy, art, prayer, walks, music that loosens the jaw. Do the quiet thing that untangles you. Health is not a subplot. It's the stage. The lunar eclipse shouts. Mercury edits. The solar eclipse installs. Pick 3 baseline habits you'll keep when life is messy and make them law. Consistent bedtime window. Water before work. 10-minute walk after lunch. Pick one do less rule. Less caffeine after noon. Less screen after 9. Less doom scroll. Fewer late-night decisions. If perfection is your poison, switch to good enough daily instead of perfect twice a week. Book the checkup after the 17th. Write the plan after the 21st. Tiny, steady wins are still wins. Your nervous system will believe you when you repeat yourself with kindness. Pause where it counts and the month bends. After the 6th, ask, which belief about my path did I inherit that I can give back? Write it. Replace it with the one you'll actually live. After the lunar eclipse, ask, which habit gives me the most peace per minute? Schedule it where you can't miss it. On the 13th, ask, if I stopped trying to be perfect, what would I change today? Do one small thing inside that answer. On the 15th, ask, if rest is fuel, not a reward, what does tonight look like? Make that your new normal. On the 17th, ask, which rule would make my week kinder for everyone? Write it and tell the people who need to know. On the 21st to 22nd, ask, who am I when I'm not fixing? Be that person in one conversation and watch the room soften. On the 26th to 28th, ask, am I upset or exhausted? If it's exhaustion, sleep first and decide later. If you want the month as a straight spine you can memorize, here it is. September 3rd, Mercury Combust. Draft first, sleep before decide, keep tone low. September 6th, Uranus Retrograde. Return one borrowed belief, recommit to one real study. September 7 to 8, Lunar Eclipse. Delete one drain, install one anchor habit, tell one person. September 13th, Cazimi clarity, write the rule. Mars to Libra, trice clean, speak clean. September 15th, Venus to your private room, heal softly. Mercury to Virgo, tighten gently. September 17, Sun to Virgo, lead with realistic, kind rules. September 20th to 23rd, Moon fog, lower inputs, fewer fights, more sleep. September 21st to 22nd, Solar Eclipse, delete one role, write one rule, set one boundary. September 26th to 28th, low tide, keep it soft. September 30th, Mercury clears glare, send, submit, close. Carry this mantra for rough mornings, and notice what it does to your pulse. I do not need to be perfect to be powerful. One smart choice before noon removes 3 problems. My words are clear and kind. My time has edges. My heart has room. I pick peace over speed. I treat rest like fuel. I choose the simple plan I can keep on my worst day. I don't fix to be loved. I show up as myself and let the right people meet me there. Roll call so you never forget who's playing what. The sun lights your name from the 17th. Be seen and set the tone. Mercury combust all month. Brilliant mind, cool delivery. Venus in your hidden room from the 15th. Private tenderness, quiet art, forgiveness with a backbone. Mars in Libra from the 13th. Your voice grows a spine. Your money grows honest. Jupiter at the top of the chart. Steady ladder if you climb steadily. Saturn retrograde in Pisces. Structures in love and business must fit the day you actually live. Neptune retrograde there. Compassion high, fantasy low. Uranus retrograde in Taurus, belief rewiring so your mat matches your feet. Pluto retrograde in Capricorn. Joy and creativity stop playing small and start breathing like power. Rahu in Aquarius. Routines crave hacks. You choose rhythm. Ketu in Leo. Secret self-sabotage dissolves when named. The moon's windows. Eclipse early month. Exalted lift mid-month. Combustion fog near the solar eclipse. Low tide at month's end. Are the tide chart. Surf when high. Float when low. Don't fight the ocean. Picture the last day of September. If you do even half of this, mornings are calm because you removed the 3 tiny drains that used to ambush you. Your inbox is lighter because you stopped writing essays to defend boundaries that a single clean sentence protects. Money feels fair because you priced your work and backed it with scope. Your body trusts you because you gave it a rhythm instead of promises. Your relationship feels like a team because you put rules on paper and kept the tone warm. Your career feels like a path you chose, not a treadmill you inherited. Your home hums at a lower frequency because quiet hours and soft nights became normal. Your mirror is kinder because the performance fell away and the glow stayed. And the mind that used to narrate every thought as a threat now speaks like a guide. That's not luck. That's September doing what it came to do. Reveal what's real and make it livable. If this helped you see the month's shape and hear your own yes inside it, subscribe and tap like so this finds other Virgos who need the map. And drop a note about the one rule you're going to write on the 13th so your future self has something solid to stand on. September for a Virgo ascendant doesn't end. It hands you the keys to October. And when you turn that lock, the door doesn't creak. It swings. You don't tiptoe through. You walk in like a person whose name is a vow. Libra, September is not soothing you to sleep. It's shaking you awake, and that's mercy. The month arrives like a clean blade through fog. 2 eclipses that won't ask your permission. Mercury combust from the 3rd to the 30th sharpens your mind and heats your mouth. Uranus turns retrograde in Taurus on the 6th to rewire trust and shared resources from the inside out. Mars walks into your sign on the 13th and flips your breaker to on. Venus, your ruler, slides into Leo on the 15th to sweeten your networks and draw your real people closer. Mercury drops into Virgo on the 15th, and the Sun on the 17th to illuminate your 12th house of sleep, endings, retreat, and spiritual reset. Saturn retrograde and Neptune retrograde drift across from there in Pisces, reminding you relentlessly that grown-up routines and kind boundaries at work are not optional. Rahu in Aquarius pulls your joy forward. Ketu in Leo drains your appetite for applause that costs your peace. Jupiter in Gemini keeps a steady wind behind big learning, travel, legal moves, and long-range plans. If you want a single sentence for the month, take this like a pill you can swallow without water. Choose real joy over performance. Choose rest over resentment. Choose rules you can keep when you are tired. Do that, and you will walk out of September carrying less weight and more power. Mercury Combust is your first weather warning and your first gift. Heat without pacing is chaos. Heat with pacing is clarity. From the 3rd to the 14th, Mercury burns in Leo, your 11th house of friends, audiences, collaborators, and long-term aims. Group chats run hot. DMs dart. Invitations multiply. Attention tempts, and your own voice wants to ride the loudest current. Draft before you broadcast. Sleep before you decide. Refuse to confuse volume with value. A single clean sentence lands farther than a paragraph built to defend itself. At the same time, this combust Mercury also rules your Virgo 12th house, so your inner voice is loud too. Dreams that feel like messages, hunches you can't ignore, precise thoughts in the shower. Capture them privately. Write notes, not manifestos. Half of September's power is born in rooms no one sees. Uranus retrograde in Taurus on the 6th flips a switch in your 8th house, the vault where shared money, taxes, debts, inheritances, investments, intimacy, and unvarnished truth live. When Uranus is direct, shocks come from the market or the other person. Retrograde, the shock is insight. This arrangement doesn't honor me. This risk is sane, that one's a thrill dressed as wisdom. I'm carrying a bill that should be shared. I'm sharing a wound that needs a lock. Pull your numbers into daylight. Rename the bills that trigger dread. Schedule a no-shame money talk if you're partnered. Pick a simple system and keep it boring. Envelope method, two-account flow, Friday money hour. Intimacy heals when money and honesty stop pretending they don't know each other. Ask yourself, without blinking, what am I managing alone that should be shared? And what am I sharing that needs a boundary? Write one sentence and act on it this week. Inner freedom follows like a door quietly unlocking. Then the first siren. On the 7th into the 8th, the lunar eclipse blows open your Leo-Aquarius axis. Ketu in Leo and Rahu in Aquarius draw a live wire through the rooms of my people, my optics, my audience, and my joy, my heart, my play, my romance, my kids if I have them. The moon swells with Rahu in Aquarius in your 5th house. The sun stands with combust Mercury in Leo, urging the crowd to watch. The shadow says, pick what's true, even if fewer eyes are on it. You will feel the price of pouring your prime energy into keeping up with a group, a brand, a feed, a scene, while your own spark dims. You will feel the relief of saying no once to the thing that drains, and yes once to the thing that lets you lose track of time. If you've been posting a version of yourself that doesn't match your blood anymore, you get a clean chance to pivot without a speech. If romance has lived on paper instead of in your body votes. If you are a parent, the fix is not another lecture, it's play. 30 minutes on the floor changes the room. Eclipses don't invent drama, they remove the mask. Accept the mercy. Choose one small act that honors your heart and do it the day you hear this, not next week. The crowd you actually want will follow your center. The crowd that needed your costume will fall away without a court case. 5 days later, September 13th, the Sun and Mercury meet in Cazimi. Mind in the heart in the mind. and you get a line that leads. It will be short, true, and yours. My time with people has edges. I don't perform to be chosen. Play lives on my calendar like work. I sell what I believe, not what spikes the graph. Write it where your eyes can't miss it. That night, Mars enters Libra, and the air in your lungs changes. Call it posture or pulse or electricity, but you will feel your engine catch. Mars is heat, action, drive. A blade you can point at a problem or at a person. Choose the problem. Mars through your first house is permission to stop apologizing for existing. Move your body until your brain calms down. Cut 3 stale threads in your closet and 2 stale tasks on your list. Say, this is my price, this is my limit, this is my time. Yes, Mars can make your mouth a blowtorch after 10 p.m. Snack and a shower beat a speech. And because this Mars keeps aligned to Pluto retrograde in Capricorn, root, home, family, base camp, and Uranus retrograde in Taurus, shared resources and deep trust, one clean boundary from your lips can remodel how your house runs and how your contracts feel. Direct your fire toward repairs and proposals, not scorched earth monologues. September 15th splits the screen in your favor. Venus, your ruler, enters Leo to warm your 11th house of friends and circles and community. Soft power on public stages. You become the person people relax around. It's the best stretch all month to gather, host, pitch a collaborative idea, reconnect with the friends who actually root for your nervous system. Money can move through people now. Referrals, invites, tips, a table you wanted a seat at. The very same day, Mercury slips into Virgo, still combust, now exalted, and the private room of your chart lights up with precision. This is where you draft the new sleep rule, build a reset shelf in your fridge, set your phone to do not disturb for your first holy hour, book the checkup, move the charger out of your bedroom, write the boundary you'll keep even when you're tired. Keep it quiet. Brew, don't brag. What you make private now will bloom public later without needing to be defended. September 17th, the Sun follows Mercury into Virgo and flips the main breaker in your 12th house. This is your backstage cleanse. Archive dead files, toss the box of cords, fix the hinge, clean one surface, block off a morning each week with your name on it. Refuse to be the emergency exit for people who hate calendars. Across the sky, Saturn retrograde and Neptune retrograde in Pisces stare back from your 6th house of work, routines, health, pets, and service. Reality and compassion look each other in the eye. You can be kind and have a line. You can help and still say, not tonight. Ask the question that breaks the month open. What one tiny rule would make my week less chaotic for me and for the people who live and work with me? Write it as a single sentence and follow it like a flight plan. The moment you guard your backstage, your front stage stops eating you alive. Then the second peak, quiet, surgical, unequivocal, arrives. On the 21st into the 22nd, the solar eclipse lands in Virgo with the Sun, Moon, and Mercury shoulder to shoulder, while Saturn retrograde and Neptune retrograde face them from Pisces. This is not fireworks. This is an install. The system changes so the life can. If the lunar eclipse stripped a borrowed performance from your 5th and 11th houses, this solar eclipse writes a new default in your 12th and 6th. Delete one habit that steals sleep. Doom scroll, just one more episode, revenge bedtime procrastination. Write one rule you will keep, even on your worst day. Phone charges outside the bedroom. Laptop shuts at a set time. I walk after lunch. No heavy talks after 9. Set one boundary with work that is kind and clear. I need 24 hours for turnarounds unless marked urgent. We plan on Fridays, not Sundays. No booking back-to-back calls. Lunch away from my screen. Saturn insists on realism. Small and repeatable wins. Neptune insists on mercy. No shame, no theater, just gentleness with spine. This eclipse can also bring a quiet healing. a therapy hour that suddenly clicks, a simple spiritual practice that feeds you, an old grief that lets go of your ankle. Sometimes it comes as a literal retreat, a check-in, a hospital visit, a weekend behind a locked door. Don't narrate it online. Live it. Your body will know the difference. The moon will color your chest in 3 strong windows. Treat them as weather, not fate. The 7th to 8th lunar eclipse is a floodlight. Plan a short list, slow nights, less screen, more water, early bed. Around the 12th to 14th, the moon is exalted in Taurus, lifting your 8th house of shared money and deep trust. Perfect for calm bill reviews, renegotiations, honest talks about who pays what and why, and intimacy that heals instead of distracts. Around the 26th to 28th, the moon runs low in Scorpio across your 2nd house. Self-worth, earnings, belongings, voice. Keep spending simple. Defer big purchases. Avoid price fights and family arguments over text. Speak softer than your mood and let time cool the edges. And note the combustion window from the 20th to the 23rd, overlapping the solar eclipse. Assume lowered energy. Grant yourself permission to rest. Drink water. Stop caffeine late. Refuse midnight decisions. 3 karmic knots, fast flips from water to fire, appear too. On the 10th, Pisces to Aries, moves you from work health focus to partners. Don't pick a fight, pick a plan. On the 19th, Cancer to Leo moves you from career pressure to community. Choose connection over comparison. On the 29th, Scorpio to Sagittarius moves you from money vigilance to movement and learning. Walk it off. Book the short class. Say yes to a quick trip. None of these are doom. They're toggles. Let your body be the switch. Now the hard cash, the voice, the spine. Mars in Libra from the 13th is licensed to say the number without shrinking. Ask for the raise with facts, not tremble. Protect your calendar like it protects your health. Build agreements you can live inside. Right scope, right timelines, right rates. Hunger and fatigue will make your tone sharp. Carry snacks, water, and a no big talks after 9 policy. The goal is not flawlessness. It's fast repair. Uranus Retrograde in Taurus ties money with trust and reminds you feelings are facts you should count. Fear raises your price in invisible taxes. Clarity lowers it. Pluto retrograde in Capricorn keeps remaking home and roots. Mars will tap that zone, clean one room, fix one hinge, close one lingering repair ticket, and watch power return to your day. Venus in Leo from the 15th makes your social reach warm and magnetic. Collaborations bring income. Friends bring leads. A community project pays off when you show your real face. Keep deals in writing, timelines clear, promises small and kept. Trust grows in the soil of calm delivery. Career and public life take Jupiter's hand in Gemini all month. Travel, study, publishing, teaching, legal matters, long-range gambits get steady luck if you show your work without jargon. Pitch and submit when the ground is kind. 12th to 14th for grounded talks, 17th to 20th for clarity, 24th to 30th for calm after the eclipse. The last day with Mercury clearing combustion and crossing the ecliptic is an excellent send day for the application. The proposal, the final invoice, the clean thank you for considering me. Your name lands when your mind is cool. Relationships are pushed and softened at once. The 7th, 8th lunar eclipse asks whether love has turned into a performance and whether your friends or your feed eat the time your heart needs. If you're dating, chemistry built on attention but not care will show its edges. If you're partnered, a group plan that keeps you apart or exhausts you both becomes the line you change. On the 13th, the Cazimi gives you gentle language. I miss us. I want this to be fun again. I need fewer late nights with the group so we can rest. On the 15th, Venus draws in good people, double dates with couples who actually like each other, dinners with friends who are builders, not critics. On the 17th, the Sun in Virgo begs you to protect sleep and put guardrails around work so love doesn't get your leftovers. On the 21st, 22nd, the solar eclipse writes the new default. No more guessing games, no more midnight fights, no more saying yes to the kind of work that grows resentment at home. If you're single, change the room you meet people in. Quit the places that numb your heart. Go where your values live. Classes, causes, craft, clubs. Let friends set you up if their relationships look like what you want. Rahu will push you towards sparks. Saturn will ask for a schedule. The right person will do both, feel like a match and show up on time. Home and inner life are not footnotes. Mars will make siblings and neighbors louder if you let pride speak before breath. Polite lines, written agreements, doors closed at night are not drama. They're hygiene. Run a Sunday night planning hour with gentle music and tea. 10 minutes each to name needs. A calendar open, no cross-examination. If you live alone, plan your week like you love yourself. Sleep, food, light, movement. One joy, one money check, one friend. It's not fancy. It's power. Health and work routines are the hinge of the month and the heart of the solar eclipse. The system that wins is simple. Bedtime window, water before coffee, walk after lunch, 45-10 work blocks. Do the hard thing first. If your body wants a checkup, book it between the 17th and the 30th. If your stress is chewing through days, put the nervous system at the top. Breathwork, stretching, sunlight, less phone, more face. If a boundary is needed at work, write it as policy for you, not a plea. I don't book back-to-backs. I don't answer after 7. I take lunch away from my screen. I plan the week Friday before sign-off. You're not making demands. You're building something you can sustain. Exactly what Virgo season and a Virgo solar eclipse are for. Thread the month one last time so it holds as one story in your body. The 3rd turns Mercury hot. Talk less, say it clean, draft, then deliver. Choose value, not volume. The 6th turns Uranus inward. Pull numbers, speak the feeling behind the math, share what you shouldn't carry alone, lock what shouldn't be shared. The 7th, 8th floods joy versus crowd. Say no once to the draining thing, and yes once to the heart-true thing. The 13th gives you a guiding sentence and puts Mars in your sign. Stand taller, move your body, point fire at problems, not people. The 15th brings sweet Venus to your people and sharp Mercury to your quiet room. Gather the right friends and guard your best changes while they grow. The 17th puts the sun in that quiet room and faces work across the sky. Write kind rules and keep them. The 20th to 23rd is fog. Lower inputs, more rest, no heavy talks at midnight. The 21st to 22nd installs new defaults. Delete one drain, write one rule, set one boundary. The final week favors small wins and soft nights. The 30th cools Mercury. Send it, submit it, close it. If you need a single line for hard mornings, use this like a fuse. I don't need to be perfect to be clear. I do the small, smart thing first. I give my best energy to what matters. My time has edges. My voice is kind. My body is heard. I choose real joy over performance. I build the schedule I can live inside. Remember the cast so you don't forget who's doing what. The sun lights your backstage from the 17th. Mercury is combust all month, mind sharp, pacing slow. Venus in Leo from the 15th, warmth with friends and audiences. Mars in Libra from the 13th, drive, courage, clean edges. Jupiter in Gemini, luck for travel, study, publishing, law, and mentors. Saturn retrograde and Neptune retrograde in Pisces, grown-up routines and compassionate limits at work. Uranus retrograde in Taurus, trust and money updated from within. Pluto retrograde in Capricorn, home and roots remade one fix at a time. Rahu in Aquarius, bold creative expression. K2 in Leo, releasing popularity contests. The moon's tides, eclipse surge early, stable ground mid-month. Combustion fog near the solar eclipse, tender edge late. Surf high, float low, don't fight the ocean. Do even half of this, and September ends different. You stop over-promising to groups and start over-delivering to your joy. Your name carries more respect because your yes is clean and your no is honest. Your money plan simplifies and your trust stops feeling like a gamble. Your home lightens because you fixed two small things and cleared one surface. Your sleep is protected and your body exhale is real. Your love is clearer because you chose connection over performance and rest over resentment. Your career path opens because you pitched when your mind was cool. Your mornings feel like a routine you made, not a rescue mission. Your nights feel like landings, not crashes. And you feel, finally, like the person who chooses what your life feels like. If this hit home, subscribe and like so this map finds the Libras who need it. And tell me the one rule you're installing on the eclipse. I want to hear the sentence you're going to live. Scorpio, I'm not going to soften this for you. September is a reckoning, a reveal, and a ruthless audit that strips away the pretty captions and forces you to fortify the rooms that truly hold your life. I'll keep the language straight and the steps usable. I'll name the dates and leave the clock out. I'll tell you what's happening in the sky, what it means for you as a Scorpio rising, and exactly what to do when the day bends the rest of your month. Here's the spine of the story. Two eclipses cut the month into before-after chapters. Mercury is combust from September 3rd to September 30th, running hot first in Leo, your 10th house of career, public standing, reputation, bosses, titles, platforms. And then in Virgo, your 11th house of community, friends, networks, collaborators, long-term goals, and the crowds you try to lead. Uranus turns retrograde in Taurus on September 6th in your 7th house of partners, contracts, open opponents, the we table, rewiring trust from the inside out. Your ruler Mars slips into Libra on September 13th and disappears into your 12th house, the private zone of sleep, endings, hospitals, sacred retreat, behind-the-scenes labor, and the ghosts you rarely name, igniting hidden heat you must direct or it will direct you. Venus enters Leo on September 15th and warms your 10th house, sweetening your public image and greasing doors that were stuck. Saturn retrograde and Neptune retrograde camp in Pisces all month in your 5th house of romance, children, creativity, joy, risk, and the nerve it takes to make something that matters, demanding grown-up structure with soft edges. Jupiter in Gemini protects your 8th house, deep money, taxes, loans, inheritances, intimate entanglements, psychological excavation, the honest therapy that actually heals, so that every time you tell the truth about money or fear, the floor doesn't collapse, it strengthens. Rahu in Aquarius drags your attention to the base camp, home, family, property, the literal and psychic house you live in, while Ketu in Leo strips an old public costume you've outgrown. If you want the 5-syllable map, the September plot is exposure, upgrade, install. Exposure at the lunar eclipse on the 7th to 8th, when the Aquarius-Leo axis rips the veil off your home career tension. Upgrade at the Cazimi and Mars shift on the 13th, when your professional sentence drops in and your energy moves into the back room. Install at the solar eclipse on the 21st, 22nd, when Virgo in your 11th writes new defaults for people, plans, and platforms, while Saturn-Neptune across in Pisces force reality plus compassion into your creative life. Now we walk it. From September 3rd, Mercury Combustion Leo lights your 10th like a flare. Fast calls, hot threads, press asks, opinions flying, urgent stamped on things that aren't. Combust just means your messenger is sitting too close to the sun, so the mind runs bright and hot while the mouth outruns the heart. For a 10th house transit that's dangerous and glorious, your words travel, your ideas punch above their weight, and the wrong sentence can go feral. Your move. Draft before you broadcast, sleep before you decide. Carry a one-page plan with 3 lines only. Must deliver, may delay, non-negotiable boundaries. If a boss or client tries to auction your nervous system, answer with scope, rate, and timeline, not biography. Remember that Mercury also governs the agreements that touch your 8th house money web through Jupiter's blessing. What you say at the mic may echo in contracts, commissions, profit splits, and insurance. Speak with value, not volume. One honest sentence beats a dozen defensive paragraphs. If you only keep one rule from the 3rd to the 14th, keep this: short truth, sent later. September 6, Uranus stations retrograde in Taurus, and something inside you flips in the 7th house machinery. Your tolerance for mixed signals drops. Your appetite for lopsided deals collapses. Your desire for aliveness inside partnership goes electric. Direct Uranus throws lightning from others. Retrograde Uranus throws lightning from within. That means you wake up and renegotiate with a calm courage that surprises even you. Cancellation policies in writing. Decision windows on shared projects. This is the scope and this is the rate. If the timeline changes, the price changes. Here's the pause button if either of us needs it. In love, this is an end to testing and a beginning to telling. Ask for the real thing without threat. Give the real thing without martyrdom. There's no need for thunder, just the clean sentence you can live with. I need clarity to feel safe. I need warmth to stay open. I need time with you that isn't a meeting. I need my studio hour to be untouchable. You control less than you think and more than you've been using. Use the part you have. September 7th into the 8th detonates the first peak, a lunar eclipse across Aquarius Leo. The moon swelling in your 4th. Home, family, safety, property, ancestral weather, the inner child's room. While the sun stands with combust Mercury in your 10th. Public role, title, status, visibility. The shadow slices between the kitchen and the office and says pick a balance you can defend with sleep, not captions. If you've been strong-arming, I've got this. At work, while your house runs on fumes, the bill arrives. If you've carried a family load alone while the platform keeps demanding more, the cost shows up in your bones. If your address or setup doesn't let your nervous system exhale deeply, you'll feel it and you'll be done pretending. Rahu in Aquarius yanks you into a truer definition of home. Ketu in Leo helps you put down the borrowed crown. No speeches, Scorpio. Reallocate. Fix one nagging thing in the house. Put your phone to sleep outside the bedroom. Install a hard-off switch for late-night work. Claim one quiet hour at dawn for you. Send the email that stops the slow drip. If a property decision waits, clarity arrives. If a family truth hums, speak it briefly and kindly. If you need time off, ask now and make it clean. Ask your body the only question that matters under this moon. What does home feel like in my nervous system? Then, make one move within 48 hours that gives you more of that feeling. You'll feel the room change. September 13 is your hinge. First, the Sun-Mercury Cazimi in Leo, mind inside the heart, drops a single career line into your lap. It won't sound clever. It will sound like relief. I don't sell stress. I build. I don't bluff. My title doesn't get my sleep. I lead with calm. I speak facts in warm tone. I pitch helpfully or not at all. Write it on a sticky and tape it to the machine you touch most. Later that same day, your ruler Mars enters Libra and vanishes into your 12th. Hear me. This is not weakness. This is weapons training in the dark. Mars in the 12th heats dreams, urges midnight pacing, accelerates hidden work, and can spark secret fights with yourself if you leave it unfed. Feed it clean, water at night, hot shower, stretch, breathwork, push-ups by the bed, slow laps around the block. Night writing sprints that end before your brain fries. Set no scroll after X, like it's federal law. Keep a cheap notebook on the nightstand for the ideas that come when the city is quiet. If you're caring for someone you love, Mars here lends steel and stamina. Use it without martyrdom. If anger prowls the edges, don't pick a person, pick a task. Send the fire into repair, into art, into sweat. The heat is holy when you give it a job. September 15 splits the screen. Venus ascends into Leo and pours honey over your 10th. PR softens, bosses smile, clients remember your name with warmth, the public room relaxes. Show your work, refresh the bio, request proper credit, propose the collaboration with a tone that assumes goodwill. That same day, Mercury slides into Virgo, still combust, now exalted, and your 11th house lights up with fast, sharp conversations across teams and communities. Edit the rooms, mute the noisy thread, trim one recurrent meeting that does nothing. Open a shared doc that names the goal, roles, dates in plain words. Invite the one person whose mind oxygenates your own, and let the rest go. In September, the quality of your life will match the quality of your conversations. Pick people who move your week forward instead of auditioning for a crowd that never shows up when it counts. September 17, the Sun follows Mercury into Virgo and throws the switch on the community floor. Spotlight swivels from my image at the top to the people and plans I ride with. Across the sky, Saturn retrograde and Neptune retrograde in Pisces stare back from your 5th. Your romance, your children, your art, your brave play, your joy. This is the crossbeam you must install. Carve sacred time for the heart, Saturn's structure, and keep it tender, Neptune's compassion. Even as you say yes, no to groups, you protect 2 hours a week for your project and call it work. You decline one committee that eats that time. You plan one do-nothing together hour if you parent. You design a small ritual that tells the inner child you didn't forget them. Walk at golden hour, a sketchbook in the bag, a playlist you play front to back with no screens. A ball in the park, a book on the balcony. Small faithful acts change the month. From the 20th to the 23rd, the moon hides under the sun's glare, combust, right over the solar eclipse window. Treat this like a weather alert. Lower input, lighter lists, more water, less caffeine late, soft nights, no talks that require a verdict after dark. You're not lazy, you're landing. The dimmer switch saves the house. September 21st into the 22nd, the solar eclipse lands in Virgo with Sun, Moon, Mercury shoulder to shoulder in your 11th, facing Saturn retrograde and Neptune retrograde in your 5th. Translation: the crowd and the muse lock eyes. If the lunar eclipse stripped an old mask at the top of the chart, this solar eclipse writes your new default for friends, teams, and long-range objectives, and demands a plan that keeps your joy alive. Do 3 exact things. Delete one group commitment that takes more than it gives. Write one rule for your time that you can keep even on your worst day. No meetings after 6. Saturday morning is mine, phones off at dinner. Choose one boundary that protects love or art. I write 20 minutes at 8. We schedule 2 date nights a month. I take my kid to the park Wednesdays. Sunday is for play. Saturn's presence demands realism. Small and repeatable beats big and brittle. Neptune's presence demands mercy. No drama, no guilt, just kind edges. This eclipse also edits your friend map. When you stop performing for rooms that won't catch you, the rooms that will become obvious. Let people reshuffle without a courtroom speech. Some move out of your front row, others move up. Your calendar will tell you who matters. Emotional weather you'll feel like a tide. The 7th and 8th lunar eclipse is tender on home/public. Keep mornings light and evenings quiet. Hourglass your to-do. Refuse comparison. Around the 12th to 14th, the moon is exalted in Taurus across your 7th. Perfect window for clear partnership talks, fair deals, shared progress, and intimacy that heals. If single, say yes to the simple invite. You're calm and magnetic. Around the 26th to 28th, the moon is debilitated in Scorpio in your first. Identity, body, mood on a low battery. Wear soft clothes, move slowly, delay high-stakes decisions, speak to yourself like you would to someone you love. Remember, the combust moon window from the 20th to 23rd, fewer screens, earlier bed, no midnight verdicts. 3 karmic flips as the moon jumps from water to fire. Around the 10th, Pisces to Aries pivots from love play to work health. Don't promise more than your body can deliver. Just pick the next right task. Around the 19th, Cancer to Leo pivots from belief travel to career. Decide how you'll show up before the day grabs you. Around the 29th, Scorpio to Sagittarius pivots from how you feel in your skin to what you say and charge. Choose facts over feelings in money talk. Money and deep resources hum under Jupiter in Gemini in your 8th. Quiet protection when you deal in real numbers. Use the steady days, 12 to 14th, to review accounts, refinance, adjust rates, set a weekly calm money meeting with tea and no shame. Write 1 line per week to reduce waste. Set 1 automatic move, small transfer on payday, and adopt 1 guardrail. No big purchases after 8 p.m. Uranus Retrograde in your 7th says any shared money plan must be written kindly and specifically. This is the minimum I need to feel safe. We review on the first Friday. Either of us can press pause and regroup. Pluto Retrograde in your 3rd. Voice, siblings, neighborhood daily travel wants you to stop apologizing for speaking with depth. Mars in the 12th will try to light late-night brain fires. When you catch it, move your body and return to breath. Don't buy confidence on the 26th-28th. You won't find it in a cart. You'll find it in sleep and sunlight. Relationships are where the month can heal hard and fast if you keep it simple. The lunar eclipse may push you to protect home and request flexibility from work. Use short sentences, no novels. The 12th to 14th is a golden window to reset partnership or set fair terms with a client. Choose 1 weekly ritual that strengthens the bond. Walks, coffee, cooking, a class, a no-phone night. The 13th brings Mars into the 12th and restlessness after dark. Before you pick at the person you love, name the real feeling. I'm tired. I'm anxious. Work has me spun. And ask for comfort instead of a fight. The 15th warns your public image with Venus. Celebrate each other's wins without turning it into scorekeeping. The 17th asks you to negotiate time between crowds and heart. 1 night per week you choose closeness over committee. The solar eclipse rewires your circle. Don't cling, don't chase. If you're single and serious, go where your values live and let a friend introduce you. Rahu in Aquarius pulls you to build a nest that actually holds you. Ketu in Leo helps you stop performing for love. The right person meets you where you live. Career rides multiple waves, and you can surf them without burning out. Early month Mercury Combust means your words fly. Keep claims small and true. Let work quality roar. The Cazimi on the 13th gives you a North Star sentence. Repeat it. The same day Mars tells you to route energy into quiet build, so your public face feels calm. The 15th Venus transit is your PR gift. Freshen your site, share a bright case study, ask for a testimonial, send the thank you. The 17th flips you toward alliances. Give 1 hour a week to the network that actually pays off. Cut the committee that doesn't. If you lead, make the team's week kinder. Trim meetings. Define good enough. Protect focus blots. The solar eclipse tells you to pick 3 goals for the next 6 months and tape them where you can see them. September is not asking you to be everywhere. It's asking you to be precise. By the time Mercury cools on the 30th, you'll be ready to send the application, the pitch, the proposal, the "here's what I offer" note with a cool head. That's how heat becomes progress. Health and daily rhythm hold the keys. Mars in the 12th will steal sleep if you feed it screens and sugar. Protect evenings like ritual. Water after dinner. No doom scroll after your set hour. Hot shower, cool room, Low light, 4 in, 6 out breath for 5 minutes. Paper book, phone out of the bedroom. During the day, especially around the solar eclipse, treat body tasks as meetings. Sunlight in the morning, walk after lunch, stretch after the last email. Real meals, not just coffee. If your job devours hours, use the 5-minute rule. 5 minutes for your body is still your body winning. Book checkups between the 17th and 30th if needed. Consider a small retreat or a home day with the phone off around the 22nd to 23rd. The recharge will outsize the effort. Stitch the month into a single line of action you can remember without notes. 3rd, talk less, say it cleaner. 6th, raise partnership standards quietly and write terms. 8th, repair the base camp and cut one public drain. 13th, name your career sentence and send your fire into quiet build, not midnight wars. 15th, shine at the top, sharpen your circles. 17th, guard hard time from group noise with simple rules. 20 to 23rd, lower inputs, rest. 21st, install new defaults for people and plans. Last week, small wins, soft nights. 30th, send the thing with a cool head. Microplays for hard moments. When panic hits at work, water plus 10 breaths plus one sentence that moves the project. When your partner asks, "Are you okay?" give the smallest true feeling, not the saga. When money fear rises, open the accounts and write one next action. When sleep wobbles, shower plus snack plus lights out an hour earlier. When the feed makes you doubt, log off and clean one surface. When a friend wants everything, pick one plan and say no to the rest without apology. When your inner critic shouts, talk like you would to a kid you love. The cast, so you don't forget who's moving what. The sun starts at the top of your chart and moves into your people room on the 17th. Shift from performance to alliances. Mercury combust all month. First career, then community. Mind sharp, pacing slow. Venus in Leo from the 15th. Soft power in public. Mars in Libra from the 13th. Hidden fire that demands movement and sleep hygiene. Jupiter in Gemini, steady in your 8th. Honest money plans pay. Saturn retrograde and Neptune retrograde in Pisces. Joy requires structure and softness. Uranus retrograde in Taurus. Partnership terms updated from within. Pluto retrograde in Capricorn. Voice with depth, no shrinking. Rahu in Aquarius. Build a base you actually like. Ketu in Leo. Drop the costume at the podium. The moon's tides. Eclipse surge early, stable ground mid-month. Combustion fog near the solar eclipse. Tender edge late. Surf high, float low. Don't fight the ocean. Do even half of this, and September ends different. Your house stops absorbing the city's stress and starts holding you. Your career voice sounds like you without the armor. Your partner hears you because you said it plainly. Your money plan is simple enough to keep. Your sleep stops negotiating with your phone. Your circles thin but strengthen. Your art or kid or heart gets time on the calendar instead of crumbs. Your yes means yes, and your no lands without poison. Your body finally believes you're on its side. If you need one line to carry when the day tilts, say this while you wash your face, lace your shoes, or close your laptop. I choose the small, true move over the loud, empty one. You don't need a grand gesture. You need one clean action you can repeat. If this hit, subscribe and like so more Scorpios hear the map before the month ambushes them. Drop the one rule you're installing at the solar eclipse in the comments. Say the sentence you'll live and let the future hear you. Sagittarius, I'm going to talk to you like a coach who knows your pace and loves your hunger for the horizon. September isn't handing you a reset. It's handing you a reveal. The month is built around two eclipses. A hot Mercury that pushes your voice and tests your pacing. Mars shifting your engine into the group lane. Venus softening the doors you want to open. The Sun climbing to the top of your chart. And Uranus turning inward in your work and health zone, So your daily system stops stealing your freedom. If you only track the big beats, track these. September 7th through 8th, the lunar eclipse that pulls on your message versus belief line and asks you to stop performing ideas you don't live. September 13 to 17, the hinge when a clean download lands. Mars changes signs, Venus sweetens your reach, and your career lights up. September 21st, 22nd, the solar eclipse that rewrites your goals and work style while looking straight at your home and emotional base. I'll tell you what's happening, what it means for your choices, and what to do on the days that bend the rest of your month. I'll keep the language plain. I'll keep the moves human and doable. You can listen to this on a walk, in the car, while you fold laundry, and still act the same day. Let's set the temperature. From September 3rd to September 30th, Mercury is combust, too close to the sun, so the messenger runs hot. Hot doesn't mean wrong. Hot means fast. Early in the month, Mercury burns in Leo, your 9th house. Belief, teaching, publishing, higher learning, mentors, purpose, travel that widens your world, and the story you tell yourself about where you're going. Combust Mercury here feels like a flood of opinions and invitations. You'll be asked to speak, post, teach, travel, decide. The trap is speed without sense, pressure without purpose. The strength is clarity under heat. If a plan is solid, the heat seals it. If a pitch is fluff, the heat burns it off before you waste months. Your rule for this window is simple and boring. Draft before you blast, sleep before you decide, and speak in short sentences you could defend on your worst day. You don't need a thread. You need a line. On September 13th, the Sun and Mercury meet at the same degree. That's a Cazimi, a brief, bright union when your mind sits inside the Sun and receives a clean beam. For you, it lands in the 9th house, so the headline for your year drops into your chest. It will not sound fancy. It will sound true. I teach what I live. I speak to serve. I travel when the work is worth it. I pitch less, deliver more. I study what I actually use. It's one sentence. It's your year's compass. Write it. Tape it where you work. Let it filter every yes and every no for the rest of the month. 2 days later, on September 15th, Mercury slides into Virgo and stays combust there through the 30th. Virgo is the top of your chart. Career, reputation, title, public voice, the rooms where your work is judged. Translation: your calendar gets loud, your name moves farther, your words carry weight. That's great if you are steady and specific. That's risky if you overpromise from adrenaline. Keep your promises small and real. Put decisions in writing. Shrink meetings. Ask for 1 hour when you feel pushed. Then return with a clear answer. You don't win September by speed alone. You win by precision. Now the first big wave, the lunar eclipse on September 7th to 8th. It lands across the Aquarius-Leo axis, which for you is the bridge between local voice and big picture belief. Aquarius is your 3rd house. Communication, writing, content, learning, siblings, neighbors, close allies, short trips, the everyday channels where your voice actually lives. Leo is your 9th. Beliefs, mentors, publishing, travel, faith, the spine behind your words. The moon swells in your 3rd house, while the sun stands in your 9th. The earth's shadow cuts the light, and the noise drops long enough for you to feel what is real. If you've been talking about ideas you don't live, you will feel the mismatch and want to fix it. If you've been sitting on work that matters, your hand will shake and you will know it's time to share. If your calendar is full of meetings that eat your writing, your training, your learning, this eclipse says, stop promising you'll get to it. Put it in your calendar like a real job and protect it like one. Practical move for eclipse night and the next day. Delete one noisy thread, block 2 hours for the work that builds your skill or your message, and make one tiny pledge you can keep daily. Keep it small, keep it repeatable. A second layer, Rahu, the North Node, pulls in Aquarius and wants you to practice your voice in the real world. Blog, record, teach, post, call, show your work. Ketu, the South Node, sits in Leo and asks you to drop the stale guru act, the old belief that says you must know everything before you can share anything. Teach through your life. Share what you're learning now. People feel the honesty. That's what spreads. Let's hold that eclipse note while we look at what shifts next. September 6th, right before the eclipse, Uranus turns retrograde in Taurus, your sixth house. Work, co-workers, processes, routines, food, sleep, health, daily systems, pets, the engine room that runs your life. When Uranus is direct, surprises come from outside. Schedules flip, staff changes, a policy drops out of nowhere. When Uranus turns inward, the surprise changes you from the inside. You stop tolerating fake urgency. You stop obeying a calendar built on other people's panic. You rewire your day for freedom you can keep. That sounds small, but it's huge. You move your workout to the time your body actually likes. You build a morning that belongs to you. You automate one annoying task. You turn quick favors into happy to help on Friday from 2 to 3. You build a 45-10 work block, 45 minutes on, 10 off, to protect your focus. You use a done at 80% rule on small tasks, so perfection stops devouring your week. If you lead a team, you design this for the room. Fewer standing meetings, fewer reply-alls, clear timelines, hard stops. Health note: Uranus retrograde loves tiny changes that deliver big freedom. Buy the shoes your back keeps begging for. Move your printer across the room so you stand every hour. Put your water bottle where you see it all day. Small acts of rebellion against burnout. That's the point. September 13 is your hinge day. In the morning, the Sun-Mercury Cazimi drops your headline. At night, Mars moves into Libra, your 11th house of friends, teams, networks, community, collaborators, patrons, and gains from your work. Before the 13th, Mars has been pushing your career sector to output and perform. After the 13th, your engine moves into the group lane. You feel it as momentum with allies, a strong push to join or lead something that matters. Clean desire to help more people with the same amount of effort. Mars here is excellent for bold outreach, quick sprints, and let's build it energy. The trap is too many cooks and late-night arguments in group chats. The cure is roles. If you start a thing with friends, write who owns what and when. If a thread gets hot after 9 p.m., close the app and move your body. Strengthen your back and your project in the same 10 minutes. You don't win this Mars with debate. You win it with delivery. 2 days later, September 15th, Venus moves into Leo, your 9th house, and Mercury moves into Virgo, your 10th, still combust. Venus in your 9th is charm in your beliefs, warmth in your teaching, ease in your publishing, grace in long-distance ties, hospitality in your travel, a softer welcome from mentors and platforms. If you need goodwill, this is your window. Ask for introductions, thank your teachers, submit the piece. Make the pitch with warmth, not push. Share something that helps without a hook. Doors open when you do this. Mercury in your 10th, still hot, is the amplifier for all of that. Your name lands farther than you think. Keep your claims small and true. Put what, when, how much in every message. If you feel yourself rushing to fill silence, stop. Let your work speak. Let your rate stand. The quiet space after a clear sentence is where respect grows. September 17th, the Sun joins Mercury in Virgo and the top of your chart lights up. This is when you step up in public. You don't need a stadium. You need the room that actually matters for your path. Put your work in front of people. Ask for proper credit. Update your profile. Polish the offer. Make a simple case for the raise or the role. One paragraph of results. One sentence of what you want. One line on timing. Across the sky, Saturn retrograde and Neptune retrograde stand together in Pisces, your fourth house. Home, family, private life, repairs, roots, sleep, emotional baseline. The room where you land when the world stops. Saturn asks for structure and responsibility. Bills, repairs, routines, chores, boundaries that hold. Neptune asks for compassion and softness. Time to feel, time to pray or breathe or listen to music. Time to be human. They look across at the Sun and Mercury and write you a simple instruction. Your career will grow if your home is honest. If your house is running on fumes while you try to be a hero at work, your body will pull the plug for you. If you build a kinder rhythm at home, your work will flow and your output will rise. Practical move. Write a weekly home rhythm, a tired you can keep. Keep it short. No work calls after dinner. Bed by 11. Sunday meal prep. 1 quiet hour in the morning. 1 family meeting or roommate reset. No laptop in bed. 1 chore block on Saturday. Tape it where you'll see it. Treat it like policy, not a mood. Now the quiet low tide window. From around September 20 to September 23rd, the moon is under the beams, combust, so your energy dips. That window overlaps the solar eclipse. Treat those days like a dimmer switch. Fewer calls, softer evenings. More water, lighter food, earlier bed. No big fights after dark. You are not lazy. You are landing. Your nervous system needs space to process. Give it space, and it will give you clarity. Now, the second big wave, the solar eclipse on September 21st to 22nd. It lands in Virgo with the Sun, Moon, and Mercury shoulder to shoulder. Across the sky sits Saturn retrograde and Neptune retrograde in Pisces. For you, the message is blunt and kind. Your public role and your private life need a new deal. If the lunar eclipse stripped a fake voice or a borrowed belief, this solar eclipse installs a system that matches who you are now. Do 3 direct things. 1. Delete 1 task from your job list that never pays off. Meetings that create meetings, reports no one reads, admin that could be batched once a week. 2. Write 1 rule for your time you can keep even on your worst day. No calls after 7, 45-minute focus blocks, walk after lunch, Sunday offline, 1 hour admin, then stop. I don't book back-to-back meetings. 3. Choose 1 boundary for home that protects your work and your body. No emails in bed, quiet hour in the morning. Friday night is family night. Phone charges in the kitchen, dishes done before bed. Put these in your calendar. That's it. No speech. New defaults. If you lead a team, be the adult in the room without being harsh. Name deliverables. Trim 1 useless meeting. Set a fair pace. Praise real effort. The room gets calmer. The work gets better. People trust you more. That's the return. Let's talk about mood and the moon, because you will feel the tides. The first is the eclipse tide on September 7th to 8th. Your mind is loud. Your heart is pulled between what you've always believed and what your everyday life is showing you now. Make those days low noise. Short lists, short walks, less scrolling. If a sibling or neighbor or close friend needs a real conversation, have it. Keep the tone warm and the point simple. The second tide is steady and grounded around September 12th to 14th, when the moon moves through Taurus, where it's strongest. That's your 6th house of work and health. You will feel capable if you keep it basic. Clear your desk. Clean your inbox enough to breathe. Fix 1 small thing in your diet or routine. Book a checkup if you need one. Set a habit that catches you when life speeds up. Afternoon walk, a water reminder, a 20-minute stretch, lunch away from your screen. The third tide is tender around September 26 to 28, when the moon is in Scorpio, where it's least comfortable. That's your 12th house. Sleep, rest, endings. Hospitals, faraway places, silence. Expect lower energy and thinner skin. Wear soft clothes. Keep evenings quiet. Make no high-stakes choices. If grief or old memories rise, let them breathe without turning them into a task. By the 29th, the moon moves into Sagittarius. Your mood picks up. Mercury cools the next day. Your voice feels clean again. There are also a few fast karmic knot flips, moments when the moon moves from a water sign into a fire sign and the vibe changes quickly. Around the 10th, Pisces to Aries flips you from home and feelings to fun and creative drive. Use it to make something small, not to start a fight. Around the 19th, Cancer to Leo flips you from deep intimacy and shared money to purpose and direction. Use it to say one brave yes. Around the 29th, Scorpio to Sagittarius flips you from foggy rest to I'm back. Leave space in your day to enjoy the lift. Let's bring in your rulers and allies. Jupiter is your chart ruler. All month it's in Gemini, your 7th house of marriage, committed love, business contracts, key clients, mentors, open rivals who sharpen you, and honest allies. Jupiter here is a quiet blessing over partnership. It protects fair deals and truthful conversations. If you need help, ask for it from someone who has both skill and kindness. If you need to renegotiate, pick a day in the middle stretch, September 12th to 18th, and speak plainly about value, timelines, and mutual benefit. Exact sentences help. Here's what I can deliver by this date. Here's the rate that lets me do it right. Here's the bottleneck. Here's my fix. Don't sell yourself short. Jupiter wants fair, not flashy. If you're single and serious, show up where your ideas live. Classes, panels, bookshops, community nights, trips. If you're partnered, Jupiter's medicine is simple. Grow together by telling the truth early. Praise out loud. Correct softly. Make time for fun. Listen as much as you speak. Saturn retrograde and Neptune retrograde sit together in Pisces all month in your 4th house, the home base. Saturn's gift is structure that lasts. Neptune's gift is compassion that heals. Together they say, treat your home like a living system that supports your mission. Fix one broken thing. Put one bill on autopay. Put your phone in another room at night. Bring one object into your space that calms your body. Plant, lamp, clean sheets, a chair by a window. Name one weekly family or house ritual that happens no matter what. Sunday lunch, movie night, a walk after dinner, a 10-minute what do you need this week check-in. This matters because the Sun and Mercury, in your career zone, stare across at Saturn and Neptune for the second half of the month, and especially on the 21st, 22nd. Strong base, strong public you. We already talked Uranus retrograde in your 6th house. One more layer there. Uranus returns freedom to places you thought you were stuck. If a process makes you feel trapped, experiment. If a tool drains you, replace it. If the day chews you up, bite back with one rule you never break. Morning sunlight, water before coffee, a midday walk, no email after a set time, shoes by the door, timer on your desk. This isn't glamorous. It's power you can keep. Pluto retrograde in Capricorn sits in your 2nd house. Income, savings, self-worth, your literal voice. Pluto asks for depth and truth. Pick one income stream to strengthen for the rest of the year, and drop one that eats time and pays thin. Put your rate in a sentence, and practice saying it without apology. Record your own voice reading something you care about. Listen to the tone. Adjust until you sound like you, not like a performance. Money and voice are linked for you right now. The more your voice sounds like you, the more your money matches your value. Rahu in Aquarius and Ketu in Leo run the background all month. Rahu in your communication house pulls you into practice. Ketu in your belief house asks you to release the old costume of certainty. The lunar eclipse makes you pick a message you can live. The solar eclipse turns that message into a structure that serves real people. You don't need a bigger audience. You need a true one. Let's stitch the month into a single story you can remember without notes. Week 1, roughly the 1st to the 7th. Mercury is hot in your belief zone. Draft, don't blast. If a travel or teaching plan shifts, choose the flexible option. September 6th, Uranus turns inward in your work and health zone. Clean one habit. Automate one task. Cut one fake urgent request. September 7th, 8th, Lunar Eclipse. Less noise, more truth. 2 hours on the work that matters. Post the thing that matters. Have the honest talk with a sibling or teammate. Week 2, roughly the 8th to the 14th. The moon is strong around the 12th to 14th. That's your steadiest window all month for calm progress. Clear clutter. Build the habit. Put your body on your calendar. September 13th, your one-line headline lands and Mars moves into your team zone. Choose allies. Write roles. Point your fire at building, not arguing. Week 3, roughly the 15th to the 21st. Venus sweetens your belief zone on the 15th. Mercury enters your career zone, still hot. Pitch with warmth. Update your profile. Ask for credit. September 17th, the Sun joins Mercury at the top and faces Saturn and Neptune at home. Write a weekly home rhythm so your public you has real fuel. September 20 to 23rd, energy dips. Rest on purpose. Week 4, roughly the 21st to the 30th. Solar eclipse rewires your goals and work style. Delete one task. Write one rule. Set one boundary. Keep them. September 26th to 28th. Protect your sleep and mood. September 29th and 30th. Energy rises. Mercury cools. Your voice is clear. Send the note that matters. Now let's tie the transits to real decisions in each zone of life so you can act without thinking twice. Career. The arc is simple. Clarify what you believe. Deliver what you promise. Build a system you can keep. Early month. Write your one-line compass. Say it out loud before you answer big asks. Mid-month. Step into rooms that matter. Update your bio. Share a clean case study. Ask for the credit you already earned. Late month. Set rules that make your work sustainable. Focus blocks, no after-hours email, a weekly plan you write on Friday before you sign off. If you want a raise or a role, the 16th to 20th window is steady. Keep the ask short. One paragraph of results. One sentence of what you want. One line on when. If you lead, separate urgency from importance. September makes everything feel now. Your job is to decide what's truly now. Relationships. Jupiter in your partnership house is a quiet blessing. Ask for help from the person who has both skill and kindness. The 12th to 14th is a perfect stretch for a gentle check-in, a simple date, or a short plan you can both keep. Around the solar eclipse, skip big fights. Make small agreements. Phones away at dinner. No heavy talks after 9. Budget talks Sunday afternoon. If something ends this month, let it end with dignity. Your next chapter needs space. If you're single and serious, show up where your ideas live. Say yes to introductions by friends whose relationships look like what you want. You're not hunting for fireworks. You're looking for warmth and consistency. Money. Pluto keeps pushing you to tell the truth. Make a one-page money map you can understand at a glance. What comes in, what goes out, what you're building, what you're done with. Move the tiny bit of money where it serves your values. Savings, debt payment, a tool that saves time, a class that builds skill. Write your rates on a card. Practice saying them until your voice is steady. If shame rises, breathe out until your chest softens. Then say the number again. Your work deserves air. Health. Uranus Retrograde wants you free from fake pressure. Build a morning that is yours. Sunlight, water, movement, 5 minutes of stillness. If sleep has been thin, protect evenings like a ritual. Hot shower, cool room, dim lights, phone out of the bedroom. 4 breaths in, 6 out for 5 minutes. Book checkups between the 17th and the 30th if you need them. If stress runs high, put your nervous system first. Breath, stretching, sunlight, less phone, more face-to-face. Creativity and faith. Saturn and Neptune in your home base want you to be the adult who also allows magic. Put a frame around play. Sign up for the class. Keep the sketchbook in reach. Read a page of something that feeds you every night. Pray if that's your language. Sit in silence if it isn't. Let your inner life matter. Because real life gets loud, here are when this, do that guides for your pressure points. When your calendar explodes, draw 2 columns on paper, must do and can wait, and breathe 3 times before you add anything. When you want to defend yourself online, close the app, drink water, and message one real person who actually matters. When imposter feelings spike, list 3 ways you helped someone this year and read them out loud. When someone drops a quick favor that isn't quick, say, I can't fit this week, here's what I can do next week. Or say, here's my rate. When sleep slips, hot shower, phone out of the room, lights off earlier than you think, hand on chest, long exhales. When anger rises at night, move your body for 5 minutes, then write the 1 sentence you wish they understood. You might never send it. Your nervous system needs to hear you say it. When you can't decide, flip a coin and notice your reaction. If you feel relief, do it. If you feel dread, don't. Your body already knows. Let's revisit the 3 peaks with a little cinema so you remember. September 7th to 8th, the night feels unusually quiet. You hear the sound of your own voice when you strip out everyone else's opinions. You remember the exact place you were standing when you decided to speak as yourself. September 13th to 17th, a line lands. You choose your people. You say less and mean it more. Someone notices. The spotlight shifts from beliefs to delivery, and your week gets simpler because you stopped explaining and started building. September 21st to 22nd, the Sun and Moon stand with Mercury at the top of your chart, facing Saturn and Neptune at the base. The old calendar doesn't push you anymore. You draw new lines. You keep them. You sleep. Your work improves because your life got kind. That's the story arc. That's the win. Now I'll name the cast in simple roles so you never forget who's doing what. The Sun. First half of the month, it lights your beliefs. After the 17th, it lights your career and public voice. Mercury. The messenger. Hot all month. First in belief, then in career and teams. Brilliant ideas. Risky pacing. Draft, sleep, deliver. Venus. Your charm. Entering your belief zone on the 15th. Opening doors with mentors, platforms, travel and teaching. Use warmth, not force. Mars. Your engine. Shifting on the 13th into friends, teams, and group goals. Aim it at building. Don't waste it on late-night arguments. Jupiter. Your guardian. Steady in partnership. Good people, fair deals, mentors who help. Ask. Saturn retrograde and Neptune retrograde. The house parents in your home base. Structure plus compassion. Chores and candles. Bills and music. Both. Uranus retrograde. The electrician in your day. Rewiring routines for freedom you can keep. Pluto retrograde. The deep contract lawyer in your income and voice. Make money like the person you're becoming. Speak like yourself. Rahu and Ketu. The karmic current. Pulling your voice into practice. Ketu helping you drop certainty costumes. The Moon. Your mood. Loud and revealing at the first eclipse. Strong and steady mid-month. Quiet and tender late month. Then, bright again as you step into your own sign. Let's make this even more practical with a 1-page September plan you can read every morning. From the 3rd to the 14th, I draft before I deliver and sleep before I decide. On the 6th, I change one habit at work that gives me back an hour. On the 7th to 8th, I cut a noisy thread and block 2 hours for the work that builds me. On the 13th, I write my 1-line compass and point my fire at building, not arguing. On the 15th, I pitch with warmth, update my profile, and thank my teachers. On the 17th, I write my home rhythm so my public self has fuel. From the 20th to the 23rd, I rest on purpose and keep my evenings soft. On the 21st to 22nd, I delete one dead task, write one rule, set one boundary. On the 26th to 28th, I lower the bar and protect my sleep. On the 29th to 30th, I send the note that matters with a cool head. Put that on your fridge. Put that on your phone. Treat it like directions, not suggestions. Because Sagittarius is famous for scanning the horizon and sometimes missing the step at your feet, I want to bring you back to ground with small, repeatable moves that change your month more than any grand plan. Choose 3 goals for the next 6 months. Write one rule that protects each goal. If your goal is a book or a course or a certification, 20 minutes before work, 5 days a week. If your goal is stronger relationships, 1 date or friend night per week. Phone in a drawer. If your goal is money, 1 money hour on Friday. Soft music, tea, no shame. Tape those rules where you'll see them. Keep them when you're tired. The day changes, the week changes, the life changes. Not with drama, with rhythm. Let's circle back to the 3 major relationships in your month. Your relationship with your voice, your relationship with your time, and your relationship with your home. Your voice, the lunar eclipse, shows you where you've been performing certainty instead of practicing truth. The cure is smaller and braver. I'm learning this. Here's what helps, not here's the doctrine. Speak less and mean it more. Your time, the solar eclipse, shows you where your calendar serves chaos. The cure is rules you can keep on your worst day. Write them like policy. Keep them like promises. Your home, Saturn and Neptune show you where you need both structure and softness. Fix the hinge, light the candle, pay the bill, play the music, fold the blanket, put the phone to bed. It's not fancy. It's fuel. Now I want to put words into your pocket for the moments you will meet this month. On the 7th or 8th, when you feel torn between posting something loud and writing something true, say, I choose real over noise. On the 13th, when your one-line compass lands, say it out loud and write it big where you work. On the 15th, before the pitch or the ask, say, warmth first, then details. On the 17th, when you sit down to write your home rhythm, say, my base supports my mission. On the 21st and 22nd, when you install new defaults, say, I don't need a speech, I need a system. On the 26th, 28th, when your energy drops, say, I'm not failing, I'm refueling. On the 29th, 30th, when your voice clears, say, short, true, sent. A few quick plays for leadership. Because the top of your chart is loud. Lead with clarity over charisma. Name the goal, the roles, and the dates. Protect your team's focus. Trim meetings. Praise in public. Coach in private. Use I can language. I can deliver this by Friday. The rest needs a new timeline. Use if-then language for scope. If scope changes, budget changes. Use one-page plan language. Here's what must ship, what can wait, and what I won't trade my attention for. You'll feel the room exhale. That's leadership. A word about love, because Jupiter is lighting partnership. Your life improves if you tell the truth early and often, in a warm tone. I miss us. Can we plan Tuesday? I need 1 phone-free dinner a week. I can meet you halfway on that timeline. I need help with this chore. If you're dating, pick rooms where your values breathe. Resist the performance of chemistry for the reality of care. If love is hard right now, ask for comfort before you ask for answers. Your nervous system needs safety to hear truth. A word about money, because Pluto won't stop pushing. Money is not an exam you pass. It's a relationship you keep. Write down 3 numbers. What comes in monthly on average, what goes out on the basics, and 1 number you're building. Savings, debt payoff, a tool that saves you time. Automate 1 small move on payday. Put your rate on paper. Practice saying it. If a client pushes, breathe. restate the value, and be willing to walk. Your options expand when your voice matches your work. A word about body. You are fire. Fire needs fuel and sleep. Build the morning, sunlight, water, movement, 5 minutes of breath or stillness. Sleep like it's part of the job. When you're angry at night, move your body for 5 minutes before you talk. When you're stuck at a screen, stand every hour. When you're overwhelmed, go outside and look at far distance for 30 seconds. Your nervous system resets faster than you think. Let's close with a clear image of your month's plot. The curtain rises on a road you've walked before. You're halfway between towns with a backpack of ideas and a phone full of threads. The sky goes dark at the lunar eclipse, and the sound of the crowd fades. You hear your own voice. It's simple. It's kind. It's yours. You write one sentence on a scrap of paper and put it in your pocket. Days pass. You meet allies. You cut detours. You build instead of argue. You reach a crossroads at the solar eclipse and draw new lines on your map. Lines you can keep. You sleep. You wake. You travel lighter. The town ahead is still ahead, but the way you walk is different. You stop checking how you look and start checking how it feels. People fall into step with you because your pace makes sense. That's September. And here's your final check before October opens. Are you willing to speak your truth instead of someone else's script? Are you willing to make your home kinder so your work can be better? Are you willing to move your body when your mind spins? Are you willing to protect 1 hour for the thing that brings you joy? If your answer is yes, even a shaky yes, you've already turned the month. Keep your voice steady. Keep your schedule kind. Point your fire at what you're building and let the rest fall away. The world doesn't need a louder version of you. It needs the version who believes what you say and lives what you believe. September doesn't end for Sagittarius. It primes the launch. October doesn't arrive. It opens. And you walk straight through. Capricorn, I'm going to talk to you straight and steady, the way you prefer. September is not a reset. It's a reveal. If you only keep one sentence from this whole thing, let it be this. Your power this month isn't in pushing harder. It's in choosing cleaner. The sky sets a clear stage, and you're standing at the intersection of money and meaning, home and career, truth and delivery. 2 eclipses shake the ground under decisions you can no longer postpone. Mercury runs hot and makes words and paperwork move faster than usual. Mars climbs to the top of your chart and puts heat under your reputation and leadership. Venus dives into the intimacy room and softens talks about trust and shared money. The Sun steps into your beliefs and long-range purpose and asks for a map, not a mood. Uranus turns inward in the room of joy, creativity, and romance and rewires how you play so it actually fuels you. I'll walk you through what's happening, what it means for your choices, and exactly what to do on the days that bend the rest of your month. I'll keep the language simple. I'll keep the steps practical. I'll focus on what matters to a Capricorn, results you can stand behind. Let's set the temperature. September 3rd to September 30th. Mercury is combust, too close to the sun, so the messenger runs hot. Early month, Mercury burns through Leo, which for you is the deep room, shared resources, loans, taxes, insurance, inheritances, debt, investments, legal knots, and the honest, emotional work that lives under money. Picture a very fast clerk moving through a bank vault and a therapist's office at the same time. Paperwork speeds up, disclosures surface, and complex topics suddenly make sense. The gift is clarity under heat. The risk is speed without safeguards. The rule that saves you again and again is boring and perfect. Numbers in writing, promises in writing, timelines in writing. And never decide big money stuff when you're hungry, angry, or tired. Keep emails short. Title documents clearly. Use received, reviewing, reply by X often. That alone prevents most fires. Circle September 13. The Sun and Mercury meet at the same degree in Leo. That's a Cazimi, your spotlight in the vault, and it drops a sharp insight about a budget, a contract clause, a tax step, a loan, an inheritance matter, a subscription pile you forgot to prune, or a pattern in intimacy that drives your money choices. The download is obvious once you hear it. Write it down. Make one small correction the same day while the light is bright. Adjust a split. Cancel a leak. Flag a clause. Send a concise "here are the terms I can accept" note. Tiny action, big ripple. 2 days later, September 15, Mercury slides into Virgo and stays combust there to month's end. Virgo is your 9th house. Beliefs and big picture direction. Higher learning, mentorship, legal matters, publishing, visas, far travel, and the story that gives your work meaning. Translation, forms, applications, pitches, itineraries, syllabi, contracts, and public words move fast, carry farther, and stick. Deliver clear timelines. Read every form twice. Ask clarifying questions in one sentence at a time. Assume people will quote you. That assumption makes your language cleaner and your impact stronger. Promise less, deliver better. If you're building a course, finishing a book, shaping a keynote, or polishing a case study, make daily blocks small and sacred. Not when I have time, when the clock says. Now the first peak, the lunar eclipse on September 7th to 8th. It lands on your Aquarius-Leo axis. Aquarius says, my money, my voice, my values. And this faces Leo, which says, our money, our trust, our repair. Eclipses prefer truth over noise. If there's a pay gap, you'll feel out of patience. If you're underpricing, your body will push you to stop. If partnership agreements are fuzzy, bills, profit splits, loan responsibility, the fuzz turns to friction, so you'll write a real deal. If you've been carrying private fear about money in silence, your nervous system may say enough, and that's your cue to ask for help. From a pro, from a partner, from the friend who loves spreadsheets. What to do in the eclipse window? Pause big purchases. Settle outstanding in or out cash. Say your rate out loud to the relevant person. And pick exactly one money habit you'll keep for the rest of the year. Examples. Sunday money check for 30 minutes. All invoices sent within 24 hours. Automatic savings the day income lands. Subscriptions reviewed on the 1st. This eclipse isn't punishing you. It's making your values louder than your fears. Say it in your own words. My value is not my balance. Then live like you believe it. Now your hinge sequence. September 13 delivers that Cazimi insight. That evening, Mars moves into Libra, right to the top of your chart. Career, reputation, leadership, public role. Imagine your engine stepping onto a lit stage. The room sees you. You feel the push to act. Healthy expressions. Take a clean lead on a project. Ask for accountability. Set timelines you can defend. Clean up a process. Choose a visible problem and fix it. Risky expressions. Fight battles that aren't yours. Get dragged into politics you don't need. Expect everyone to move at your pace. Mars in Libra wins with backbone and diplomacy. Write roles, set deadlines, say we often, and still own decisive moments with I'll decide and report back. And because Pluto spends the month retrograde in Capricorn, your sign, the deep contract lawyer in your chart sits in the front row while you lead. That's not pressure to be perfect. It's an invitation to let your public actions match your private code. If a move would make you proud in a year, it's a yes. If it would make you hide, it's a no. September 15 is a split screen with 2 gifts. Venus enters Leo and pours warmth on your intimacy and shared money room. Charm and ease return to hard conversations. Paperwork unsticks. A partner's income news softens pressure. Refinancing, insurance updates, wills, estate basics. These talks go better when you lead with kindness and show your math. Keep promises small and clean. Say thank you without a but. The same day, Mercury takes the combust torch to Virgo, where your public words, plans, and legal learning logistics want precision and pace. If you're launching, ask a trusted brain to review language for clarity. If you're studying, set a steady cadence you'd enforce for a teammate. If you're traveling, plan backups and print the details that matter. September 17th, the Sun joins Mercury in Virgo and lights up your message and meaning. Across the sky, Saturn retrograde and Neptune retrograde in Pisces stare back from your third house. Daily words, short trips, skills, your local world, sibling and neighbor dynamics, and your inbox. That opposition is the month's most useful seesaw for you. The ninth house Sun and Mercury say, speak big, teach, publish, point to the horizon, while Saturn and Neptune say, make your daily words simple, your tone kind, your roots human. The grown-up Capricorn expression is powerful. Big ideas carried by plain sentences that a busy person can use today. If you commute, let the trip teach or rest you. Don't feed your anxiety. If you write, cut fluff. If a sibling conversation needs repair, pick one topic and bring one solution, not 10 complaints. If a neighbor boundary needs setting, choose 4 sentences and a follow-up date. You'll like how capable you feel when ideas meet details without drama. Pause for emotional weather, because it's real. 3 tides matter. First tide, September 7th to 8th, around the lunar eclipse. Feelings about money, safety, and voice swing wider. Treat those days like wet roads. Slow turns, no sudden acceleration, traction over speed. Second tide, September 12th to 14th. The moon moves through Taurus where it's strongest. For you, that's joy, creativity, romance, children, the art of making things. Stability returns. Use it to make something small and real. Schedule a date you'll enjoy, or give a child your full attention with your phone away. It fills the battery more than you expect. Third tide, September 26 to 28. The moon moves through Scorpio where it's least comfortable. For you, that's friends, groups, networks, hopes, and plans. Expect lower patience for group chatter and louder stings if you feel left out. Choose fewer people and deeper time. Do not take your worth to a comment section. Fold laundry with music. You'll feel better in an hour. One more weather note. September 20th to 23rd. The moon is under the beams, combust, overlapping the solar eclipse. Plan soft evenings, warm food, less caffeine late, earlier sleep, no high-stakes fights at night. That window is not a test of character. It's a dimmer switch for your nervous system. Let it dim. Uranus turns retrograde September 6th in Taurus, your 5th house. Creativity, romance, children, side projects, risk that feels like play. When Uranus is direct, surprises arrive from outside. A new brief, a sudden crush, a child's schedule flip. When Uranus turns inward, the surprise is you. Taste shifts, tools change, routines refresh. Play becomes permission instead of performance. This is the electrician rewiring fun, so it stops tripping the circuit. Move a piano or a craft table to a room you actually walk through. Replace a Distracto app with a notebook that gives you back time. Take your kid to the park with no phone and watch 20 minutes stretch into something honest. Ditch last-minute plans that wreck sleep. Trade adrenaline dates for curiosity dates. Small upgrades, big current. That's the point. Jupiter spends September in Gemini, your 6th house. Work, routines, coworkers, workflows, health, pets, the engine room. Jupiter is the coach and it's generous. The message, it's not to do more. It's to do better in a way your body can carry. Learn the tool that saves you hours. Hire or trade for help if you can. Make it safe to ask questions and admit mistakes on your team. Job leads, helpful people, smoother processes, respond to honest effort all month. Pair Jupiter's lift with the simplest basics: water, sunlight, short walks, regular meals, a work block timer, 5 minutes of breath when your jaw tightens. It's not a poster. It's fuel for the push Mars will ask for in your career zone. Pluto retrograde stays in Capricorn, your sign. That's why costumes itch and old titles feel heavy. Pluto wants the real shape of you at the table. Drop roles that keep you small. Let identity cracks air out. Pair that with Mars in your 10th, and you get a clean directive. Lead as the person you're becoming, not the person people remember. You'll be tempted to haul yesterday's fights into today's rooms. Don't. Let results speak. Let your calendar prove your values. Let your sleep prove your priorities. That's what power looks like this month. Second peak, the solar eclipse September 21st to 22nd in Virgo. The Sun and Moon shoulder to shoulder with Mercury, facing Saturn and Neptune retrograde in Pisces. If the lunar eclipse asked, "Are your values real in your money life?" this one asks, "Do your daily words and routes match your bigger promise?" For you, the 9th to 3rd axis is huge. The Virgo room is beliefs, guilds of knowledge, legal tracks, publishing, spiritual compass, teachers and students. Long-range path. The Pisces room across the way is daily message, inbox hygiene, commute, neighbors, siblings, skill practice, the rituals that carry the week. On this eclipse, pick 3 small structures that hold your larger truth and commit like a contract. One rule for time: no calls after dinner, or 45-minute focus blocks with 10-minute breaks, or meeting-free mornings Monday and Wednesday, or Friday planning hour before sign-off. One habit for learning: read 20 minutes each morning, or 1 lecture per week, or notes reviewed every Tuesday, or 1 practice rep daily. One boundary for communications or commute: no phone in bed, or email batch at 10 and 3 only, or I walk to get coffee without AirPods, or I don't text when I'm tired and mad. Don't give a speech. Install defaults. Make them simple. Make them repeatable. If travel or legal processes are in motion, dates may shuffle. Keep paperwork tight, backups ready, tone steady. And remember, productivity is not worth. Rest is not the opposite of achievement. It's the floor that lets achievement stand up. Rahu and Ketu keep the background currents steady. Rahu in Aquarius, Ketu in Leo. Rahu pulls you to speak cleanly about money and value, to charge fairly, to let people know what they can count on. Ketu asks you to drop drama around what you share. Less secrecy, fewer power plays, more honest math and clearer agreements. The eclipses light this axis, so 2 or 3 clean money rules now will give you a calm you haven't felt in a while. Because you appreciate steps, here's a date-by-date conversion into moves you can make immediately. Around September 3rd, with Mercury getting hot in shared money, audit 3 recurring charges and cancel at least 1. If you can, write a 1-page shared money map with whoever needs to see it. What comes in, what goes out, who owns what, when you review. September 6th, Uranus turns inward. Choose 1 joy upgrade, a tool, a space tweak, or a repeating time block, and install it. September 7th to 8th, Lunar Eclipse. Send 1 invoice, pay 1 bill, write 1 sentence about the value you bring that has nothing to do with numbers, and put it on your wall. September 13th, Cazimi. Turn the clearest insight about trust or money into a 1-line policy and share it with the person who needs to hear it. That evening, with Mars entering your career zone, write the 1 project you want to be known for by year's end, and the first 3 actions that move it now. September 15th, Venus warms the intimacy room, and Mercury enters the belief room. File 2 forms you've delayed, and schedule a kinder money or boundaries talk. 1 page, specific, no blame. September 17th, Sun enters Virgo. Update your bio, your tagline, or your About page with the sentence that represents you now. September 20th to 23rd, low energy window. Say no to late-night drains. Eat warm, sleep early. September 21st, 22nd, Solar eclipse. Delete one task forever. Write one rule for time. Set one boundary you can keep even on a bad day, and put them on your calendar. September 30th, Mercury cools a notch. Send the important note you drafted earlier in the month with a level head. Let's give relationships their own paragraph, because the month blends deep work with public heat, and that can stress or sweeten bonds. If you're partnered, the money talk early month isn't a test, it's a tool. Put numbers and feelings on the table with one goal: a calm system you both can live inside. Shared calendar, due dates, one fun line in the budget, one savings plan you care about. Keep the tone warm and specific. If you're dating, let Venus in Leo steer you toward honest intimacy rather than performance. Fewer impressive dinners, more real conversations about how you live, what you value, and what a gentle day looks like. If you're single and serious, Jupiter in your work and health zone says you may meet someone in the flow of service, learning, or well-being. Class, clinic, gym, library, volunteer project. Speak normally. Ask one real question. Let quiet chemistry grow. If family logistics slare, Saturn and Neptune in Pisces are your cue to be the person who turns a tense thread into a practical plan. One limit, one solution, one check-in date. If you're coordinating elder care or home paperwork, make a shared sheet, track daily, take one bite, and rest. Keep compassion central and put a frame around it. That's how you help without burning out. Health and energy are simple, and simple wins. Use the exalted moon window around September 12 through 14 to start a habit that fits on your worst day. Sunlight in the eyes early, a 10-minute walk, a 2-minute stretch after meetings, a full glass of water before coffee, lunch away from your screen. Treat it like a recurring meeting with yourself. The low moon window around September 26th, 28th is not failure. It's a dashboard light. Avoid arguments and all-nighters. If you must show up late, block recovery time on the next morning. During the solar eclipse window, treat your body like a senior team member you want to keep. Ask less at night, feed well, say thank you. Work and money move together this month. The arc is clean. Early September tells the truth about shared money and your own rate. Mid-September gives you fuel to step into leadership. Late September sets rules that make your work sustainable. If you want a raise or a new title, use September 16 to 20 for a case anchored in results and timelines. Keep it short: what you delivered, what you want, how this benefits the team, when you propose it. If you run a business, the growth lever isn't louder ads, it's cleaner delivery and clearer cash flow. Map your bottlenecks, remove one a week. If you freelance, split clients into maintenance and growth, and schedule accordingly. If you're interviewing or pitching, lead with outcomes, not adjectives. If you lead people, make the week kinder, trim meetings, define good enough, protect focus hours, praise what moves the needle. Because September runs hot. Here are if this then that tools for fast relief. If you feel rushed to answer, I'll get back to you in an hour, then set a timer and step away. If a proposal tightens your stomach, sleep on it. Read it again in morning light with water in hand. If your calendar explodes, draw 2 columns: moves the needle and noise. Place tasks. Act only on the left for 1 hour. If an old identity panic whispers, "Who am I to lead this?" List 3 hard things you did this year and read them out loud. If you can't sleep, hot shower, phone in another room, hand on chest, exhale longer than you inhale, lights out earlier than you think. If you want to pick a fight online, walk around the block and text gratitude to one real person instead. Let's name the cast so you always know who's doing what. The sun is the spotlight. Early month on shared resources, later month on beliefs and purpose. Mercury is the messenger. Hot all month, First in the vault, then in the classroom. Brilliant under pressure. Clumsy if you rush. Draft, sleep, deliver. Venus is the diplomat in your intimacy room. Softens hard talks. Warms trust. Rounds the edge off money conversations if you show your math. Mars is your engine on the big stage. Reputation and leadership. Fuel without direction burns bridges, not goals. Pair force with grace. Jupiter is the coach in work and health. Win with basics done well and kindness toward your body. Saturn retrograde and Neptune retrograde are your project manager and dream director in daily communications. One says structure, the other says heart. You need both. Uranus retrograde is the electrician in your joy room. Rewires play so it replenishes you instead of frying your circuits. Pluto retrograde in Capricorn is the deep contract lawyer in the mirror, asks you to leave old costumes at the door and walk as your true shape. Rahu and Ketu pull the money axis. Rahu amplifies your clean voice about value. Ketu drains the drama from what's shared. Let's walk the month as a story so you can feel the steps. The curtain rises September 3rd. You can hear paperwork sizzle and inboxes click faster. You don't panic. You write short and clear. You put numbers and dates in writing, and you refuse to decide big money things when you're running on fumes. September 6th, a switch flips in your joy room. You notice you've been using fun as a shock, not a charge. You move one object, change one habit, create a small repeating pocket for play, and it sticks. September 7-8, the lunar eclipse pulls noise out of money and leaves truth. You stop apologizing for asking to be paid on time. You name your rate and your limits. You set one habit that future you will thank you for. September 13th, a single line lands about trust or money, and you see what to fix. That night, Mars climbs to the top of your chart, and your stride lengthens. You choose a project you want your name attached to by year's end. You write 3 actions. You start. September 15, Venus warms closeness, and Mercury moves your words and forms into the realm of meaning. You file what you've delayed. You talk money or boundaries with clarity and a soft tone. September 17, the Sun joins Mercury and points at the horizon, while Saturn and Neptune remind you to make daily words plain and kind. You adjust your schedule so big ideas ride on simple sentences. September 20 to 23, the lights dim. You lower inputs and rest on purpose. September 21st to 22nd, the solar eclipse installs new defaults. You delete one task forever. You write one rule for time. You set one boundary for communications or commute. And you actually put them on your calendar. The last stretch brings small wins and soft nights. September 30th, Mercury cools. You send the important note with a clear head. Now a one-page plan you can say out loud on tough mornings. I don't need to push harder. I choose cleaner. I put numbers and dates in writing. I protect one focus block and one rest block. My rate is a number, not a feeling. My home routine fuels my public work. I say less and mean it more. I delete one drain. I write one rule. I set one boundary. I keep them when I'm tired. Because Capricorn builds what lasts, let's anchor 3 pillars: voice, time, and home. Your voice. The lunar eclipse shows where you've been asking to be valued without valuing your own asks. Cure. Short sentences, direct numbers, warm tone. Your time. The solar eclipse shows where your calendar serves chaos. Cure. Rules you can keep on your worst day, written where you'll see them. Your home. Saturn and Neptune show you need both frame and feeling. Cure. Fix the hinge and light the candle. Pay the bill and play the music. Fold the blanket and put the phone to bed. None of that is dramatic. All of it is power. A word on leadership, because Mars puts you on the mic and Pluto checks your badge. Lead with clarity over charisma. Name the goal, the roles, the dates. Protect focus for yourself and your team. Trim meetings. Praise in public, coach in private. Use I can language. I can deliver this by Friday. The rest needs a new timeline. Use if-then language for scope. If scope changes, budget changes. Use one-page plans. Here's what must ship, what can wait, and what we won't trade our attention for. People exhale when you do this. That's respect. That's why your name sticks to results. A word on love, because Venus warms the deep room, and Jupiter blesses the engine room where couples actually live. If you're together, replace the big speech with the small system. Money talk Sunday afternoon. Phones in a basket at dinner. One shared workout a week. 2 dates a month that aren't about logistics. If you're dating, choose rooms where your values breathe. Bookshops, galleries, classes, quiet dinners. Less showcase, more substance. If love is loud right now, ask for comfort before you ask for solutions. Your nervous system hears kindness first. Then it can hear truth. A word on money, because September wants you honest and calm. Make a one-page map you can read in 30 seconds. What comes in, average. What goes out, baseline. What you're building, savings, debt paydown, tool. What you're done with, drains. Automate one small move on payday. Put your rate on a card near your desk. Practice saying it until your voice stops asking for permission. If a client pushes, breathe, restate value, and be willing to walk. Doors open when you carry yourself like your work matters, because it does. A word on body. You are an earth sign. Earth builds slowly and holds a lot. Make the base quiet and strong. Morning, light, water, movement, 3 slow breaths. Night, warm water, phone outside the bedroom, hand on your chest, longer exhales, lights out earlier than your habits prefer. If you get angry at night, move your body for 5 minutes before you talk. If screens trap you, stand every hour and look far away for 30 seconds. The system resets faster than you think when you treat it with respect. Let's close with an image you can carry. It's late. The inbox rests. The house is calmer because you cleared one surface, fixed one hinge, and put a lamp where it makes the room feel kind. On the table, one page with 3 lines. One rule for your time, one habit for your money, one boundary for your words. Your calendar has fewer lines. Each line means something. Tomorrow's work reflects you back without the costume you outgrew. Your yes is clean. Your no is clean. Your name sticks to results and to kindness. That's September's shape for a Capricorn. And here's your last check before we hand the baton to October. Are you speaking up about value instead of hoping to be noticed? Are you treating home routines like fuel for your public life, not leftovers? Are you protecting sleep during the eclipse window? Are you letting joy be small and daily, not rare and expensive? Are you willing to lead without performing? If your answer is, I'm trying, that's enough. The sky meets effort, not perfection. The people who matter will feel the difference in how you show up. You will feel it in your body. When you glance back at this month, you won't remember the heat of a form or the noise of a thread. You'll remember the day you set a rule that kept you steady, the night you told the truth and got closer, the moment you decided your worth was not for sale. September doesn't fade out for Capricorn. It primes the fuse. October doesn't arrive. It ignites, and you step forward with a steadier stride, not because the world calmed down, but because you did. Aquarius. September does not tiptoe into your life. It kicks the door and floods the room with unflinching daylight. If you take away only one promise from what follows, let it be this. This month shows you, with ruthless clarity and relentless tenderness, who you're becoming in the mirror of your relationships, your money, your home base, and your future path. And then it demands you act like you believe it. You are the sign of vision and systems, the water bearer who pours change into dry ground, the one who understands that a blueprint is an act of love and that a network is a nervous system for hope. September is where the sky tests both your courage and your structure at the same time. A full-month Mercury combustion keeps words hot and decisions fast. Uranus, the planet of shocks, upgrades, and honest rewiring, turns retrograde in your home zone and flips a hidden fuse inside the house of your life. The first eclipse lands right on your identity axis and pulls truth straight from your chest. The Sun and Mercury fuse in your partnership zone and reveal a contract of the heart or a hard fact about us. Mars steps into your belief and travel territory and pushes you to move with purpose. Venus enters your partnership zone and softens the tone right when you need softness that doesn't weaken you. The Sun and Mercury move into your shared resources corridor and face Saturn and Neptune retrograde in your values and earnings. And the second eclipse installs new default settings in that financial intimacy passageway that you'll feel vibrating all the way into October. I will tell you what's unfolding, what it means for the choices in your hands, how your mood will swing and steady, and what to do on the specific days that bend the rest of your month. I'll keep the language simple and clear, even when the sky goes operatic. And I'll speak to you like we're walking side by side, because we are. Begin where the ache and the bravery live, the axis of self and other, Aquarius and Leo. All month long, Rahu sits in Aquarius and Ketu sits in Leo. I am not dropping those names because they matter. Rahu in your sign is the future tugging at your sleeve. It pulls you forward to be seen as you are now, not as a souvenir of last year's self. It is the forward impulse in your identity, your look, your voice, your personal path, the part of you that doesn't ask the room for permission before it breathes. Ketu in Leo is the release valve in your relationship theater. It asks you to strip out performance, turn down the spotlight, and keep only what is real. On their own, Rahu and Ketu would be enough to move the needle in any ordinary month. But September is not ordinary. September turns up the volume on that karmic wire twice. First with a lunar eclipse across Aquarius Leo that shreds costumes and retires roles you've outgrown. And then with a solar eclipse in Virgo, the deep corridor of shared resources, intimacy, and the agreements that bind and free, staring straight across at Saturn and Neptune retrograde in Pisces, where your earnings, your voice, and your values live and breathe. If there has been a chorus humming in the background of your days, who am I now? What do I need from the closest ties? What is my real worth? What am I willing to share, and what do I keep sacred? This is the month that chorus steps to the microphone and sings lead until you cannot pretend you didn't hear it. From September 3rd through September 30th, Mercury is combust, too close to the sun to be cool. Think of your mind as an engine driving into a floodlight. Everything is illuminated and the glare is real. Early in the month, Mercury runs through Leo for you, which means your partnership zone is under a heat lamp. Partners, collaborators, clients, even open rivals. Conversations move quickly, the reach is wider than usual, and the temperature is higher than you expect. Words stick. Promises stick. Threats stick. Praise sticks, so keep it tight and keep it clean. Short messages with clean edges, clear emails without venom hidden in jokes, direct asks that spare everyone the theater. Say, here's what I see, here's what I propose, here's the next step. If a difference of opinion appears, aim your attention at the content, not the character. The question, what would make this fair, will do more for your life in September than any speech where you collect grievances like trophies. On September 13th, the Sun and Mercury stand at the same degree, Cazimi if you want the technical word, but what matters is that the messenger sits in the heart of the light. That moment delivers a truth about us, about the structure of your bonds, about the terms of your agreements, about the way you've been participating in a dynamic. It lands like a bell in a quiet room. You will not have to wonder if it's the truth. You'll feel it reverberate through your ribcage. Write it down the same day. Make one clean adjustment immediately. Not a dramatic purge, not a posturing lecture, just the kind of shift that lets love or collaboration breathe in a room that no longer fogs the windows. Then the first shock rolls through. September 7th to 8th brings the lunar eclipse across your 1st and 7th houses, the line that separates me from us. The moon in Aquarius sits with Rahu and faces the sun in Leo near Ketu. The translation is unsparing and merciful. Your internal sense of self, the felt truth of who you are, how you show up, what you want to be called, what you want to be known for. It no longer fits into labels designed to keep other people comfortable. Maybe it's simple and visible, like updating your headshot and bio to match your actual presence. Maybe it's profound and private, like realizing you've been shrinking inside a partnership that needs you at full size. The field of relationships feels this eclipse like a pressure change when a storm front moves in. If a bond is solid, the eclipse produces a truth that strengthens its bones. We need a shared budget. We need scheduled time that's real. We need separate keys to sanity. We need to stop interpreting and start asking. If a bond is built on performance, the performance cracks under the weight of truth, and the crack is a gift. Around this eclipse, pause major promises. Write one unruly, brave line that you want to live inside connection. No silent punishment, no spending in secret, no swallowing words that matter. And then prove it with a small action within 48 hours. If you are single, this is an unblinking mirror. You don't need to make yourself easier to choose. You need to choose yourself clearly enough that people know how to meet you. As you absorb that, Uranus steps forward to whisper the strangest relief. On September 6th, Uranus turns retrograde in Taurus, the base of your chart. Home, family, roots, land, kitchen table, doorways, the room in your house where your shoulders fall an inch and you exhale without performing. When Uranus moves forward, surprises strike from the outside. A sudden move, an unexpected repair, a family plot twist, a tech change that scrambles your routines. When Uranus turns inward, the surprise rises from within. You change the settings of home. You decide what rest actually means in your body instead of what you've been taught. You reimagine the spaces that power your day. You edit the definition of family from who I inherited to who I nourish and who nourishes me. This is less about pretty and more about power. Move your desk to where the light touches your eyes before your inbox does. Install a drop zone that keeps your mornings honest. Clear a cabinet so meal making feels like breathing, not fighting. Switch the apps that steal your focus for tools that give it back. Think of Uranus as the electrician who opens the breaker box, traces the tangle, and reroutes the wires so every time you cook and run laundry, the house lights don't die. The time you spend on simple domestic engineering this month is not shallow. It's shrewd. Your home is the battery pack for everything Mars will ask you to do later. Make the current safe. The night of September 13th is a hinge. The Sun and Mercury stand in union in Leo, and truth snaps into place about us. Then Mars steps across the threshold into Libra. For you, Libra governs belief, travel, publishing, teaching, legal matters, and the wide world beyond your familiar grid. Mars is your engine, your forward impulse. In this territory, Mars pushes you to move outward with grace. Book the trip that teaches your bones something real. Enroll in the course that sharpens your tools. Sketch the outline for the book or talk that's lived in your head so long it knows your furniture. File the paper you've avoided because it felt like a door you weren't ready to open. If you lead, Mars in Libra invites you to name the philosophy behind your work. No fireworks required. Plain speech, soft tone, straight back. Mars wins here when courage arrives dressed as courtesy. Expect those moves to rumble the psyche. Because Pluto retrograde in Capricorn hums in the background of your 12th house. Endings, rest, and deep healing. When you stretch into the world, ancient alarms can blare inside your chest. That is not a prophecy of doom. It is the final noisy gasp of an old security system you're decommissioning. Breathe, then step anyway. Also note that Mars forms an enlivening line to Uranus retrograde in Taurus, which means your expansions out there and your rewiring in here will feed each other like rivers merging. A weekend away solves a household puzzle. A home reset unlocks writing that refused to come before. Watch for the elegant feedback loop and step into it when it appears. 2 days later, Venus enters Leo and the air sweetens where it was sharp. Your partnership zone gets a velvet lining. If the first half of the month felt like you were carrying conversations in a metal bucket, now you get to pour tea into porcelain. Appreciation lands. Affection counts double. Negotiations respond to warmth faster than to diagrams. This is not an invitation to swallow your needs. It's a reminder that kindness is not the enemy of clarity. On the same day, Mercury shifts into Virgo, your shared resources and intimacy zone. Mercury remains combust, which means the messengers in your life, emails, spreadsheets, texts, policy documents, whispered fears, whispered desires, move quickly across this sensitive terrain. Speak kindly, show your math, slow your signature hand when the stakes are high. If money is shared, connect the numbers to values with the audacity of someone who tells the truth, not to win, but to build. If debt needs air, rename the plan from burden to exit path and walk it 1 foot at a time. If intimacy conversations knot your stomach, remember, you don't owe anyone a whole novel in one night. A single honest paragraph carries more voltage than a virtuous monologue that dodges the point. On September 17th, the Sun joins Mercury in Virgo, and the spotlight on shared resources and deep trust goes bright. Across the chart in Pisces, your earnings, your voice, your values, sit Saturn retrograde and Neptune retrograde, the project manager and the dream director in one strange duet. This is the axis that matters most for the bones of your month. On one side, the Sun and Mercury demand that you clean contracts, refine bonds, write plans, name needs, and face numbers without flinching. On the other side, Saturn retrograde whispers that responsibilities you take must respect the limits that keep you honest, and Neptune retrograde murmurs that kindness counts as structure too, that a soft tone carries the truth further than a trumpet blast in a small kitchen. Oppositions are bridges, not bar fights. They connect rooms that should never have been separated. When you choose courage in sharing and truth in money, your sense of worth rises without begging the world to clap. When your worth is anchored, you make cleaner choices about what to share and whom to trust. If you invoice for your life, set terms that reflect the value you bring, even when your voice wobbles and your finger hovers over the send button. If you work within a larger machine, align compensation with boundaries in ways that let you sleep and wake without dreading your phone. If you're not in paid work right now, translate compensation to energy exchange and guard your time like you would your bank account. Love, cause, and craft all benefit when numbers and needs bow to each other instead of wrestling for air. Your emotions will not be random weather. They will move in waves you can name, and naming them allows you to surf them instead of drowning in whitewater. The eclipse of September 7 and 8 is a crest touching identity and relationship in the same breath. Expect a volatile mix, grief that tastes like relief, relief that burns like grief, laughter that shows up in rooms where you expected to break. Let it be messy without turning it into a story about your worth. A second, gentler swell arrives around September 12 to 14 as the moon slides through Taurus, the sign where it is strongest and your home sector, the ground beneath every ambitious bridge you build. Those days are for soup, for clean corners, for naps like medicine, for people whose presence lowers your blood pressure without trying. That is not indulgence. That is the refill that lets Mars do Mars without driving you into the wall. Then comes the low tide, around September 26 to 28, as the moon moves through Scorpio, the public eye, where you are seen even when you want to disappear. Those days demand simplicity, refusal of extra spotlight, and results that do the speaking. Between these, a quiet, cloudy window from September 20th to 23rd arrives as the moon enters combustion, heading into the solar eclipse. Lower your inputs, lower your voice, lower your expectations that other people will be their best selves on the same day you're struggling to be yours. And the karmic knot days when the moon crosses from water to fire. Around September 10, September 19, and September 29th to 30th, they may make the air feel weirdly brittle for a few hours. If your mind invents a crisis here, name the transit and choose softness over eruption. You do not need to sprint when your laces are untied. Then the second peak, the one that installs the code beneath the interface. On September 21st to 22nd, the solar eclipse arrives in Virgo, where the Sun and Mercury stand together on your side of the bridge. And across in Pisces, the retrograde pair, Saturn and Neptune, look back at you with a face that is half steel, half mist. This eclipse lives in your house of shared resources and deep merging. Money you share, secrets you keep. Fear you carry in a muscle you can't stretch. Power you sign away without noticing. Intimacy you crave and avoid in the same hour. If the lunar eclipse retired a costume you wore to be loved, this solar eclipse issues a uniform for the life you are building instead of performing. This is not a day for speeches you later regret. This is a day for default settings that honor your nervous system on its worst day. Delete one expense or obligation that belongs to the ghost of your past self. Write one money or energy rule you will honor without debate. No yes on the spot, weekly money talks in daylight, no explanation of boundaries twice. Choose one simple, repeatable intimacy habit that builds trust without requiring fireworks. Daily check-ins that respect attention spans. A tech-frilled dinner that remembers eye contact. A standing 5-minute hug that feels ridiculous until it saves a night. If legal papers pass across your hands, demand clarity you can explain to a tired future you. If grief or old fear climbs into your throat, meet it with structure and softness at once. Cry, then calendar. Feel, then fold laundry. Your body writes software for brave choices while you sleep. Guard your sleep as if courage depends on it, because this month it does. Jupiter spends September in Gemini, the 5th house of your chart, the chamber of creativity, children, romance, risks that feel like aliveness, and things you make because existence is short, and art is a way to extend it. Jupiter coaches basics, not spectacle. Its promise is unromantic and beautiful. When you treat your creative life like daily food instead of rare dessert, love and luck find you in the hours you already have. If there are children near your life, Jupiter reminds you that 15 minutes of true attention feeds a future more efficiently than a full weekend of distracted presence. If you are dating, date in places and ways where you like yourself. Bookstores, parks, workshops, small music, bright groceries where you cook later. If you are lonely, with a hunger that doesn't fit in a single word, pencil joy into the calendar as if joy were part of your job. That is not to distract yourself from eclipses. It is to build neural tracks for delight, so your nervous system knows somewhere healthy to run when life accelerates. Joy is not a luxury. It is an energetic budget line. Pluto retrograde spends the month in Capricorn, the back room behind the stage, the place where endings and transformations occur. There is a chance you will decide to end something in private this month, a habit that softens you into someone you don't recognize, a story you tell yourself to justify not trying, a loop that starts with doom scrolling and ends with tomorrow I'll be different. When your public life heats up, and it will, because Mars in Libra has less patience for staying small than you think. The temptation is to carry old coping patterns into new rooms. Pluto's message is both stern and compassionate. You do not need the armor you forged in last decade's battle to walk into this decade's build site. When you feel the urge to numb or vanish, do not run your life through that old filter. Run it through the body's smallest rituals. Drink a glass of water. Stand in light. Exhale longer than you inhale. Text one person who knows your laugh. The smallest switch flips different breakers than you expect. Because your sign respects clear moves, let the dates you already know about become living thresholds you can cross on purpose. As the combust run opens around September 3rd and partnership conversations heat, choose a communication policy you can keep under pressure and state it plainly. We don't text essays late at night. We schedule hard talks. We summarize agreements in one paragraph so future us can keep promises. As Uranus turns inward at home around September 6, pick one change that drops friction out of your day. A lighting fix that keeps your brain from collapsing at 5. A shelf that intercepts chaos at the door. A no laptops in bed rule you honor even when the night is loud with goals. As the lunar eclipse strikes September 7th to 8th, choose one way you will name yourself and either claim it publicly or claim it in your chest. Title, boundary, pronoun, bioline, the way you introduce yourself in rooms that forgot to leave a chair for you. On September 13th, catch the Sun-Mercury bell and move one piece on the board of us the same day. That evening, let Mars's first step into Libra translate into step 1 of travel, study, teaching, legal clarity, or your own expanding voice. When September 15th shifts Venus into partnership, let tenderness become a tool, not a mood. When Mercury crosses into Virgo that same day, wet math and kindness date each other in your money and intimacy rooms. When the Sun joins Mercury on the 17th, hold the bridge between what you owe and what you are worth, without collapsing into either side's story. As the combustion window deepens into the solar eclipse build around September 20th through 23rd, slow your nights and lower your inputs, because the mind is glassy then, and glass breaks under shouting. When the solar eclipse lands, September 21st, 22nd, write your rules small and sharp, like a craftsman's mark on the underside of a table. You will touch them with your fingers more often than you will show them to the world. And when September 30 clears Mercury's heat and the static drops, send the message you drafted, cut the extra words, and let the echo you want do the work while you step away to touch a wall you painted yourself. Work, money, and home are not separate departments this month. They are one ecosystem with 3 different smells. Work wants you to teach what you know, to write what you keep postponing, to move an idea from hallway talk to calendar. Mars in Libra lends you a voice that wins without a raised volume, and Jupiter in Gemini lends you a joy that sells without selling your soul. Money wants integrity more than urgency. Saturn retrograde in Pisces rewards structure that doesn't punish, routines that don't humiliate, budgets that reduce anxiety instead of performing austerity for an audience that doesn't pay your rent. Neptune retrograde in the same zone wants your income to sing the same key as your values. When a path pays but rots your sleep, you know the music is wrong. Home wants small systems that free attention, like clearing a slow leak in a boat. A practical ritual stitches all 3. Begin and end your working day with a light you turn on and off. Write one line about tomorrow before you stop. Place your phone in a far room so the evening can be a room and not a tunnel. Your brain loves a door. Give it one and it will walk through without tantrums. Relationships ask you to trade performance for presence and to treat repair as a craft, not as a last-ditch stunt. Early September can feel like sparks land on dry grass in conversation. Douse, don't fan. I feel, I need, and I'm choosing can move mountains that you never and you always only steepen. When Venus moves in mid-month, gentle gestures stick to the ribs. Own your part quickly, ask for what would make it fair, and end talks with an action rather than a concept. If you are single, take September personally, but not as accusation. You are not late, you are not behind, you are not an exception to love's physics. You are calibrating your magnet. If you are healing, let the solar eclipse help you draft a rule that protects your heart while keeping it warm. I don't chase attention, I invest in care. That sentence becomes a landmark when you are tired, and the old bridge is closed for repairs. With family, Saturn and Neptune emphasize compassion that can count to 10. Set standing check-ins. Put the hard topics in daylight. Pick one role you can do well, instead of 7 you do poorly while resenting everyone. Love is honest pacing, not heroic collapse. Health is less mysterious than your newsfeed suggests. Jupiter wants movement, morning light, water with actual minerals, food that likes you back, laughter that doesn't require a subscription. Use the moon's exalted window, around September 12th to 14th, to begin a habit you could carry past New Year's without willpower drama. 15 minutes of walking after lunch, a stretch sequence you can do on a rug, a bottle you fill automatically when you open your laptop. Use the Scorpio dip around September 26th to 28th to reduce caffeine, reduce screens, reduce the number of people who get to have your midnight. That is not quitting. That is the chemistry of endurance. And endurance is what gets you across the long bridges eclipses build. When the day tilts and your mind starts writing fiction stamped as fact, practice responses that keep your future clean. If you feel cornered, say, "I hear you." I'll respond after a short break. Then earn the break by touching a leaf, counting your breath, or washing a cup. If a money decision feels like a sprint you did not enter, sleep on it and revisit in daylight, with water in your hand and your feet on the floor. If your to-do list yells, draw 2 columns. Moves me forward versus noise. And put 1 hour into the left column with your phone in another room. If your mood drops on the Scorpio days, ask one person for a quiet hang and be the first to put your phone away. If the solar eclipse makes fear loud again, place your palm on your sternum, breathe out longer than you breathe in, and do one tiny action that proves you are safe right now. Lock the door, send the "I can't tonight," throw the news to tomorrow, and go shower. If you want to post when you're angry, write it in a note and read it tomorrow. If it still matters, say it to a person like you're not trying to win, but to be known. Hold the cast in your mind like a constellation where each point glows with a job. The sun is your spotlight. First half shining on us, second half illuminating what we share. Mercury is your messenger. Hot all month, first in your partnership, then in the vault where money, trust, and the secrets you barely tell yourself live. Venus is your diplomat, entering us at the right time to make truth gentler and love warmer. Mars is your engine, marching into belief and travel to push ideas into motion and invite courage dressed in a suit of grace. Jupiter is your coach in creativity, reminding you that tiny joy prevents gigantic meltdowns and that play is a power source for progress. Saturn retrograde and Neptune retrograde are the project manager and dream director in your earnings and values, insisting that you pair structure with compassion so numbers stop chasing you in your sleep. Uranus retrograde is the electrician in your home, not flashy, absolutely essential, rewiring the quiet systems that keep your days from flickering. Pluto retrograde is your underground negotiator in the 12th house, helping you end what needs ending so beginnings don't have to scream. Rahu in Aquarius pulls you forward into the shape you already are when you stop apologizing for arriving. And Ketu in Leo asks you to drop the drama that made you visible but kept you hungry. Aquarius, your genius isn't only in seeing the future, it's in designing the bridge and then walking across it before the concrete is fashionable. September pays you for that gift, but the payment arrives in clarity and consequence rather than confetti. If you did nothing else this month, I would ask you to defend 3 things like they are sacred. 1 rule for your time that protects the hours where your life is built. 1 habit for your money that reduces fear and increases breadth. And 1 boundary for your words that keeps truth strong and tone humane. Keep them on your easiest day and your hardest day without needing to be perfect. The eclipses will try to shove you off balance. Your 3 rules are the railings on the storm bridge. The people who matter will feel safer around you. The opportunities that match will find the dock with your name on it faster, and your body will reward you with quieter mornings and sleep that repairs, rather than just interrupts exhaustion. Ask yourself aloud, because the air listens differently when sound carries weight. What do I want to be called now? What role will I stop performing in love because I am not a circus? What money truth will I live, even when fear hisses its old rehearsal lines at midnight? The sky is not grading you for speed or style. It is meeting you at the level of your honesty. If tears come, let them be water where something new will grow. If laughter comes, do not stifle it for the comfort of rooms that worship restraint as virtue. This is not a multiple-choice test. This is you becoming legible to yourself, and when you are legible to yourself, you become impossible to misfile in other people's stories. Imagine the last week of the month, with the sound turned down and the colors turned up. The solar eclipse has landed. Somewhere on paper, or somewhere on a wall, are the 3 rules you wrote when you were brave and tired. Your home holds you a little better because you changed the few small things that looked like nothing and felt like everything. Your bank and your body both feel clearer. You wake with fewer shoulds in your throat. The people who walk with you know how to meet you because you showed them instead of testing them. Work is still work. Love is still love. Rooms are still rooms. But the background hum of confusion has dropped 3 decibels, and you can hear your own footsteps again. You did that. And just as you start to relax, you will feel it. Not an ending, a click. Something locking into place without applause. September doesn't give you a neat bow. It gives you a fuse. You will carry that spark forward, not as a threat, but as a promise that the systems you built under pressure will outlast the pressure, because they were built for weather, not for the Instagram of a sunny day. When you look back at this month from the other side of the year, you won't remember a single sentence I said as clearly as you will remember the day you retired your old stage name, the hour you chose a boundary and kept it even when shaking, the moment a simple rearrangement at home turned chaos into a hallway with light at the end. You will remember signing something without fear, or unsigning something that once masqueraded as safety. You will remember the meal that tasted like a decision and the nap that replaced a doom loop. You will remember saying, "I don't do that anymore," and hearing silence where there used to be an argument. You will remember walking past your own reflection and not needing to adjust it to be tolerable. You will remember answering a text tomorrow instead of at midnight and discovering that love survived the delay. You will remember that you did not need to burn down a room to open a window. Aquarius, the world loves to call you ahead of your time. Let them. You know that being ahead of your time is not a personality trait. It is a building practice. September gives you metal, measurements, and a weather report that refuses to lie. It gives you a demolition permit for roles that kept you liked and kept you small. It gives you a wiring diagram for a home that charges you instead of eating your hours. It gives you the courage to treat money as a conversation you can have in daylight without a quiver. It gives you a way to turn fights into fair terms and romance into rituals that last when the high wears off. It gives you a Sun in Virgo that teaches you to lead with useful love, a Mercury Combust that teaches you to cool your words and sharpen your edits, a Uranus Retrograde that teaches you to change the setup so change sticks, a Mars in Libra that teaches you to move with grace as a strategy and not just a style, a Venus in Leo that makes bravery beautiful without the crowds clapping, a Moon that teaches you when to hold and when to soften, a Saturn and Neptune retrograde duet that demands spreadsheets in one hand and compassion in the other, and a Pluto retrograde that erases contracts you signed with fear. When September detonates into October, you will not stand in rubble. You will stand in a frame that can take a roof. Do not be surprised if the quiet power in your chest is the loudest thing in the room. That's what integrity sounds like when it stops apologizing. If you made it this far, you've already proved you're serious about your life. If this spoke to you and you want more of it, more clarity, more straight talk, more maps for the months ahead, then subscribe and tap like before you go. It helps this work reach the people who need it on the day they need it. And it keeps this channel lit for you when the sky gets loud again. Share this with the Aquarius in your life, who's about to make a decision they'll be proud of in a year. I'll see you in the next one. Until then, keep your rules simple, your heart warm, your systems kind, and walk forward like the future trusts you, because it does. Pisces, I'm going to walk you through September like a steady hand on your back, the kind that helps you find your footing while the ground moves. This month doesn't arrive like a soft tide. It rolls in like a wave that knows your name. You're not getting a reset. You're getting a reveal, and the reveal is personal. 2 eclipses bookend your month. Mercury runs hot the whole time, and the planets gather across the exact parts of your chart that decide who you are, who you commit to, and what you're willing to build with another human being, whether that person is a partner, a client, a collaborator, a lender, or even your future self. If you watch nothing else, watch the 2 doors that swing open on September 7th through 8th and September 21st through 22nd. Those are the hinge moments that cut through noise and point to the truth. I'll tell you what's happening, what it means for a Pisces rising, and what to do on the days that bend the rest of your month. I'll keep the language simple. I'll anchor you to dates. I'll fold your emotional weather into every step so you know not just what's up there, but how it feels down here. You start the month with Saturn retrograde and Neptune retrograde in Pisces, right on your identity axis. It's like having a project manager and a dream director sitting at your desk. Saturn is the project manager, clipboard in hand, testing your plans for cracks, insisting your life can hold the weight of your hopes. Neptune is the dream director, bare feet, soft lights, reminding you that your life has to feel like your life. Forgiving the moments you fall down, asking for more music and more truth. Both are retrograde, so the work is inward. This is why your time has felt more precious lately, why you care more about your name, your sleep, your body, your pace, your boundaries, why you have less patience for conversations that ask you to shrink. September backs you up. Across from you, in Virgo, the sky crowds your partnership room with meetings, messages, and spotlights, so your I and your we are going to talk whether you schedule that conversation or not. The theme isn't conflict, it's alignment. You, other people, and the bridge between you. That's the whole month. Build the bridge, and the rest starts to work. From September 3rd through September 30th, Mercury is combust, too close to the sun to be cool, so the messenger runs hot, fast, and bright. For the first half of the month, Mercury moves through Leo, your daily work, health, and routine zone. This looks like rapid emails, quick asks, shifting priorities, shortened timelines, and the unmistakable feeling that your schedule needs to match your actual life, not the imaginary one where you are three people. Don't panic. Hot Mercury rewards simple systems. Use short messages, put decisions in writing, time-box tasks, capture requests in one place, not 5. Aim for 1 change per day instead of 10. If tone gets sharp at work, cool it with facts and kindness. Here's what I can deliver by Friday. Here's what needs to move. If you manage others, make the week kinder by trimming meetings and naming what is good enough. On September 15th, Mercury slides into Virgo, your partnership house, still combust, but now exalted. Contracts, negotiations, co-founder talks, client terms, what are we conversations, all turn up. The path to the win is clear words, fair math, soft voice. Slow the signature, speed the listening. You will thank yourself. The first major wave hits on September 7th to 8th, the lunar eclipse across Aquarius and Leo. For you, Aquarius is the 12th house, the backstage room of rest, retreat, recovery, endings, hospitals, faraway places, sacred solitude, and the quiet where your body writes software for your courage. Leo is the 6th house, work, routines, health, service, chores, co-workers, pets, and the daily maintenance that keeps life running. Rahu hums from Aquarius, Ketu hums from Leo. In plain life, this eclipse pulls a rope between the part of you that needs sleep and silence and the part of you that gets caught in doing to feel safe. It will not let you do this month on fumes. It will not let you keep doing work the old way. You may feel a sudden swell of emotion, a clear need to sleep, an urge to end a habit you have outgrown, or a crisp insight about the job you're doing versus the care your body actually needs. You could realize that a task you've carried for months belongs to a system, not to your nervous system. That a problem you keep trying to solve with more effort needs better structure instead. This is your no more martyr moment. Do 3 human things as the eclipse lands. Block 1 real night for rest. Remove 1 duty you picked up out of guilt, not love. And choose 1 tiny routine that brings your peace back. 10-minute walk at lunch, stretching before bed, warm breakfast you actually eat at a table. If you're managing a health concern, the eclipse supports honest plans and second opinions. Ask for help. If you're burned out, step off the stage and let your body write you a new script. Nothing good collapses when you rest. The right things get stronger. Just before that eclipse, on September 6th, Uranus turns retrograde in Taurus, your 3rd house of communication, learning, siblings, neighbors, devices, short trips, and the voice you use daily. Uranus is the electrician of the sky. It rewires so the power can run without tripping the breaker. When it turns inward, the surprise comes from you. You update how you speak to yourself. You change the way you reach people. You quit explaining yourself to rooms that aren't listening, and you start building rooms that are. This is excellent for piloting a different way to share. A simple newsletter, a podcast voice memo, a tight meeting format that cuts half the talk and doubles the decisions. A new route you walk and think on without your phone. If sibling stories or neighbor dynamics loop, this retrograde is perfect for a clean boundary that's calm and clear. I can do Tuesdays. Let's use a shared calendar. I'll call you back when I'm free. Less drama, more signal. Now circle September 13. The Sun and Mercury stand at the same degree in Leo. That's the spotlight and the messenger in your work and health room. It's your clarity drop about daily life. The insight may be deceptively small. No phone in the bedroom. I don't book back-to-back meetings. I work in 45-10 blocks. Water before coffee. It might be deeper. This is the kind of service that actually fits the way I'm built. His other version was my performance. Write what lands that day. Put 1 small change into motion immediately. Expect relief. That same night Mars enters Libra, your 8th house of shared resources, debts, taxes, inheritances, insurance, investments, grants, intimacy, and deep trust. Mars is your engine. In the 8th house, it says, handle the paperwork, deal with the fear, take back power you gave away. Don't read this as doom. Read it as the fuel you've been waiting for. Close an old account that leaks money. Consolidate debt into a plan you can live with. Review insurance and make it real. Ask for a better rate or a clearer scope. Move an intimacy conversation from "we should talk" to "we talked and here's what we'll do." Make a list of lingering scary items and walk through them one by one. Not because you like them, but because you deserve the quiet on the other side. Power returns to your body when you stop keeping secrets from yourself. 2 days later, September 15th, Venus shifts into Leo, your work and health room, and Mercury shifts into Virgo, your partnership room. Venus softens rough edges at work and makes praise land. Use it. Thank people. Ask for help. Offer help where you truly can. Tiny gestures go far. Mercury entering your us room, still hot but razor sharp, is a green light for focused, kind talks. It doesn't mean you have to solve everything in one night. It means pick one topic per talk, use plain words, and leave with one next step. If you need to set a boundary, make it simple enough to keep on your worst day. If you need to define a relationship, speak from your feet. This is who I am. This is what I want. This is what I'm willing to do. If you're single, this is excellent energy to change how you meet people. Better filters, better questions, fewer apps, more rooms where your values live. If you run a business, tighten proposals, clarify rates, state scope and payment in crisp human language, kindly, firmly, cleanly. That's your lane. On September 17th, the Sun joins Mercury in Virgo and flips on the big lamp over your wee room. Saturn and Neptune retrograde look back from Pisces, your identity, so your current self stares directly at your current agreements. It's not a fight, it's a bridge. Bring your self-respect into your commitments. Maybe you ask for a different title, different hours, a better split, a cleaner process. Maybe you admit that a promise you made when you were a smaller version of yourself no longer fits your bones. Maybe you say, "I want this relationship to work. Here's what work means to me." And then you listen while the other person tells you what work means to them. If the answer is "we can adjust," wonderful. If the answer is "we can't," that's a gift, because clarity saves years. Keep your tone human and your ask specific. The day will meet you with more grace than you fear. Your mood will move in named tides. Early September holds that eclipse swell. Plan to step back from noise on the 7th to 8th and move closer to center. Sleep, water, gentle food, simple plans. Around the 12th to 14th, the moon moves through Taurus, where it is strongest. For you, that lights up your messages and everyday mind. These are smooth words, easy errand, good news days. Make the ask, send the application, pitch the idea, have the talk. September 20th to 23rd, the moon hides under the sun's beams while the second eclipse builds. That's low battery. Keep nights quiet. Close screens early. Don't force a breakthrough. Let your body refuel and let clarity float up after sleep. Around the 26th to 28th, the moon is in Scorpio, its low place, and in your chart, that is your belief, travel, publishing, higher learning zone. Plans may wobble, faith may dip. That's weather, not truth. Simple care, soft expectations, a page of something that lifts your mind. Let that be enough. Watch the karmic knot flips, water to fire sign shifts, because air can feel weird for a few hours. Around the 10th, Pisces to Aries can flip your focus from identity to money. Don't soothe a feeling with a purchase. Write a number and breathe. Around the 19th, Cancer to Leo can flip you from play to work. Schedule the easy task first to find momentum. Around the 29th, 30th, Scorpio to Sagittarius can flip you from belief to career. Take the lift, not the bait. Now the second peak, the one that sets your compass for 6 months, lands on September 21st to 22nd, the solar eclipse in Virgo, your partnership and agreements room. The Sun and Mercury stand shoulder to shoulder, facing Saturn retrograde and Neptune retrograde in Pisces. You, If the first eclipse asked you to stop bleeding energy into the wrong routines, this one asks you to install healthy defaults in your relationships. Not speeches, defaults. 3 moves. Delete one recurring obligation that keeps you resentful. Write one connection rule you can keep on your worst day. No mind reading, no silent punishment. Money talks weekly and not when we're tired. And choose one boundary that protects your nervous system. No heavy talks after 9 p.m., 30 minutes alone after work, shared calendar so surprises shrink. Put them where you can see them. If a contract begins or ends, take your time. Ask for plain English wording and trust that clarity and kindness together is the way out of drama. Your body will tell you when an agreement matches your truth. Breath deepens, jaw softens, sleep returns. Believe your body. Let's talk home and work as a single ecosystem. Jupiter spends all month in Gemini, your base camp, home, family, real estate, foundations, the kitchen table where your life decisions are made between sips of tea. Jupiter is a coach. It cheers for what's practical and good. If you're learning a skill at home, refreshing your workspace, building a schedule that fits your energy waves, Jupiter smiles. If you're moving, renovating, or switching up your space for better light and saner storage, small changes pay big. A shelf in the right place can save you an hour a day. A chair that loves your back can save you a mood. A morning light ritual can switch your brain on gently instead of with a siren. If home has been tense, Jupiter supports honest talks that connect past and present so the future can breathe. Pair Jupiter's Make the Base Kinder with Mars in your shared resources room, and the story gets practical. Make the house work for the budget, and make the budget work for the house. If you live with someone, divide expenses by percentage or by category and write it down. If you live alone, set automatic savings for the things your home needs so surprises don't throw you. If you work from home, build an open-close ritual for your day. Light on to begin, light out to stop. One sentence in a notebook about tomorrow's first move. Your brain loves doors. Give it one. Money wants dignity this month. Saturn and Neptune in your sign will not let you sell your peace for pennies. After the 17th, when the Sun and Mercury stare from your contract room across to those two in your identity, the cosmos is asking you to price the way you serve with respect. Sign what you can live with and let earnings match values. If a money path asks you to betray yourself, it is not your path. If an opportunity asks you to train, train. If a plan asks for patience, give it. Mars supports the not sexy but necessary moves. Debt consolidation, better insurance, cleaner tax prep that convert anxiety into progress. If fear rises while you handle the adult things, remember fear often means this matters, not this is wrong. Sit with it, breathe slowly out, take the next right step. If you need a professional, ask one. You don't get medals for doing money alone. You get calm for doing it right. Relationships are the main plot, and you have everything you need to rewrite this chapter with compassion and steel. Early September, while Mercury is hot in your work and health room, don't fight from exhaustion. Sleep first, talk second. The lunar eclipse asks you to stop carrying what isn't yours and to ask for the help you actually need. Mars entering your intimacy and shared resources room is medicine for bonds that have drifted or gone quiet under strain. It can turn stuck into moving if you let honesty lead and if you keep kindness high. Venus moving into your workroom on the 15th makes it easier to ask for fairness with grace and to offer praise that doesn't feel fake. After the 17th, with the sun lighting up the us room, the sky wants real agreements that reflect the current you. That doesn't mean becoming hard. It means becoming clear. If you're single, this is energy to choose differently. Less chasing, more welcome. Less prove you're safe, more I'm here, this is how I love. If someone new appears near the solar eclipse, let it move slowly. time will show if this is spark or structure. If you're healing, make gentleness a daily practice. A walk, a page of writing, a brief call with someone who listens without fixing. Repair is a skill, not a magic. You can learn it. You'll use it well. Because you're lunar sensitive, keep this pocket map. The 7th through 8th is Terran truth. Step back and protect sleep. The 12th through 14th is smooth words and simple wins. Send and ask and file. The 20th through 23rd is low battery. Slow nights, warm food, slow mornings. The 26th through 28th is faith wobble. Answer with basics and a short joy list. Sun on face, favorite songs. Call to the friend who gets you. Watch the edges around the 10th, 19th, 29th through 30th and choose low stakes. If a big decision can shift 2 days, shift it. Every tiny choice you make to support your nervous system returns in clarity and courage. Pluto retrograde, working quietly in the background of your friend networks and long-range hopes, may move a few chairs. Old circles that no longer match your values can fade. Deeper alliances may appear almost wordlessly. If you feel an urge to leave a room that leaves you numb, you're not being dramatic. You're being alive. If you feel a tug to serve in a way that actually matters to you, follow it a step at a time. You don't need to fix the world. You need to do your part with a steady hand. That's more than enough. Because the month runs hot, keep in-the-moment tools close. If a conversation heats and your chest tightens, say, "I need 10 minutes," and take them. If your to-do list becomes static, draw 2 columns, moves me forward and noise, and give an hour to the left side only. If you catch yourself doom scrolling, put the phone down, face down, and put your hands in water. Wash a dish, water a plant, take a shower. If you want to send a message angry, write it in a note and read it tomorrow. If it still matters, say it kindly to a human voice. If you wake at 3 a.m., don't think. Breathe out longer than you breathe in, and count your exhales like waves. If money panic spikes, open your accounts and write one next action. Don't guess in the dark. Now fold the dates back into daily life. Early month, with Mercury hot in your work zone, pick one rule that reduces friction. 45-10 blocks, no back-to-back calls, water before coffee, and test it for a week. Around September 6th, as Uranus turns inward, try a new sharing format or learning rhythm. Short, simple, repeatable. September 7th to 8th, Lunar Eclipse. Remove one draining duty and choose one rest ritual you will actually do. September 13th, capture the work-health insight that lands and act on it before night. Also, take one shared money step as Mars enters Libra. Close an account, start a payoff plan, schedule the talk. September 15th, draft the partnership conversation and lead with care. Clean math, soft words. September 17th, align one agreement with your current self. Title, rate, time block, day off, scope. September 20th to 23rd, rest on purpose, drop inputs. September 21st, 22nd, solar eclipse. Delete one thing, write one rule, choose one boundary, and keep it. September 30th, as Mercury's heat cools, send the important message you drafted during a calm day earlier this month. Leadership deserves a word, because you will be asked to lead at home, at work, in love. Lead with clarity over charisma. Name the goal, roles, and dates. Protect focus, yours and theirs. Trim meetings. Praise in public, coach in private. Use "I can" language. I can deliver this by Friday. The rest needs a new timeline. Use simple if-then for scope. If scope changes, budget changes. Make one-page plans with 3 lines. Must ship, can wait, we won't trade our attention for. People exhale around that kind of leadership. Respect follows. A word for love. Replace big speeches with small systems. A weekly money date. Phones in a basket during dinner. One shared movement window. 2 dates a month that aren't logistics. If you're dating, go where your values can breathe. If love gets loud, ask for comfort before solutions. Your nervous system can hear kindness first and truth second. A word for money. Put your rate on a card near your desk and practice saying it until your voice stops asking permission. When pushed, breathe, restate value, and be willing to walk. Doors open when you carry your work like it matters, because it does. A word for body. You are porous and bright. Ground yourself. Morning light if you can. Water you can see. Movement you can keep. 3 slow breaths before you pick up your phone. If anger comes after 9 p.m., move your body for 5 minutes before you speak. If screens trap you, stand hourly and look far away for 30 seconds. Not fancy, effective. By the last week of the month, the solar eclipse will have landed and your new defaults will be posted where you can see them. Your home will hold you better. Your schedule will breathe. Your money plan will be simple and alive. The people you love and the people you work with will know how to meet you because you showed them. You will still be yourself, sensitive, creative, deep, but now your days have rails and your nights have that quiet click that says, "We're okay." That's what this month offers. A life that fits the real you. Carry 2 short sentences for your pocket. First, I am allowed to grow in public. With Saturn and Neptune in your sign, you might feel pressure to present a finished self. You don't need to. The people who matter respect an honest work in progress. Second, clarity is love in action. For you this month, clarity is not cold. It is warm and protective. It keeps your life gentle as it grows. Before we step into October, ask yourself 3 questions out loud. What version of me am I ready to honor now? What agreement do I need to rewrite so my peace has a home? What tiny habit will protect my body when the world gets loud? Speak the answers. If your voice shakes, that's proof you're brave. Put 1 answer on paper. Make 1 change today while the tide is with you. September will not end with a neat bow. It will hand you a spark. The calendar will flip, and the projects you set in motion will ask for their next step. The sky will keep a friendly pressure on your growth, and you'll be ready because you practiced on small, honest moves. Hold this truth as you walk. September doesn't end for Pisces. It primes the fuse. October doesn't simply arrive. It ignites, and you'll cross that threshold with a steadier step, not because the world calmed down, but because you did.